Algeria, the central part of Barbary Arab. Jezerat el-Maghreb, and since 1830 a French colony, covers an area of about 77,500 sq m, or including the S territories, p. 170, about 342,500 sq m, and contains 5,232,000 inhab. 4.5 million Mohammedans and 730,000 Europeans, mostly of French, Spanish, and Italian origin. It extends from Oud Kiss, which was substituted for the Moulouya P93 by the Morocco Treaty of 1845, to Cape Roux P131, the boundary of Tunisia, and from the Mediterranean to the highlands of Ahagar in the interior of the Sahara. The arbitrary division of Algeria into the three departments of Oran, Algiers, and Constantine is a survival of the Turkish administration. The orographical regions, sharply defined except towards the E, are the Tel Atlas Pxxx, the E, prolongation of the Rif MTS, P93, the Great Steppe, and the Sahara Atlas. The Tel Atlas Atlas-Telian, the most important part of this vast territory, consists of two parallel ranges of folded hills of recent origin, which intersect a great basin stretching from the Atlantic to the Bay of Tunis. The highest points of the range next the coast are the Traras, 3727 ft, the Dara, 5181 ft, the Atlas of Blida, 5345 ft, the Jurjura chain, 7572 ft. In Great Kabylia and the Babur range, 6575 ft. In Little Kabylia, in the interior rise the Tlemcen group, 6047 ft, the Wassenis, 6512 ft, the Jebel Dira, 5,938 ft, and the Hodna MTS, 6112 ft, which last form the only considerable link between the Tel and the Sahara Atlas. The littoral, 842 m in length, with long, precipitous, and almost inaccessible stretches, has ever been dreaded on account of its storms. It is broken by the bays of Oran, Arzou, Algiers, Bougie, Philippeville, and Bona, but does not possess a single good natural harbor. Flanking the coast in front of the Tel Atlas are several ranges of lower hills. Sahel, as the Sahel of Oran between Lermel and the mouth of the Shalif, the Sahel of Algiers and the Sahel of Kalo, while the Edo group, 3307 ft, composed of crystalline rock, forms an independent mountain. The extensive plains behind the Sahels, which add Oran, are marshy Marais de la Macta, and have besides the remains of great salt lagoons, Sebka Doran and Salines d'Arzou, and especially the Midija near Algiers, once a bay of the sea, and the plain de Beaune, are the most fertile and richly cultivated parts of Algeria. The Hauts Plateau or Great Steppe, an almost unwatered region, was originally a deep depression between the Tel and the Sahara Atlas, which in the course of thousands of years was gradually filled up with the alluvial deposits of mountain torrents, and thus converted into a great and monotonous undulating plain, 2,300–3,300 ft, above the sea level. The saline and gypseous soil is very sterile and is only at a few places adapted for the culture of grain, but has proved suitable for sheep grazing. In the depressions of the steppe lie a number of extensive shots or salt lakes, which in summer are dry and recognizable only by their dazzling snow-white incrustation. Among these are the Chat Garbai, Rarbai, and the Chat Et Chergui in Oran, the Zars Garbai and Zars Chergui in Algiers, and the Chat El Hodna at Constantine. The Sahara Atlas, Atlas Saharian, forms the Great Barrier between Algeria and the desert. It is a region of grand and wildly fissured gorges, partly caused by erosion in the pluvial period, of valleys worn by torrents, of lofty plains converted into mountains, and of marine basins now filled up, Thiab, fissure. The chief heights are the Montagnes des Quais Sour, 7,004 ft, a prolongation of the much higher Morocco Atlas, P93, Jebel Amour 6467 ft, the Monts des Ould Nile 5295 ft, and beyond the depression of the Monts du Zab 4304 ft, the Oras MTS 7634 ft, which are wooded in their half, and next to Great Kabylia have the finest hill scenery in Algeria. The Sahara, which belongs to the Territoires du Sud or de Commandement, governed by the military Bureau Arabs, consists of the Bassin du Garara or Bassin de El Oud Sayura on the W, a plateau 332,600 ft, above the sea, and of the Bassin du Melrire, named after the Chat Melrire on the lying partly below the sea level. Within this desert region, which is divided by the limestone plateau of the Mzab, are distinguished the Hamadas, or lofty plateaus, with rocky or hard clay soil, entirely waterless and sterile, and the Areg Sing. The extensive sandhills rising a few hundred feet above the plains. From the Sahara Atlas, and from the hills of the Sahara, descend numerous watercourses, mostly subterranean, towards the plains, enabling the natives by means of irrigation to form a girdle of oases, which, like the coast plains, are apt to be malarious in summer. Climatically also Algeria is a land of striking contrasts. The rainfall in the provinces of Algiers and Constantine, on the coast, and especially in the higher parts of the Tel Atlas, is abundant. Thus, at Algiers 25 inches, at Blida 37, Bougie 41.5, Fort National 45 inches. Being partly sheltered from the rainy and winds by the Tel Atlas, the Hauts-Plateaux have a lower rainfall, 16-20 inches, which as in the Tel often takes the form of snowstorms. In the Sahara Atlas and the Sahara itself, where the dry trade winds prevail during the greater part of the year, the rainfall diminishes considerably as we go southwards. Thus, at Biskra 7, at Gallia 2¾ inches. Even in the coastlands, however, the prolonged drought of summer necessitates the use of artificial irrigation by means of barrages across the valleys. The temperature on the coast varies comparatively little, thus at Algiers 54 degrees far. In winter, 74 degrees in summer, but the moisture of the air renders it almost unbearably hot in summer. On the Hauts-Plateaux, on the other hand, in the Sahara Atlas, and notably in the Sahara, there are great extremes of heat and cold, the variations not only between summer and winter, but also between day and night, in consequence of the great evaporation after hot, cloudless days being very marked, thus, minimum at Constantine 16 degrees far. At Ain Sefra 17 degrees, at Garyville 8 degrees, Taugert 19 degrees. Maximum at Garyville 109 degrees, at Biskra 118 degrees, at Taugert 122 degrees. The fauna of Algeria is comparatively poor. The Barbary lion and the ostrich have been exterminated, and the panther is now rare, but we occasionally see camels, hyenas, jackals, maned sheep, P. 277, one species of ape, maggot, Macacus echidatus, a few poisonous snakes, and the unduly dreaded scorpion. The flora, on the other hand, is strikingly rich and varied. In the coast zone occur all the usual Mediterranean plants. In the Tel Atlas there still exist, in spite of the wanton destruction of trees by the natives, remains of ancient forests of cork trees, Quercus suber, evergreen oaks, Quercus ilex and Quercus senes, Aleppo pines, and occasionally of cedars, P. 210. In marked contrast to this vegetation is that of the great steppes, where the saline plants, the meager dwarf palms, Chamaerops humilis, and particularly the alpha, haffa, or esparto grass, Macrochloa tenacissima, of which immense quantities are exported chiefly from the province of Oran, proclaim the proximity of the sterile and dreary desert. At Bousada, P. 270, in the hottest valleys of the Sahara Atlas, and in the oases of the Sahara, we find the home of the date palm, Phoenix dactylifera, Arabic knackle, whose fruit is the chief food of the poorer classes and also an important article of commerce, whose sap yields palm wine, whose trunks afford building material, and with whose leaves are made the mats and bedding of the natives. The majority of the native inhabitants, who in the regions, away from the oases, are chiefly nomadic, are Berbers, P. 94. These, however, since the immigration of the Beni Hillel and Beni Solim, P. 323, have mingled with Arabs much more than in Morocco, and outside of their mountain fastnesses have completely exchanged their own individuality for that of the Arab. The town populations, especially in the province of Algiers, are composed of a motley assemblage of Moors, descended from Spanish Moriscos or from pirates, largely Christian apostates, of Kabils, P. 252, Mazabites, P. 216, Biskris, P. 280, and lastly of Kiluglis, descended from Turks and Moorish women. The Jews, partly settled in Barbary since ancient times, partly immigrants from Spain, have enjoyed, unlike the Mohammedans, the full rights of citizenship since 1870, but though thriving materially, they are hardly superior in culture to the less favored inhabitants. Down to the end of the Middle Ages, Algeria was historically inseparable from Tunisia and Morocco, CPP. 95, 187, 188, 322. After the whole coast as far as the Atlantic had been colonized by the Carthaginians, and the whole of Algeria by the Romans, but with diminishing energy as they proceeded from E to W, a period of decadence set in. Troubles began with the revolt of the Circumcellions, and were succeeded by the party strife between Catholics and Donatists, by the religious persecutions under the Arian Vandal kings, p. 322, by the misgovernment of the Byzantines, 534–698, and by the eruption of the Arabs, p. 322. During the Moorish period, as Algeria only formed an independent state for a time under the Ibadites, p. 323, and the Hamadites, p. 263. While in the W regions the kingdom of Tlemcen, p. 188, was afterwards founded, it proved a constant apple of discord between the powerful dynasties of Morocco and Tunisia. The intrusion of the Spaniards, p. 178, next led to the intervention of the Turks and to the establishment of a piratical state by Horuk Barbarossa, comp. p. 221. Under the sway of France, great improvements have been introduced. Many of the most fertile regions on the coast and in the Tel Atlas have become state property, and that of French companies or of industrious colonists, mostly Spaniards, French, Alsatians, and Lorrainers, and the long-neglected seaports have awoke to new life. The whole country has been opened up by a network of excellent roads, and railways have been carried to the confines of the Sahara. In the towns, with the exception of Tlemcen and Constantine, most of the old Moorish and Turkish buildings have been superseded by French, while but few specimens of Moorish architecture have been spared by enthusiasts for improvement. There still survive in the Hautsplateau some interesting relics of Roman buildings, recently unearthed from the oblivion of centuries and now carefully preserved from further destruction. For much fatigue and privation, the traveler in Algeria will be compensated by many a glimpse of picturesque Oriental manners and costumes, and by the varied scenery of the peaceful and luxuriantly fertile plains, the wild mountains, and the stony and sandy wastes of steppe and desert. Most striking of all are the wonderful effects of light and shade on land, sea, and sky under the glorious African sunshine. Amid the manifold green hues of the rich subtropical vegetation, enlivened by a wealth of flowers and blossom, gleam the dazzling white Moorish country houses and Mohammedan shrines, kubbas or marabouts, and the red-tiled roofs of the mountain villages and the European settlements. Travelers penetrating from the coast to the Sahara will marvel, especially in winter, at the extraordinary clearness of the atmosphere and the gorgeous sunsets, such as neither Italy nor Greece can boast of, awakening in every beholder an enthusiastic admiration for the desert. Notwithstanding the considerable rainfall, p. 170, and the occasional gales to which it is exposed, the town of Algiers is a favorite winter resort. The best months for traveling on the seaboard and the Hautsplateau are April, May, and November, and for the Sahara, February and March. The favorite goals are, in the province of Oran, Oran, Tlemcen, and Figuig, in the province of Algiers, Teniat El Had, Miliana, Hammam Rira, Blida, Fort National, and Michelet, and in the province of Constantine, Bougie, the Chabad El Akra, Constantine Timged, El Kantara, Biskra, and Tebessa. The railways, with the exception of the Chemins de Fer Algériens de l'Edet, belong to three private companies, the Paris Lyon Méditerranée Algérienne, the Ouest Algérienne, and the Bon Gelma et Prolongements. They are all single lines. The express on the chief line, that from Algiers to Oran, travels 26¾ m an hour only. The speed of the ordinary trains is 12–19 m per hour. On all the main lines, dining and sleeping cars are provided. On the branch lines, the trains often have one first-class carriage only. For night journeys in the Hautsplateau, the heating by means of foot warmers is inadequate. In Algeria, the traffic is sometimes stopped for several days in winter by snowdrifts and cloudbursts. The timetables are to be found in the livret A Jourdain, Indicateur des Chemins de Fer de la Navigation, etc. 50c, in the livret Chaiks Guide pour les Chemins de Fer de l'Algérie de la Tunisie et de la Corse, 50c, or in the Indicateur Officiel Guide Poch Algérien par el Chapuis, 60c. Greenwich time Ka, 59 min. Behind Mid-European time, which has been recently introduced in France, is observed everywhere. Travelers should go to the ticket office early, as the officials have much writing to do and their proceedings are slow. In the larger towns, tickets may usually be taken and luggage booked beforehand at the town office of the railway company. As in France, each passenger is allowed 30 kilos, about 66 pounds, of luggage. Return tickets, billets dollar et retour, for a distance of 50 kilometers, 31 m, are valid for 2 days, for distances over 400 km. 248 m, for at least 7 days. The indicators above named contain further information as to return tickets, collectifs pour families, collectifs d'excursion, and demi-places, which last only benefit those who make a stay of several months in the colony. As the roads are good and the trains slow, those who can bear the expense will often find a motor car the swiftest and pleasantest kind of conveyance. Among fine motoring trips may specially be noted those from Oran to Tlemcen, Comp. P 184, from Algiers to Castiglione Tipaza, Hamamrira, Afreval and Teniat El Had, returning via Blida and Boufouric. From Algiers to Cape Matifou, Maynardville, Tizi-Ouzou, Fort National and Michelet Tazmalt. From Bougie through the Chabot El Acre to Karata, or via Cherchell and Maillot to Constantine, also from Algiers or Constantine to Biskra. The maximum speed allowed in towns and villages is 15 kilometers, 9.5 m an hour, on highroads 30 km. 19 m per hour. The cars offered for hire in the larger towns are generally good machines of 15-60 horsepower. Where neither railways nor motor omnibuses are available, persons of limited means travel by diligence. See timetables in Jordan's indicateur, mentioned above. Besides the courier or postal diligence, there is sometimes a concurrence, an inferior and cheaper vehicle. Careful inquiry as to timetable and fares should be made, and front seats secured beforehand. The officials sometimes charge strangers more than the legitimate fare. If the passenger prefers to walk or ride part of the way, he may arrange with the driver as to the carriage of his luggage. Off the highroads and for mountain excursions, riding is often preferable to walking. A mule mulet or a donkey burricat is more commonly used than a horse. The Arabian saddle with its high cantle and pommel gives a certain sense of security to the novice, but the experienced rider will prefer an English saddle, which may be obtained in the larger towns. The animals are badly kept by the natives, but are quiet and sure-footed. Instead of a saddle, mules and donkeys often have a kind of sack thrown over their backs, into which the rider thrusts his feet. The attendant has to provide food for himself and his beast, and he is always expected to walk except on very long excursions. For excursions of any length in the Sahara, the traveler must have recourse to the camel, the ship of the desert. The superior trotting camel, Mehara, must be distinguished from the ordinary beast of burden, which only walks about 2.5 m per hour, but has wonderful powers of endurance, even in the most trying weather. In the case of the trotting camel, the rider sits on a narrow saddle and crosses his feet, with shoes removed, on the animal's neck. On the broad pack saddle of the camel of burden is a seat for men, and right and left are others for ladies, for whom a kind of litter, a taduch, also is provided. While the rider mounts the kneeling animal, the attendant usually puts his foot on one of its forelegs to prevent it from rising too suddenly, as it is very apt to do. As the camel rises on its hind legs first, tilting the rider forwards, it is advisable to lean well back at first, and then forwards, and to keep firm hold of the saddle. Practice alone will enable the rider to get used to the peculiar gait of the animal. The rider's head should be well protected by a pith helmet or other efficient covering. Luggage is best carried in 2 saddlebags, gibra of leather or carpet, for which the natives ask 20 fr, or even in ordinary sacks. As to provisions, CP 97. Intending travelers are expected to present themselves at the Bureau Arab before starting, where they may apply for a Saharian or Cavalier du Magazin P 390 to accompany them. In some cases, an escort is considered indispensable. The money for a tour in Algeria had better be taken in the form of notes of the Banque de France or the Banque de l'Algérie, for Algeria and Tunisia only, or in gold of the Latin Monetary Union. Bank of England notes and sovereigns are always readily exchanged in the larger towns and tourist resorts. Circular notes are less convenient, but have the merit of being safer. Letters of credit addressed to the Compagnie Algérienne or the Crédit Lyonnais also form a safe vehicle for large sums, but the branch offices sometimes require a week's notice before paying. The banks and public offices are mostly open at 9, 11, and 2, 5 only, but the cashier's office usually closes at 3. Comfortable first-class hotels, owned chiefly by French, Swiss, or German proprietors, are to be found at Algiers, Oran, Madeira, and Biskra. Those of the second class usually make a fixed charge 5 to 12 FR per day for room, déjeuner, and dinner. Charges vary greatly, however, according to the season and to the traveler's nationality. The beds are very good as a rule and the rooms fairly clean, but the sanitation is often defective and the servants inefficient. Under these circumstances, the scale of gratuities is lower than in Europe. As for food, the staple of almost every repast in Algeria is mutton. The wheaten bread is generally excellent. Among the best wines are the white of Maillot and Mascara, the red and the white of Tlemcen and Stau Ali, and the red of Miliana, Marguerite, and Madeira. At the cafes, which are often beset by shoe-blacks, sirers, 10C, we may try a cup of nasibe, 50C, considered especially good coffee. A cup of coffee or tea at the Moorish cafes costs 1 sou, but strangers are often charged 2, no gratuities. A few good restaurants are to be found in the larger towns, and food also is provided by the better brasseries. Tobacco and cigars are much cheaper than in France, there being no government monopoly here, but there is a duty of 36 FR per kilogram, £2 on imported cigars. The post office arrangements are the same as in France. A favorite way of sending small parcels is by sample post, Echantalin sans valeur, 12-15 days from Algiers to England, up to 350 grams, about 12 1/4 Oz. Inland postage for letters of 20 grams, not quite 3/4 Oz, or postcards 10C, foreign 25C, for 20 gr. Or 10C, senders of registered letters and telegrams must fill up a form giving their name and address. Postal orders and parcel post are not recommended. Drawing or photographing in fortified places, if not expressly forbidden, is at least inadvisable, nor should maps or plans be too closely studied in public places. With regard to intercourse with the natives, see P. Roman 25. The police arrangements are generally as good as in Europe. The mosques, P. Roman 25, in Algeria are all state property and may therefore be visited at any time except during prayer. A fee, 2050C, need only be given to the custodian for providing slippers or rendering special services. Smoking is forbidden in the forecourts and of course in the buildings themselves. The Moorish baths, ladies' hours 12-6, may be glanced at in passing. Books Comp, also pp. Roman 6, 325. Sir R. L. Playfair's Bibliography of Algeria, London, 2 vols. Goes no further than 1895. Among works on the history of Algeria and its development may be mentioned, M. Wall El Algerie 5th ed., Paris 1908, 5 fr. Hanotauet Letternu la Kabylie 2nd ed., 3 vols, Paris 1893, 25 fr. R. L. Playfair, The Scourge of Christendom, London 1884. Graham Roman Africa, History of the Roman Occupation, London 1902. Randall Massiver and Wilkin, Libyan Notes, London 1901. For the History of Art, Stéphane Giselle, Les Monuments Antiques de l'Algérie 2 vols, Paris 1901, 20 fr. W. at G. Marquise, Les Monuments Arabes de Tlemcen, Paris 1903, out of print. Delightful descriptions of the country and its inhabitants are contained in R. S. Hitchens's The Garden of Allah, London 1904. Francis E. Nesbitt's Algeria and Tunis, London, 1906, 20s. Irene Osgood's novel Servitude, Guy de Maupassant's novel Au Sol Nouveau. Aide, Paris, 1894, 3½ fr. E. Fromentin's Un été dans le Sahara, Paris, 1857, and Une année dans le Sahel, Paris, 1859. Karl Payne's Letters familières sur l'Algérie Chalon-sur-Marne, 1871, 3 fr. The French carte de l'Algérie of the Service Géographique de l'Armée is completed for the N districts only. Each sheet on the scale of 1, 50,000 costs 1½ fr. Sheets on the scale of 1, 200,000 cost 90C each. Since 1908, M. Jourdan of Algiers has been bringing out a new official map for the north 1, 200,000 and the south 1, 400,000 at 1 FR per sheet. Oran. Arrival by sea. The steamers of the Compagnie Générale Transatlantique RR 1918 are berthed at the quai Bougainville PL. C1, those of the Transport Maritimes R19 at the Quai de la Guerre PL. CD2, those of the Navigation Mixed RR 1918 at the Quai Lamon PL. B1. Baggage is conveyed to the Custom House, Douane, PL, B2, and thence to the cabs or hotel omnibuses. The porters' portefeuilles, mostly natives, are notorious for their extortionate demands. Charges should be agreed upon beforehand. Railway stations, =1, Gare Centrale or du PLM et de l'Ouest Algérien PL. E4, P173 Boual, Marceau P181, for Pérégox and Algiers R33, Tlemcen R29 and Ain-Taya P. 185. =2, Gare d'Arzew PL. F5, 1M from the hotels, for the line via Damasmi, Arzew and Pérégox to Beni-Ounif de Figuig R. 32. The Gare de la Marine, PL. C2 is the terminus of the harbor goods line. Town office of the PLM and Ouest Algerian Railways Boual, du Lycée 5. Hotels, hot. Continental PL. AD3 Boual, Séguin 1 corner of Place des Armes, fine open site with restaurant R46 B1.5 Dage 4 D5 pens, 1115 1 FR. Hot, Victor PL. BD3 Rue d'Arzew 5 and Rue de la Bastille 8 R2 5 B3 D3 pens, 7 8.5 a 1 FR, plain but good, hot. Du Théâtre Rue Bosquet next the theatre PL. C3 New hot, d'Europe PL DD3 Boual Charlemagne 16 hot, Du Progrès PL. FD3 Rue de Belleville 14 both with restaurants very unpretending. Hotels Garnies, Royal PL GD3 Boual, Du Lycée 3 with restaurant R38 1 FR. Central PL, HD3, Rue de Belleville 13, R2 of 4 FR. Cafés, Continental at the Hotel, Rich and de la Mesquite all in Boual. Séguin knows 1 2219. Du Théâtre, Place d'Armes 11 Nouvel Aquarium, P182, Promenade de Lading, Glacier, Place Kléber 3. Restaurants at the hotels, also Nouvel Aquarium, P182, Brasserie Gill, Tel in the hot. Royal Boual, Du Lycée 3, Good Brasserie de l'Etel, Rue de Belleville 11, Brasserie Alsatian Boual, Séguin 18. Cabs voitures de place, by day at night drive within the town walls, 50 to the suburbs banlieue, 0.50, course double there and back with stay of a quarter HR, 50, same to the suburbs, 50 per hour in the town, within 8 kilometers 5M around 50, 50 excursion of a whole day 50 km, or 31M, to Mers El Kabir and back, same drive with stay of a half HR. Night is reckoned from 11 to 6 in summer to 5. Fares raised on Easter Monday and on race days C tariff. Luggage under 15 kilos, ca. 33 pounds. Free, trunk 25C over 40 kilos, ca. 88 pounds. 50C. Motor cars and bicycles . Servies, Boual, Magenta 28 El Universelle Schmidt & Co., Rue d'Arzew 60, Palace Auto, Rue d'Alsace-Lorraine. Tramways from 6 in winter 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., first CL. 15, second CL, 10C. Transfer 20 or 15C. 1 from Quai de la Douane PL, B1 to Rue d'Orléans Place Kléber PL. C3 Boual, Malakoff Rue des Jardins and Place d'Armes PL. CD3 2 from Quai Sti Therese PL. D12 to Rue Charles Quint Place Kléber Rue de Turin Rue Philippe and Place d'Armes. From Place d'Armes, 3 to Boual. Séguin Rue d'Arzew PL, DF3 and Gambetta PL. H2 4 to Boual. Séguin Rue de Mostaganem PL, DG4 and Saint Eugene PL. H4 5 to Boual. National Boual Magenta PL D4 Boual Marceau PL, EF4 5 6 to Boual. National Boual. Sébastopol PL, CD4 Rue Duterter PL, D5 and Cimetière to Maillot PL, EF5 7 to Boual. National Port de Tlemcen PL, C5 and Ecmol PL, B5. Equals steam tramway equals to Hammam Buhajar, CP 184. Equals omnibuses, equals motor omnibus from the place Kleber, PL. C3, every a half HR. Nemours El Kabir, P 183. Ordinary omnibus twice daily to Ain-Taya, Bouesfer, P 184, and El Anchor, P 185, etc. Equals post and telegraph office equals PL. 9, D3, Rue d'Alsace-Lorraine 7 branches in the dock number 4, Quai du Sénégal at number 17 Bowel. Malakoff, etc. Equals steamboat offices, equals Gainerel Transatlantique Bowel. Malakoff 28 Transports Maritimes, Place de la République 9, Navigation Mixed, Twatchco, Rue Seguin 1. Equals boats, equals for a row in the harbor as far as the lighthouse, 1 pers, 50 to 3 pers, 25 c each 4 pers, 20 c each there and back with stay of a quarter HR, 70, 35 or 30 c, 1 hour for 1 or more pers, 1.5 each at it, hour 1 fr. Sailing boat to Crystal, P 184 about 68 fr. According to bargain, should be ordered at the harbor in good time. Equals baths, equals bait bowl, Seguin 1 seaside of hot. Continental and Rue d'Arzu 48, Dussap Bowel, Oudenot 22. Moorish P 175, Bains Moras, Rue de la Mesquite 5, etc. Sea baths. Bains de la Plage Sti Theres, Bains Flottants, Grand Jetée, PL, D1, opposite the Quai Sti. Theres Ferry, Bains de la Réunie, P 183. Also at Roseville, P 183, Saint André de Nemours El Kabir, P 183, and Ain-Taya, P 184. Equals banks equals comp, P 174. Banque de l'Algerie, PL, 1D3, Bowel Seguin comp, Algerian Rue d'Alsace-Lorraine, Crédit Lyonnais Bowel, Seguin 3, Crédit Agricole et Commercial Algérien, J. Thibod, same street, number 7. Equals booksellers equals Heinz Bowel, Seguin 4, Perrier Rue de El Hotel de Ville 10, Fouque Bowel, Seguin 26. Equals newspapers equals 5c. El Hecho d'Oran, Le Liberal, El Correo Español. Equals shops equals Maison Universelle Bowel, Seguin 27, Gradville same Boulevard number 20 bis Oriental Goods, Photographic Requisites, Luck, Rue de Belleville 9, Schnell Bowel, Seguin 14. Picture postcards. Caspary, Rue d'Arzu 24, Cravia, same street, number 20. Equals tourist offices. Equals Lubin, Gallery Perez Bowel, Seguin, Syndicat d'Initiative Hot, Deville P 180, R. Heckman, Place de la République 7. Equals consuls. Equals British Vice Consul those, A. Barber Quai Sti, Marie 4 PL, B2. U. S. Consular Agent A. H. Elford, Rue Charles Quint 14. Equals French Prat. Church equals Temple, PL, 13C3, Rue de la Révolution Service on Sun, at 9:3 a.m. Equals theaters, equals Grand Theatre Municipal, PL. C3, Place d'Armes Theatre Casino, PL, 14C2, Rue Philippe, Cirque Theatre des Nouveautés, PL. C4, Bowel, National Alhambra, PL, DE3, Rue d'Arzu 38 bis. Equals music equals in winter, 4-5 p.m. Sun, Promenade de Lading, P 181, near the Restore. Aquarium 2s at the Cercle Militaire, P 180, Thurs. Fortnightly in both Place de la République and Square du Palais de Justice, sat at the Hôpital Militaire, PL. C2, concerts in the Salle Musicale, PL. D3, Rue de Paixhans. 2 days. First, in the forenoon, Place d'Armes, P 180, Grand Mesquite, P 180, Promenade de Lading, P 181, Old Town, P 179, afternoon, Belvedere, P 182, or Plateau du Marabout, P 183, second. Forenoon, Nemours El Kabir, P 183, afternoon, Promenade des Falaises, P 184. As to visiting the mosques, see P 174. Oran, Arabic Warren, the capital of the province of that name, with 110,000 in Hab. 29,700 being foreigners, mostly Spaniards, 16,000 Mohammedans, and 13,200 Jews, is a strongly fortified place, the headquarters of an army corps and a torpedo boat station, and has been an episcopal see since 1867. Next to Algiers, it is now the greatest seaport and commercial place in Barbary. The town lies in 35 degrees 44 N, lat, and degrees 58 W long, on a bay of the spacious Gulf of Oran, p. 126, between Jebel Santin, 1043 ft. p. 183 on the W and the Point Canastel, 784 ft. p. 184 on the east side. At the W end, the quiet streets of the old town, overlooked by the bare limestone rocks of the Pictator or Montagne de Santa Cruz, 1221 ft. Ascend the ravine of the small brook Ras El Ain or Oud Rahai to the hill of the Kasbah, the ancient Moorish castle. The modern industrial quarters lie to the east of the hill of Beni-Ounif and beyond the ravine of the Ain Ruina, extending far over the plateau of Karganta, about 250–390 ft. A tableland which descends abruptly to the sea and slopes gradually to the SE down to the plain of the Dea Morcelli and the plain du Figuier, p. 185. The town is defended by several old forts of the Spanish period and by a number of modern coast batteries and, like most of the Algerian towns, is enclosed by a wall for protection against the natives. The chief suburbs outside the gates are Gambetta, Saint Eugene, Lammer, and Ekmol-Noisieux. Oran is essentially a modern town, which is being extended and embellished with feverish zeal, but notwithstanding its French veneer, it derives a certain individuality from the preponderating Spanish element in its population. The Mohammedan element is diminishing here even more rapidly than in Algiers. Owing to the scantiness of the rainfall, the environs and their vegetation are quite African in character, and the neighboring shots, or salt lakes, resemble those of the Houtsplateau, p. 169. The Gulf of Oran, where the Portus Divinus, Mers el-Kabir, p. 183, was the only Roman settlement, was unimportant in ancient times. Native tradition ascribes the foundation of the town of Oran to Moorish merchants of Andalusia in 902, but it was not till the late Middle Ages that the town began to thrive. After the rise of the kingdom of Tlemcen, p. 188, Oran superseded the neighboring ports of Rachgan, p. 185, Honin, p. 125, and Arzew, p. 199, as the chief staple of the W Algerian coast, its trade being chiefly carried on by Italians. Jealous of the successes of Portugal in Morocco, p. 96, and eager, after the capture of Granada, p. 75, to carry their crusade against Islam into African territory, the Spaniards sent an expedition against Melilla, p. 124, in 1496, while the all-powerful Card Ximenes, Archbishop of Toledo, proceeded to attack the Zionides, p. 188. In 1505, Mers el-Kabir, which had been twice occupied by the Portuguese in the 15th century, was attacked and after a brave defense captured, and in 1509, on a second expedition, Oran fell into the hands of the cardinal. Thenceforth Oran formed the base of the further campaigns of the Spaniards, who in their victorious career soon captured all the important towns on the seaboard as far as Tripoli and penetrated inland to Tlemcen. The Spanish governors succeeded in defending Oran against all the attacks of the Barbarescos down to 1708, when the Bey Bouclarum bombarded the Spanish forts from Jebel Merjajo, captured them, and slew the entire garrison. A Spanish army under the Count of Montemer gained a brilliant victory over the Moors at Ain-et-Turk, p. 184, and recaptured the town in 1732, but the Spaniards soon found themselves again overmatched by their enemies. In 1790, the town was almost entirely destroyed by an earthquake, and in 1792, the Spaniards at length withdrew their garrison. Under the Bey Mohammed el-Kebir, the town was erected into the capital of the province of W Algeria. But in consequence of the earthquake, the interminable wars, and its entire separation from the inland regions during the centuries of the Spanish occupation, Oran had declined so lamentably that when it was occupied by French troops in 1831, it scarcely numbered 4,000 inhabitants. Its rapid recovery since that period has been due to its favorable situation, its proximity to the Spanish coast and to the rich inland district of Tlemcen, and particularly to the extension of the Algerian railway system as far as the Sahara, and to the promotion of trade with Morocco by the opening of free marts at Lalamarnia, p. 197, Ain Sefra, p. 202, and Beni-Ounif de Figwig, p. 203. A. The harbor and the old town. The equals harbor equals PL. BD 12, 72 acres in area is bounded on the east side by the Quaiste. Tharies 330 ids, long and is sheltered on the N. By the Grand Jetée or Jetée du Large, a pier 1200 ids, in length with a lighthouse at the end, fair, PL D1. The shallow via port, PL. BC 12, now the SW Bay of the new harbor bounded on the N by the Quai Bougainville, was the harbor of the Moorish and Spanish periods. The rapid increase of the shipping trade, now exceeding 4 million tons annually, is being met by the construction of an outer harbor, PL. DG12. The chief imports are sugar, coffee, rice, English coal, timber, petroleum, candles, and paper. The chief exports wine, grain, flour, fruit, early vegetables, alpha, crin vegetal, dwarf palm fiber, tobacco, cattle, hides, wool, marble, and onyx. From the Douane, PL. B2, the Rue d'Orléans, PL. BC2, Tramway No. 1, CP 176 ascends in a curve, skirting the Quartier de la Marine and the Quartier de la Calère, the Spanish quarters, to the upper part of the town. Halfway up to the right, on the parapet of the small place d'Orléans, PL. B2 are seen the Spanish armorial bearings, 1789. Beyond the Palais Consulaire, PL. 8 C2, Chamber of Commerce and Commercial Court, the street reaches the two chief squares of the old French part of the town, the Place de la République with the Fontaine Ocker, PL. C2, Concerts, CP 177, and the Place Kléber, PL. C3. Adjoining the latter is the Boulevard Malakoff, PL. C3, constructed over the vaulted channel of the Ras El Ain, P 177, with a fine avenue of planes. On the SW side of the Place Kléber, between Bowel, Malakoff and Bowel, Oudenot rises the prefecture, PL. C3, the seat of the provincial government. The Bowel, Oudenot leads to the Magasin du Campement, PL. C3, military stores, Adam, by leave of the military authorities, in the garden of which we perceive the minaret of a mosque, about 1800, dedicated to Sidi el-Hawari, the chief saint of Oran. The Rue Larry leads past the east side of the military stores to a terrace above the harbor quarter, on which rises the Church of St. Louis, PL. 12, C2, an unimportant edifice of 1839, whose choir niche is a relic of the Spanish church of the time of the Count of Montemer, P. 178. The wall of the Rue de Berlin, PL. CB2, which leads hence to the Port du Santon, P. 182, is of Spanish origin. We return to the Bowel. Oudenot and glance at the Quartier de la Caspa, the oldest quarter of Oran, lying on the hillside below the equals Caspa equals, PL. BC3, Adam, on application at the guardhouse, the old citadel. The old Moorish castle on this site was succeeded in the 16th cent by the Spanish Castillo Viejo, the nucleus of the Spanish fortifications, and now occupied by French barracks. Above the Port d'Espagne, a side entrance at the end of the narrow Rue du Viocheta, PL. C3, are still seen the arms of Spain. The Rue de Madrid, PL. C3, too, a side street of the Rue Larry, see above, and the steps in the Rue d'Orléans near the SW angle of the Place de la République lead to the small public. Equals Musée de Meat equals, PL. 7, C2, Rue Montebello 9, founded in 1886 and named after its founder. Admittance, except on great festivals, daily 1/5 free. Catalogues of the antiquities and the ancient coins, 1¾ fr. each. Curator, Prof. A. Mulieres. In the vestibule are Roman mosaics from a dwelling house at Portus Magnus, St. Leu, P. 199, freely restored in parts. Roman stelae, milestones, inscriptions, etc. from the province of Oran. First floor. On the left, in Room C, natural history collections, including specimens of marble and onyx from the province of Oran. On the right, in Room D, prehistoric relics from Barbary and ethnographical collections. Second floor. On the left, in Room E, casts from the antique, Moorish ornaments from Toledo and Granada, and a graphic collection. On the right, in Room F, modern paintings. Third floor. On the left, in Room G, natural history collections. On the right, in room H, a fine collection of coins, Numidian, Mauritanian, Roman, Byzantine, Moorish, Old Spanish, etc. In the wall cases, small relics from Portus Magnus. B. The New Town. The loftily situated New Town is reached from the Place Kleber, PL. C3, P179 by several steep lanes and steps, Rue de Guernes, etc., but more easily by the Boulevard Malakoff, P179, and the Rue des Jardins, PL. C3, Tramway No. 1, CP176, or by the Rue de Turin, PL. C3, 2, and Rue Philippe, Tramway No. 2. The Rue de Turin leads in a bend past the Marché Bastrana, PL. 5, C3, and the Promenade de l'Éding, P181. The Rue Philippe, which ascends direct, passes on the right the elegant equals Demoura de Hassan equals, PL. 2, C3, which, apart from the fortifications, is the sole relic of old Oran. According to the inscription, it was built in 1700 and restored in 1900, and is named after one of its later owners, a tobacco merchant who became Bey of Oran in 1812. The adjacent equals Grand Mesquite equals, or Mesquite du Pacha, PL. 4, C3, Arabic Jama el Pasha, erected by order of the Dey of Algiers after the withdrawal of the Spaniards in 1792, is now the only mosque in the town used for divine service. The front building, erected in the form of a Kaaba, or saint's shrine, at the sharp bend of the Rue Philippe, dates only from the French period, 1864. The pretty sawn, or court of the mosque, enclosed by a pinnacled wall, is planted with palms and bananas. In the mosque itself, whose vaulting rests alternately on short pillars and clustered columns, is the seta or stage, under the great central dome, where at the Friday service the Masami, or leader of prayer, repeats the words of the priest, imam, for the benefit of worshippers at a distance. On the right, by the plain mihrab or prayer niche, is the mimbar, the pulpit for the Friday sermon. At the back of the mosque, in the Rue de la Mesquite, rises the octagonal minaret, Sama, the tower from which the muezzin summons the faithful to prayer 5 times daily. The pretty equals place d'armes equals, PL. C. D. 3, 233 FT. Where the Rue des Jardins and the Rue Philippe end, is the business center of the town and the chief tramway station, P176. A monument here recalls the battle near the Kaaba City Brahim, P198. On the S side of the square rises the Hôtel de Ville, or Mary, PL. C3, a building in the French Renaissance style, approached by a high flight of steps. On the W side is the Grand Théâtre Municipal, P177, opened in 1908. The grounds of the Cercle Militaire, PL. C. D3. Concerts, CP177, on the N side of the square extend to the S. Bastions of the Beni-Ounif, P182. On the margin of the plateau, to the SW of the Place d'Armes and W of the Rue de la Révolution, lies the poor Jewish quarter with its dirty streets, of which the chief is the Rue d'Austerlitz, PL. C34. Here an interesting fruit and vegetable market takes place daily, SAT. Accepted. The best time for a glance at the Jewish quarter is a Saturday morning, between 8:3 and 9, when the women in all their finery go to the synagogues in the Rue de Ratisbonne, etc. At the any angle of the Place d'Armes begins the Boulevard Séguin, PL D34, now the main street with the chief banks, shops, and cafes, a favorite evening resort. In a side street, the Baul, du Juxem Zouaves, rises the new cathedral, PL D34, begun in 1905 and now nearly completed. To the S of it is the Palais de Justice, PL D4, in the pleasant square named after it, music, CP 177. From the S end of the Baul. Séguin, the Rue de Mostaganem and Baul. Marceau, PL, DF4-5 lead to the new Gare Centrale, PL, E4P, 175 in the modern Moorish style, 1907-9. The S quarter of the town, between the barracks, PL, CD45, built in the charming neo-Moorish style, and the town walls is the so-called equals village neger equals, PL, CD5, a growth of the French period. It consists chiefly of small one-storied houses, occupied by the natives, the working classes, and the poorer Mohammedans, with the Marché Arab as its nucleus. A visit may be paid to it in the morning, or better on a Friday or Sunday afternoon. In an open site on the E side of this quarter, near the Rue Duterter, tramway number 6, CP 176, is the picturesque Marabout City El Bakir, PL D5, p. 172. Near this is the Porte du Cimetière, leading to the Jewish burial ground, pl. d5, to the Christian cimetière to Maillot, pl. ef5, and to the suburb of Lamer occupied by natives. The E part of the new town is intersected by the Rue d'Arzew, passing the new gallery Audiobook with its row of shops, a little beyond which the Bowl de Tivoli diverges to the N left. In an open site at the end of the street rises the Ville Mosquée, pl. f3, built at the end of the 18th century, now being restored, with a minaret resembling that of the El Hawari Mosque, p. 179. The chief boast of Oran is the *= Promenade de l'Adeng = pl. CD2, the delightful grounds, shaded with palms, which flank the N and W sides of the Beni-Ounif. They are reached from the Place d'Armes, either to the NW by the Rue Philippe or to the NE, by a road beginning between the Cercle Militaire and the Hôtel Continental. To the E of this road lies the Lycée, pl. D3, a road to which crosses the ravine of the Ain Ruina. The two NE platforms above the Fort St. Thierry's, pl. D2, command a glorious view, especially towards evening, of the bold coast as far as the Point Canastel, p. 184, and of the double-peaked Jebel Kahar, p. 184. The terrace on the NW side, near the Nouvelle Aquarium, Music, CP 177, affords a good view of the harbor, of Jebel Merjajo with the Plateau du Marabout and Fort Santa Cruz, see below, and of the Bay of Mers el-Kabir, p. 183. The Châteauneuf, pl. CD2, now military headquarters and barracks, was the Borj El Amer Red Castle of Moorish times, the chief fort of the town next to the Kasbah, the Rosal Khazar of the Spanish period, seat of the governor, and in 1792-1831, the residence of the Bey of the province of Oran. Admittance on application at the guardhouse. The inconsiderable buildings date partly from the Spanish occupation. On the outer walls and the entrance gateway are in Arabic and several Spanish inscriptions. See environs. 1. The old = Fort Santa Cruz = pl. A2, 1221 ft. Now an observatory, on the Picdater, the east spur of the Jebel Merjajo, is reached by the Rue de Berlin, p. 179, and the Porte de Santa Cruz or du Santon, 1/4 hr. A very rough, shadeless path ascends to it, beginning on a stony slope to the right above the drilling ground, crossing the road to Fort St. Grégoire, and passing the chapel of the Vierge de Santa Cruz, pl. A1, 1024 ft. View. It may be reached also by a bridle path through the Ravin des Plantours, pl. A.B. 3, the gorge at the beginning of the Bois des Plantours. The fort was built in 1700, nearly destroyed by the Barbarescos in 1708 and 1792, and restored in 1856. It has always been connected with the Châteauneuf, see above, by an underground passage, 3 m long. The platform commands a fine view of Oran and the Bay of Mers el-Kabir, custodian 3050C. The Belvedere is a more interesting point. We follow the road from the Porte du Santon, see above, passing the drilling ground and crossing the 8 min Ravin des Plantours. Now called the Chemin des Plantours, pl. B.3, the road ascends in windings through the Bois des Plantours, a pleasant pine grove on the S-slope of Jebel Merjajo, where jackals are sometimes seen. To the right, halfway up, a path finger post diverges to the 10 min Belvedere pl. A 3 RFMTS, a kind of temple where we enjoy a superb view of Oran. We may now either go on to the Plateau du Marabout, or else return to the town by the very attractive S branch of the Chemin des Plantours, pl. A.B.4, which descends to the valley of Ras El Ain, p. 177, and leads along its left bank to the Port du Ravin, pl. B.C.3. The road to the Plateau du Marabout about 1360 ft. Car, in about 1¾ hr, 68 fr. According to bargain, ascends through the Bois des Plantours, p. 182. From the end of the road, a walk of 10 min to the N. E. Along the crest of the hill, through meager brushwood, and offering a glimpse of the Bay of Mers el-Kabir to the left, brings us to the Marabout city Abd el-Kader el-Jalani, the chapel of a Persian saint much revered throughout Barbary as the founder of the Qadria Brotherhood, p. 361. From this point, especially towards evening, we obtain a splendid asterisk view of Oran, of Jebel Kahar and Jebel Oruz, p. 184 to the n. e. of the Salt Lake and the Bay of Arzu, p. 199. To the s we see part of the Sebka Doran, p. 185, backed by Jebel Tessala, p. 186. From the plateau, we may either descend, a few minutes walk beyond the marabout, to the left to Sti. Clodalda see below, or we may go straight on, across the saddle between the Jebel Merjajo and the Pic Dater, to the 40 Min, Chapelle de la Vierge and the Fort Santa Cruz, p. 182. 2. The excursion to Mers El Kabir motor omnibus and car, CP 176, tramway to Ain-Taya projected, is specially attractive in the morning. We leave Oran near the Douane PL, B2 and above Fort Lamon PL, B1 skirt the bold east slope of the Pic Dater P 182. On the wooded end slope of the hill we reach 2M, the Bains de la Réunion, which have been in use since the time of the Zionides P 188, but owe their name to a visit paid them by Juana the Insane p. 76. The Plain Bath Hotel lies on the road above, the Saline Spring, 130 degrees far, and the bath house lie behind the rocks lower down. The baths are frequented, chiefly in spring, both by Europeans and natives. The road next passes below 2.5 m from Oran, the villa suburb of Sti, Clodalda, 197 ft. Hot. Sti. Clodalda, with its charming gardens in the shade of the hill path to the Plateau du Marabout, see above, just beyond Sti. Clotilda in the ravine of Salto del Cavallo is the spot where Takfin Ben Ali, p. 188, is said to have been slain when attempting to escape. 3¾ m Roseville, 99 ft. Not visible from the road, has a good bathing beach. For a half m Saint Andre de Mers El Kabir, 55 ft. Hot. National on the shore, a poor village inhabited almost entirely by Spaniards and Italians, lies at the S-base of the fortified Jebel Santin, 1043 ft. The end spur of Jebel Merjajo. The open roads of equals Mers El Kabir equals Arabic Mersa El Kabir, the great harbor, famed in Spanish military annals as Mazalquivir, now the naval harbor of Oran, are admirably sheltered from the W and N winds by Jebel Santin and by a rocky headland lighthouse. Beyond the 5 m little fishing village Hot. De El Esqueter, humble, rises a huge fort, the outer walls of which date partly from the Spanish period. To Ain-Taya and Bouesfer, a day's excursion from Oran, and car, CP 176. Provisions should be taken, an interesting drive, especially in spring, affording a good idea of the progress of agriculture in this coast region. Beyond the headland of Mers El Kabir, the road is carried round the Jebel Santin, high above the sea, by means of cuttings, and then descends to the fertile plain des Andalouses, which is now inhabited chiefly by Spanish peasants. Its name recalls the landing here of the Moors expelled from Andalusia, a half m from Oran Ain-Taya, 65 ft. Turkish Well, a little village, to which sea bathers resort in summer, with a church on the hill, 177 ft. 2.5 m to the SE of Cape Falcon, p. 125, from which it is separated by a chain of sandhills rising to a height of 397 ft. The road, now perfectly straight, ascends to the SW, through vineyards and cornfields, to 13 m the large village of Bouesfer, 486 ft. On the well-watered end slope of Jebel Merjajo, with its thriving farms where vegetables are largely grown. To Boutilalies, CP 185. From Bouesfer a road, with fine views, leads along the hillside, and then across the saddle, 768 ft. Between Jebel Merjajo and Jebel Santin, back to 22 m Saint Andre de Mers El Kabir. 3. A splendid walk, especially by evening light, is offered by the *= Promenade des Falaises = PL. GH1 to the NE of Oran. Tramway No. 3 P176 should be taken to the station outside the Port d'Arzu, PL. FG3. Here we go to the left, skirting the town walls, then to the NE across the harbor goods line, P175, through the Ravin Blanc at a distance from the battery of that name, and up the fields to the 20 Min, highly picturesque margin of the plateau, whence we survey the whole coast from Mers El Kabir on the W to the Point de El Aigle and Jebel Oruz to the NE. A little farther on we reach an avenue of palms, which leads in a curve to the Equator HR. Tramway terminus in the suburb of Gambetta, PL, H2. Good walkers, starting very early, may extend their excursion from the Promenade des Falaises to the Point Canestel, 784 ft, near which ends the road coming from Gambetta, 4m, and thence along the slope of Jebel Kahar or Montagne des Lions, 2008 ft, in 4.5 HRS, to the Moorish village of Crystal Poor Cafés, finely situated amid rich orange groves. Or in calm weather we may take a sailing boat, CP 176 from Oran to Crystal. We may now walk or ride donkey to a 3 fr. Up the steep hill to the saddle between Jebel Kahar and Jebel Crystal, 1970 ft. Then past the firm Tazmalt, 1105 ft. To the left the iron and lead mines on Jebel Boros, a spur of Jebel Oruz, P199 to the SE, partly through Underwood, and down to the 2.5 HRS. Railway station of St. Cloud, P199. We may there take the train via Damasmi to Arzew, P199, and return to Oran in the evening. From Oran to Hammam Bouhajar, 45m, steam tramway twice daily, thrice on Sun, Moan, and Twos, in 3343/4 HRS. Fares 5 fr, 43 fr 95c. The line starts from the N end of the bowel. Mascara PL, C4 and proceeds to the SE via 4m Lasania P185 to 7.5m Valmy P185, some distance beyond which it turns to the SW and runs parallel to the S shore of the Sebka Doran P185. 12m. Arbel on the end spurs of Jebel Tessala P186, 25m Sint, more 39m Ain El Arba. 45m Hammam Bouhajar, 574 ft, near which are the baths of that name hot, des Bains plain but good. The hot mineral water, 135-167 degrees far, resembling that of Ems, rises among the calcinter terraces of the Fur Chevel. A cool spring, 64 degrees far, strongly impregnated with iron, is used for drinking. Excursion to Missergen, CP 185. From Oran to Tlemcen, a half-M railway train with 1 first and 2nd CL, through carriage in 5.5 3/4 HRS. Fares 18 fr, 55 13 fr, 35 C 10 fr. Dep. From Chief Station P175, as far as Ain Feza P186, finest views to the left, Railway Restaurant D2 fr. At City Bellabs only. Motor trip P173, from Oran via Missergin, Ain-Taya and Pont de Elisser to 82.5m Tlemcen, returning via City Bellabs, 128m. Interesting, good road. Between Lammer, P181, and Victor Hugo, suburbs of Oran, the train crosses the Damasmi and Pérégox line, R32. Beyond the small Salt Lake Dea Morcelli on the left, we enter the Plain du Figure, on the end side of the Sebka Doran, one of the largest salt lakes in the Tel Atlas, 26m long and 6m broad. 3m Lasania, 325 ft. A Spanish village with productive vegetable gardens and vineyards, also a station on the steam tramway from Oran to Hammam Bouhajar, P184. To the SW from Lasania diverges the Oran and Ain-Taya line from Oran 47.5m in 2.3 HRS. Fares 8 fr, 60 6 fr, 15 4 fr, 60c. The train skirts the S base of Jebel Merjajo P182 near the Sebka Doran, 12.5m Missergin 360 ft. Hot, des Voyageurs hot, de la Paix both poor, pop. 4400, situated 9.5m to the SW of Oran by the Tlemcen Road, a spot much visited from Oran, possessing a large pépinière or nursery and several monastic foundations. Charming walk to the 2.5m, Ravin de la Vierge through luxuriant orange, lemon, mandarin, and banana groves. 22.5m Bouti Lalies, 295 ft. Whence a road leads via the Fort Msila and El Anchor to Bouesfer, P184. 29.5m Lermel, 300 ft. Near the W end of the Salt Lake. 35m Urahel, 450 ft. Connected by road 6.25m with Hammam Bouhajar, P184. We cross the Rio Salado Arabic Oud Mala to 40m Rio Salado 279 ft, famed for its wine. 47.5m equals Ain-Taya equals 847 ft. Royal Hotel, hot. De Landers hot. De la Poste, pop. 7500, founded in 1851 on the site of the Roman Albuli, chiefly inhabited by Spaniards, lies amidst vineyards and orchards in the narrow valley of the Oude Seine, into which the Oude Tlemcen falls here. The Thurs market is worth seeing. The road to Tlemcen, 41 m diligence at 7 p.m. in 9 HRS. Returning from Tlemcen at 9 p.m. Coupe 6 FR. Leads to the SW from Ain-Taya through a hill region, composed mainly of eruptive rock and well-watered, to the thriving village of Ain-Taya, 1,477 ft. Noted for its cattle, crosses the pass, 1998 ft. Fine views of Jebel Sebakiauk, and then descends past the onyx quarries of the hill village of Tekbelet to the Isser Valley, 20.5 m. Pont du Isser, 807 ft. Hot. Palmers humble, a village amid orange gardens and olive groves, is almost purely Mohammedan. The road, now shadeless, affording fine glimpses of Tlemcen, ascends for a long time in the valley of the Oude El Guitarra and reaches 37.5 m. Safsaf, 2493 ft. And 41 m Tlemcen, 2658 ft. P 187. Another road, 23 m, at 9 a.m., leads to the W from Ain-Taya to the little seaport of Beni-Ounif, the outlet for the iron ores of the Comp. Du Makta El Hadid P 303, from Beni-Ounif a road at 6.45 a.m. in 9 HRS, 5 FR. Leads via 5.5 m Rachgown, opposite the island mentioned at P 125, into the fertile valley of the Tafna, the ancient Siga, and to 8.75 m Takembrit, the modern name for the ruins of the once important Roman town of Siga. Then, beyond the confluence of the Isser with the Tafna, the road reaches 27.5 m Montignac, 735 ft. And 36 m Henya, 1346 ft. Whence it ascends to 42.5 m Tlemcen, 2658 ft. The Tlemcen Railway, beyond La Sania, crosses the Plain du Figuier, and beyond 6 m Valmy, P 184, nears the saltworks on the Sebka Doran, P 185. 16 m Sti. Barbduti Laylet, 492 ft. Is noted for its table grapes. Our train here diverges to the SE from the line to Pérégox and Algiers, R33, and follows the vine-clad valley of the Oude Laylet. Beyond 20 m, St. Lucian, we pass a barrage or reservoir. 26 m Les Lauriers Roses lies on the Eni spurs of Jebel Tessala, 3481 ft. The mountain which separates the great and fertile tableland of Sidi Bel Abs, one of the granaries of the province, from the basin of the Sebka Doran. The train crosses the Col des Ouldali and the Oude Imbert, 1578 ft. In the fertile valley of that name, and reaches the top of the tableland. 38.5 m Les Trembles, 1375 ft. The village lies on a height to the left, between the Oude Mekira, Sig, P 206, and its affluent Oude Sarno. We then ascend the Mekira Valley to 42.5 m Proudhon, 1477 ft. Where many of the wine growers are Germans, old soldiers of the French Foreign Legion. 48.5 m equals Sidi Bel Abs equals 1542 ft. Hot. Dorient and Continental, hot. Des Voyageurs, pop. 29,080, a prosperous agricultural town, was founded in 1849 on the plan of a Roman camp, with streets at right angles, and is surrounded by suburbs occupied mainly by Spanish immigrants. This is the headquarters of the Legion Étrangère, composed mainly of adventurers and deserters from Germany and other countries, the 1st regiment of whom is located here and the 2nd at Saïda, P 201. The Legion is for the most part stationed on the Sahara Railway, P 199, in Morocco or in the colonies. Great market on Thursdays. Outside the S-Gate, the Port de Tlemcen, are pleasant public grounds, concerts. A. E. W. Mason's novel The Truants, London, 1904, deals with the Foreign Legion. 62.5 m Tabia, 2035 ft. The next important station is the junction for a line to 48 m Crampel Ras El Ma, used chiefly for the Esparto traffic, P 171. We now near the main chain of the Tel Atlas of Oran, 77.5 m Ain-Telot, with the spring of that name and a waterfall, 83 m, Lemoricière, 2349 ft, in a fertile tract on the Isser. Near Hadjaraum, to the E of the station, lay the Roman Altava. 89.5 m Oudchuli, on the brook of that name, which bursts forth in cascades from a ravine to join the Isser. Near this, at Sidi Hamza, are considerable onyx quarries. The train now ascends rapidly to 97 m Ain-Taya, 2855 ft. We next enter the upper Safsaf Valley, enclosed by the high limestone slopes of Jebel Hanif, 3928 ft, and Jebel Chauka, 3786 ft, and an A-sharp bend, passing through several tunnels, sweep round the gorge of El Awarit, P196, with its waterfalls. We skirt the foot of Sidi Boumadine, P194, obtaining a beautiful view of the fertile hill country to the right, and run through olive groves to 102.5 m Tlemcen, CP 187. Tlemcen. The station lies to the E, 6 min beyond the port to Sidi Boumadine, PL, D23. Hotels, Hotel de France PL, BC3 Rue de Fez R2 of 4 B1 a quarter Dage, 3D4 Pens, 912 1 FR, Hotel Charles PL, a C2 Place des Victoires R3 B3 quarters Dage or D3 Pens, 7.5 1 FR, good though plain with restaurant. Cafés in the Place de la Mairie, Place des Victoires, etc. Carriages mostly with 3 horses, poor but not dear. Fares according to bargain in the Place des Victoires and Esplanade du Maichoir. Post and Telegraph Office PL, B2 Boulevard National. 1 day and a half. First, forenoon Great Mosque, P189, Museum, P190, City El Haloui Mosque, P191, Agadir, P196, afternoon Mansoura, P193. Second, Sidi Boumadine, P194, mosques open daily 8:11 a.m., at other times a permit of the subprefect, CPL, B2 is required comp. Also P174. Tlemcen, 2658 ft. The old capital of the central Maghreb El Oust, was in the Middle Ages, along with Fez, one of the great trading stations between the W-Sahara and the Mediterranean, and had a factory of the Genoese and the Venetians. It is now, after Oran, the most important town in the province, with 37,300 inhab. Including 500 Mohammedans, chiefly Berbers and Moors, and 5,000 Jews. It possesses the only Madrasa, P228, in the province of Oran, founded in 1904, and is the chief military post on the W frontier of Algeria. The town is very charmingly situated on a flat hill at the base of a ridge crowned with the Kubba Lalaseti, 3363 ft, a spur of the Jebel Tourni or Massif de Tlemcen. Beyond the extensive hilly region to the N, sloping steeply down to the valleys of the Isser and the Tafna P 185, we descry the bold mountains of the Traras group, P 198, and of Jebel Sebakiauk, P 185. The nearer environs of the town, on the upper margin of the plateau, are exuberantly fertile. Luxuriant fruit-bearing hedges are interspersed with groves of gigantic olive, carob, and pistachio trees, from whose shade peep forth the white domes of numerous tombs of saints. P. 172. Tlemcen still contains historic memorials of its medieval prime and a number of Moorish works of art, mostly of the Abdulwadite and Maronide periods. P. 188. These last, like the buildings of Fez and Kairouan P. 372, are among the most interesting in Barbary. Their great charm consists in the fact that their native characteristics have been preserved in a picturesque environment where customs and dress differ, but slightly from those of the ancient East. Pomeria, the earliest settlement in this region, was once, like Altava, P 186, and numerous Sororum, P 197, a Roman camp for the defense of the most important military road in Mauritania Caesariensis, P 244. But in Roman times, notwithstanding its favorable position, it was outstripped by Siga, P 185. On its site, by the time of Sidi Akba, P 322, there had already sprung up the Berber settlement of Agadir, which, under Idris I P 95 in 790, became the fortified capital of the province of Morocco for defense against the Kharijite kingdom in Tiarit, P 208. For 7 centuries from that time onwards, it was involved in all the parties' struggles for the possession of Barbary. During the conflicts of Umayyads, p. 69, and Fatimites, p. 323, the governors of Agadir, descendants of Salim ben Abdallah, brother of Idris I, maintained their position as vassals of one or other of these dynasties. But in 973, the town was sacked by Balagan ez-Ziri, p. 323, in the course of a war against the Umayyads. In 1081, the Almoravid Yusuf ibn Tershufin, p. 95, appeared before the gates of Agadir, and on the site of his camp, Berber, Tagrart, founded the new town of Tagrart, afterwards the Tlemcen or Tlemcen of the Moors, and united Algeria with Morocco. In 1145, the vicinity of Tagrart witnessed the decisive battle between Takfin ben Ali, p. 183, and Abd el-Mumin, p. 95, which sealed the fate of the Almoravid kingdom. Since then, Tagrart appears in history as the seat of Almohade governors of the family of Abd el-Wad, settled near Tlemcen, a branch of the powerful Berber tribe of the Zenata, and also as a military camp, while the lower classes only inhabited Agadir. The fall of the Almohads, p. 95, gave rise to the kingdom of Tlemcen, which was soon extended to the W to the Muluya, p. 124, and to the E to Bougie, p. 262. The first independent monarch was Yarmourasen ben Zion, 1239–82, of the Abdelwadites, who, with the aid of Moorish artists from Andalusia, transformed Tlemcen, his capital, into a rival of Fez as one of the most brilliant art centers in Barbary. Embellished in legend and in poetry, and most famous among episodes in the Annals or the Maghreb, were the two sieges of Tlemcen by the Marinides, p. 95. The first siege by Abu Yaqub and his grandson Abutsabit Omar, 1299–1307, commenced with the foundation of the fortified town of El Mahala El Mansura, which, saving the mosque, was razed to the ground by the Abdelwadites after the withdrawal of the Moroccan army, but was rebuilt by Abul Hasan Ali, 1335–7, on the occasion of the second, and this time successful, siege of Tlemcen. To the brief sway of the Marinides, 1337–59, Tlemcen is indebted for almost all the important buildings outside of its walls. The chief residence of Abul Hasan Ali, d. 1348, next to Fez, was Mansura, where he erected a new Palace of Victory as his Kasbah, but the place was abandoned under Abu Inan Fairs, 1348–58, and from that time down to the French period, it merely served as a stone quarry. During the brilliant reign of Abu Hammu Musa Roman II, 1359–89, the first of the Zionides, 1359–1517, the younger Abdelwadite dynasty, his court vied with that of Granada as a resort of artists, poets, and scholars. But from that time onwards, Tlemcen shared the general decadence of Barbary. It was not only the chief scene of all the conflicts between the Marinides and Hafsides, p. 323, but was grievously torn by internal dissensions also, so that it soon lost all importance. After the overthrow of the Zionides by Horuk Barbarossa, p. 221, and after a short occupation by the Spaniards, 1518, Tlemcen became a poor provincial town in the Beylik of Oran. The present town walls, 1855–6, and a whole new quarter are creations of the French regime, under which, in 1842, Tlemcen was incorporated with their new colony of Algeria. Comte, Marques's book on Tlemcen mentioned at p. 175, and A. Bell's, Tlemcen et ses environs, Oran, 1909. From the port to Sidi Boumediene, pl. D2-3, the chief gate of the town, the Rue de Sidi Bel Abs leads in 2 min to the Esplanade du Maichoir, pl. C3, planted with fine plane trees. On the left rises the Maichoir equals Arabic Meshwar, the king's castle, the residence of the Abdelwadites and Zionides, erected by Yarmourasen about 1255, a great quadrangular pile, forming like the Alhambra a complete quarter of the town. The building was largely destroyed during a revolt against Hassan, Bey of Mascara, in 1670, and in 1842 was replaced by French barracks. The only relics of the original edifice are the castle wall, built by Abul Abbas Ahmed, the 13th Zionide with its modern clock tower of 1843, and the Castle Mosque, founded in 1317, which was long used as a storehouse. The latter, having been converted into a chapel for the military hospital, has lost its original character in the interior atom. On application. From the end of the esplanade, the Rue du Théâtre leads to the Place des Victoires, PL. D2, planted with trees, from the parapet of which we look down on the Mohammedan quarter, P191, and the hills of the Safsaf Valley. A little to the NW is the Place de la Mairie, PL. C2, which together with the Place d'Alger, P190 on its W side, forms the business center of the town. On its S side rises the Mairie, PL. C2, erected in 1843. In the court are two onyx columns from Mansura, bearing two huge stone balls which were thrown into the town during one of the Marinide sieges. The Great Mosque PL. C2, Arabic Jama el-Kebir, the back of which bounds the end side of the square, now the only edifice of the Almoravid period at Tlemcen, is very important in art history as one of the few Moorish buildings of the 12th century that have survived without alteration. The inscription on the frieze of the drum of the Mihrab dome records the name of the founder, the Caliph Ali ibn Yusuf, who with the aid of Andalusian artists erected the court and the house of prayer adjacent to the Qasr el-Khadim, or Royal Castle, in 1135-8. The minaret was not added till the reign of Yarmourasen, after 1250. The Kaaba at the SW angle, adjoining the Rue de France, once perhaps the tomb of Yarmourasen and several of the Zionides, now contains the vault of Mohammed ben Merzoug. On the east side of the mosque, near the old vine in the side street, is a second saint's tomb, the Kaaba of Ahmed Bel Hassan el-Ghamari, d. 1466. The library, a later addition next to the minaret, has been removed by the French. The square court of the mosque, which we enter on the east side, is flanked on three sides by triple or quadruple arcades. The two aisles of the N arcade, which precede the minaret, are of later date. The irregular plan of the arcades and of the main portal leading into the nave of the mosque was probably due to the situation of the castle. The onyx pavement of the court is preserved in part only. The interior, consisting of a central nave, 15 by 10.5 ft, with 12 narrower aisles, is entered by 5 portals on the S side of the court, whose arches are of round or pointed horseshoe form or multifoil, and also by 2 portals. The arcades, whose arches are mostly horseshoe-shaped, but in a few cases pointed, rest on short pillars. The open roof is well preserved. The nave is crowned with 2 domes, the nearer rising behind the seta, P180, while the second, over the mihrab chapel, shows beginnings of stalactite vaulting. The great candelabrum under the central dome is modern, and is for the most part an imitation of the old one said to have been presented by Yarmourasen and now in the museum see below. The mimbar and kursi, P451, are of no artistic value, and the maxara, P71, has disappeared. The elegant stucco ornamentation of the asterisk mihrab, which even extends to the exterior, where the stone slabs are framed with multifoil arches, recalls the Mosque of Cordova. The prayer niche is lighted by 3 perforated windows of plaster. Behind the mihrab is the sacristy. The minaret, 115 ft. high, resembling the Tower of Agadir, P196, affords a beautiful view of the town and environs. On the W side of the Place d'Alger, PL. C2, where the ruins of the famous Madrasa Jadida or Takfiniya, a school for the learned erected by the Abdulwadite Abu Takfin, 1322-37, existed down to 1876, rises the Sidi Bel Hassan Mosque now the museum PL. 2BC2, custodian in the court of the Mairie, Fia half FR, erected in 1296 by the Abdulwadite Abu Sa'id Otsman. It consists of nave and 2 aisles with a low minaret. Used by the French successively as a storehouse and a school, it was carefully restored in 1900 and is now a perfect gem in the interior. The stucco decoration of the walls, preserved in part only, with its rich and graceful arabesques, P445, and the geometrical ornamentation of the round-arched plaster windows recall the sumptuous rooms of the Alcazar at Seville and the Alhambra of Granada. The half-dome of the ** mihrab, whose horseshoe mural arch rests on two small columns of onyx, is borne by stalactite or honeycomb vaulting. The ancient roof of cedar is well preserved in the left aisle only. Below the two friezes with Kufic inscriptions adjoining the mihrab are fragments, built into the wall, of faience tiles from the old Medresa Takfiniya and the Mechwar. The beautiful onyx basin once belonged to the latrine court of the Great Mosque. Along the walls are several Roman and numerous Mohammedan tombstones, some of them belonging to kings of Tlemcen. Near the entrance is the so-called Caude Real, a marble slab from the Caesarea, Comp. p. 191, bearing an L measure and regulations for the trade of Christian merchants with the natives, 1328. In the second room are the old candelabrum and remains of the old maxara of the Great Mosque, Comp. Above, Moorish and Turkish tiles, etc. On the first floor is the Geological Museum. The dirty streets to the S of the Place de la Mairie and the Place d'Alger, which have been laid out in straight lines under the French regime, belong to the Jewish quarter, where, however, a few of the old one-storied houses with a kind of sunken flat still survive. A pleasanter walk may be taken through the Mohammedan quarters, especially that to the E of the Place de la Mairie, where we may witness, especially on market day Moan, the most lively and picturesque scenes of native life. The busiest points are the Marché Couvert, PL. C2 in the Place du Caesarea, where the Italian merchants had their offices in the Middle Ages, and also the Rue de Mascara, PL. CD2, 1 and the Rue Caldon, PL. CD1. Adjoining the Rue de Mascara, once the Souk El Baradouin, Saddler's Market, is an impasse called the Derb El M Soufa, in which is situated the little mosque of Sidi Senoussi, PL. D2. His tomb is near Sidi Boumadine, P. 194, with a graceful minaret inlaid with tiles and a small house of prayer on the first floor. In the street between the Rue de Mascara and the Rue Caldon are the so-called Bains des Teinturiers, PL. D1. Hammam e Sebekin, an ancient Moorish bathhouse, 12th cent, the plan of which seems to have been an exact copy of the Roman bath. The anteroom, now much altered, was apparently the tepidarium. Straight on we come to the apoditerium, a domed room on 12 short medieval columns with a gallery running round it. To the left of this room is the caldarium in 3 sections, with the heating apparatus on the E side. The S side room is the frigidarium. At the end of the Rue Caldon, we leave the town by the Porte de l'Abattoir, PL. D1, road to Agadir, CP 196, and turn to the left, skirting the town walls, above the dilapidated Sidi Lawson Mosque, built by Abul-Abbas Ahmed, P 189, which has an elegant minaret and an interior restored in the Turkish period. On a slope near the any angle of the town walls, below the railway and formerly below the Bab Siddel Halui, is the tomb of the saint of that name, D 1307, adjoined by the Sidi El Haloui Mosque, a creation of the Maronide Abu Inan Fairs, P. 188. The pinnacled outer gateway leads to the now freely restored chief portal, with its fine inlaid mosaic tiles, 2 friezes with inscriptions, and a projecting timber roof. The ground plan of this mosque is similar to that of the slightly earlier mosque of Sidi Boumadine, P 194. From the court, enclosed by a single arcade, we enter the house of prayer with its nave, 11 ft, broad, double aisles, 10 ft, and transept. The square mihrab chapel is covered by a slightly elevated tiled roof instead of a dome. The old timber ceiling of the interior has recently been much restored, and remains of the superb stucco decoration have lately been brought to light from under the whitewash. The mihrab has lost all its rich ornamentation save the stalactite vaulting. The 8 onyx columns, brought from Mansura, which support the pointed horseshoe arches of the arcades, are remarkable for their beautiful capitals in the Moorish style. The minaret added at the W angle of the court, with its multifoil arched niches in the 2 lower stories and reticulated work on the upper, resembles that of the mosque of Sidi Boumadine. A portal opposite with a projecting roof leads to the domed latrines. We now follow the path to the W, skirting the town walls and affording fine views to the Porte du Nord PL, B1, through which we enter the Rue de France. From this street, the Boulevard National soon diverges to the right to the large place Cavaignac, PL, B12, the chief square in the uniformly built French Quarter. The font in the Church of St. Michel, PL. B2, came from the Mosque of Mansura. On the east side of the church runs the Rue Zemaines, intersecting the whole town. This street, or the Rue de la Victoire, PL. CB2, which begins at the Place d'Algiers, forms the chief approach to the SW, Mohammedan quarter, which was inhabited in the Turkish period mainly by Kiluglis, P171. At the S end of the Rue Zemaines, on the left, is the interesting École Professionnelle Indigène de Tapis, PL. C4, Adam. Daily 8:11 and 2:5, except on Sun, Frid, and great festivals. The busy Rue Hayato, prolonging the Rue de la Victoire, leads to the S.W. to the Porte de Fez, PL. A4. In the Rue Sidi Brahim, the first side street on the left is the Sidi Brahim Mosque, PL. B3, formerly belonging to the Medresa Yacoubia. The Medresa was built in 1362 by Abu Hamou Musa Roman II, P188, and named after his father, but the last vestiges of it were removed in 1846. This small mosque, with nave and double aisles, received its present decoration in the Turkish period. The mihrab, adorned with the Turkish crescent, has mural tiles with gold luster in the Gubbio style. The present pulpit, from which the Friday prayer was recited for the Kiluglis, was executed by the Turkish artist Mohammed ben Hassan ben Farfara, 1831-2, and the door of the old sacristy was carved by Salim Boujenin ben Farfara. The Kubba of Sidi Brahim, D1401, adjoining the mosque, still contains its old geometric stucco decoration and mosaic tiles. The Ouled El Imam Mosque, PL. B3, to the end of the Rue Hayato, was built about 1310 by the Abdulwadite Abu Hamou I as a chapel for the Medresa El Khatama, the oldest school of the learned at Tlemcen, but is now in a sad state of ruin. The minaret still shows traces of faience mosaics. The fine mihrab was probably redecorated under the Zionides. In the Rue de Henya, near the Fez Gate, rises the modern Medresa, PL. AB3, a tasteful new Moorish edifice, visitors admitted. To the W of the modern town walls, between the Porte de Fez and the Porte d'Oran, lies the Grand Bassin PL. A3, Arabic Saraj el-Kebir or Ben Betta, a large reservoir, similar to the reservoirs of Kairouan and Marrakesh, constructed of concrete 220 ids, long 110 ids, broad and 10 ft. Deep, now used as a drill ground. It is said to have been made by Abu Takfin, P190. According to a tradition, the last of the Zionide dynasty were drowned here by Horuk Barbarossa, p. 221, in 1517. To the NW of the French town walls, between the Porte d'Oran and the Porte du Nord, p. 192, rises the *Bab el-Kermadin PL. A1, Potter's Gate, which already existed in the time of Yarmarasan, p. 188, so named from the potsherds contained in its concrete masonry. The gateway, with its 4 towers and quadrangle, resembles the propagnaculum of late Roman town fortifications. The * ruins of Mansura the old entrenched town of the Maronides, p. 188, are reached from the Porte de Fez, p. 192, by the road to Lalamarnia, p. 197, to the SW in 2025 min car. There and back to a 3 fr. The road passes a quarter hr. The so-called Bab el-Chemis, a brick structure of unknown use, now much restored. A little above it are the ruins of a second building of uncertain origin, possibly the ancient Mosella. In 6 min more we reach the old town wall of Mansura, near the former gate of the town, within the precincts of which, to the left, above the road, is ensconced the modern agricultural village of Mansura amid luxuriant vegetation. The walls, 40 ft. high, constructed of concrete, enclose a great irregular quadrilateral space of about 4,400 ids in length and are still largely preserved on the NW and SW sides. Of the towers, about 80 in number, connected by a crenellated passage, most are rectangular in form, but the 4 far-projecting corner towers, like the 8 gate towers, are quadrangular. Near the old gate above the road are a bridge and remains of a rudely paved street of the Maronide period. Of the old Palace of Victory, the Kasbah of Abul Hassan Ali, p. 188, once sumptuously fitted up, there are now, on the highest ground in the town precincts at the S.E. angle of the present village, a few scanty relics only, the chief of which is the inner court, resembling the Myrtle Court of the Alhambra, p. 83. close to the old W Gate on a plateau above the road, rises the Mansura Tower, 130 ft. The minaret of the chief mosque, founded by Abu Yaqub p. 188. The back wall, the staircase, the upper platform, and the muezzin's turret have fallen in, but the ruin, with its golden-toned masonry glowing in the sunshine, its peaceful surroundings, and the superb view from its base, has an indescribable charm. The ruin was restored in 1877. The portal of the minaret formed the central entrance to the court of the mosque. Of the 3 concentric gateway arches, the inmost horseshoe arch, resting on 2 onyx columns, has been entirely renewed. The first story here, as in no other Moorish minaret, is adorned with a balcony, borne by corner brackets and stalactite pendentives, now without columns. The second story, relieved by narrow window openings, has the usual reticulated ornamentation, while the upper story is adorned with multifoil arched niches. Remains of the faience mosaics are still visible at places. The custodian, who has generally to be asked for in the village, shows the ruins of the court and of the mosque itself, which once had 13 arcades. The hill village of Sidi Bou Madiene equals 2841 ft. Picturesquely situated amid olive groves on the slopes of Jebel Mefrouch, 20 min to the e of Tlemcen, contains, like Mansura, some of the finest existing memorials of the Marinide period. It was once named Ubed el-Fouki, Upper Ubed, and at a very early period belonged to a monastery, the Ribat el-Ubed, but it derives its present name from Sidi Abu Median, a scholar from Seville, about 1126-97, who was buried here by order of the Almohade Mohammed en Nasir, 1198-1213. Around the Kaaba of that great scholar and saint, which for centuries attracted countless pilgrims, are grouped the buildings of the Marinide sovereigns. The road to Sidi Bou Madiene, only the lower half of which is fit for driving, branches to the right from the Sidi Bel Abs and Ain-Taya road, 2 min from the port to Sidi Bou Madiene, and passes below the Mohammedan cemetery, Maqbara, with its wealth of cypresses. By the wayside are a number of saints' tombs, mostly in ruins, among which is the Kaaba of Sidi Sanusi, d. 1490, with its green-tiled roof. We pass also the remains of mosque walls and a ruined minaret, which belonged to the village of Ubed-e-Sefli, Lower Ubed, once situated here. We ascend through a defile shaded with fine old fig and cherry trees, and soon reach the lower entrance of the village, whence we go straight on to the mosque, with its conspicuous minaret, and the Kaaba of the saint guide quite needless. The outer gateway, decorated anew in the later Turkish period, with its clumsy wooden penthouse in front, is the entrance to a forecourt, within which are the 2 sacred edifices and the Maison de El Aukal, now the works office, a building of the time of Mohammed el-Kebir, p. 178, on the site of the ancient Zayaya or Pilgrims' Hospice. The Kaaba of Sidi Bou Madiene, to which steps descend to the left under the penthouse, was restored by the Marinide Abul Hasan Ali, p. 188, and towards the end of the 18th century, was injured by a fire. It owes its present decoration, save the 4 onyx columns from Mansura and the sacred fountain in the vestibule, to Mohammed el-Kebir, whose artist, named in the inscription on the frieze of the gateway, was El-Hashmi ben Sarmashik, 1793. The vault, richly garnished with flags, ostrich eggs, votive offerings, etc., contains the coffins of Sidi Abu Median and the Tunisian Saint Sidi Abd-e-Selim side by side, custodian 2030 c. The *= mosque equals, erected in 1339 by Abul Hasan Ali, about the same date as the Myrtle Court Palace of the Alhambra, Comp. p. 80, is one of the most brilliant creations of the exuberant Moorish art of the 14th century, and, thanks to the sanctity of its site, it has survived the wars of the Zionide age and resisted the decadence of the Turkish period without serious damage. The custodian is usually to be found in the vestibule of the gateway. The chief portal, now skillfully restored, is a masterpiece of artistic decoration. The superb outer gateway, whose lofty horseshoe arch opens into the vestibule, is lavishly enriched with faience mosaics, which show beautiful arabesque patterns in the rectangular stonework of the doorway and geometrical designs above the frieze with the inscriptions. The gateway is crowned by a tiled roof resting on narrow brackets. 11 steps ascend to the vestibule, where the stucco decoration of the upper wall surfaces vies in beauty with the stalactites of the dome. At the inner gateway, the lower part of the doors of cedarwood has been skillfully encrusted anew with bronze. The door knockers resemble those of the present Puerta del Perdón at Cordova, p. 70. We now cross the simple court of the mosque, flanked with single arcades, to the mosque itself, with its nave and double aisles. The somewhat broader nave and the transept by the wall of the mihrab recall the ground plan of Sidi Akba's mosque at Kairouan, p. 374. The arcades, whose horseshoe arches, like those in the court, rest on pillars of masonry, and all the wall surfaces are encrusted with stucco. The richly coffered stucco ceiling of the aisles is well preserved, but the perforated dome of the mihrab chapel was tastelessly restored in the later Turkish period. The mihrab, with its stalactite half-dome, its friezes with Kufic inscriptions, and the 3 perforated plaster windows, deserves special attention. The capitals of the 2 onyx columns which support the horseshoe arch of the niche are the finest at Tlemcen. The pulpit is modern. The minaret, like the Kutubia at Marrakesh, which it resembles in its lowest story, still shows the 3 copper balls on its muezzin turret. The rosette ornamentation under the platform is peculiar. The ascent is recommended for the sake of the fine survey we obtain of the village and the beautiful view of the hilly plain of Tlemcen with the minarets of Agadir, p. 196, and Mansoura. A few paces above the outer gateway of the mosque court, a flight of steps on the right ascends to the old Madrasa, now a national school. This edifice, erected by Abul Hasan Ali in 1347, is the only learned school of the kind still preserved in Barbary, besides that of Marrakesh. But it has been almost entirely restored, first by Mohammed el-Kebir about 1793, and lately by the French government. The building is usually shown by the teacher, 50c. The portal, ornamented with faience mosaics and surmounted by a projecting roof like the chief door of the neighboring mosque, opens into a court, adorned with a fountain and flanked with an arcade. On each side are 6 cells for the students, Thalba, Sing, Thalib, and there are 4 others in the small court adjoining the SE angle. The niches in the walls for the books and lamps of the students should be noticed. In the center of the S wall of the court is the entrance to the old room for study and prayer, with a mihrab and a wooden dome which was probably restored in the time of Mohammed el-Kebir. The stucco enrichment of the walls is best preserved on the entrance side. The old court of ablutions adjoins the NW angle of the main quadrangle. The platform of the upper floor of the court, where there are 12 more cells, affords the best view of the minaret of the mosque. At a small house near the Madrasa, we obtain the key, fee 30c of the so-called Petit Palais del Ubed, a ruin popularly called Dar-e-Sultan, Palace of the Sultan, situated below the Kaaba of Sidi Boumadine. The building, which also dates from the Maronide period, was more probably a hospice for the richer pilgrims. It comprises 3 courts with small side rooms or alcoves, like those of the Alhambra, and remains of baths and latrines. A visit to it hardly repays if time is limited. On the way to the Dar-e-Sultan, we pass the latrine court of the mosque and the so-called Kaaba of Sidi el-Ubed. From 2 min. Farther, the end of the village we may descend and cross the railway to 6 min, the Sidi Belabs Road. This road leads to the through olive groves, and then, turning to the S, through the Safsaf Valley to 3/4 HR, or from Tlemcen 1 HR. The gorge of asterisk equals Elawarit equals P186, car, there and back 45 FR. The bridge across it affords a fine view of the valley and the lower waterfalls. RFMTS. The road to Ain-Taya, P185, diverges to the left from the Sidi Belabs Road, at a point 10 min from the port to Sidi Boumadine, P188, and about a half m farther passes near the gorge of the Oud Mechkana, which lies a little to the left. Here, beneath superb old terebinths, P202, on the site of the old cemetery of Agadir, Cimetière de Sidi Yaqub, are situated the pretty Kaaba of Sidi Wahab, the oldest saint of this region, said to have been a companion of the Prophet, and the so-called Tamo de la Sultane, a dilapidated octagonal domed building, 12th cent, which served in 1412 as a tomb for a Zionide princess. The ruins of Agadir P187 may be reached in about 10 min from the port to El Abattoir, PL. D1, P191 by the old Safsaf Road to the N.E. P185. Of the chief mosque founded here by Idris I P95, the only relic is the elegant minaret, 105 ft. in height erected by Yarmourasen at the same time as the Tower of the Great Mosque, p. 190. The substructures, 19 ft. High, composed of Roman blocks of stone from the ancient Pimeria, and with Roman inscriptions built into them outside and in the staircase, probably belong to an earlier minaret. A little to the E, beyond the ravine, are preserved a few fragments of the E, wall of Agadir built by the Berbers. A few paces to the end of the road rises the handsome Kubba of Sidi Daoudi, D1011. The present building is probably of the Marinide period. Prom Tlemcen to Nemours via Lalamarnia. M railway to 36.5 m Lalamarnia, 2 trains daily in Ka. HRS, fares 6 FR, 65 4 FR, 75 3 FR, 55 C, going on thence to 43 m. Zougel Beghul, the terminus on the Moroccan frontier. The railway, admirably engineered, skirts the end side of Tlemcen, and then, near the Bab el Kermadin, P193, turns to the SE to 3M Mansoura, P193, and crosses the Col du Juif, 2664 ft. Behind us there is a fine view of Tlemcen, while the distant view extends to the plain des Anged and Jebel Beni-Snassen, see below. We next skirt the N spurs of the Jebel Tourney group, P187, and pass through superb valleys and ravines. 7.5 m Ain-Taya. Beyond 9.5 m Zelbon we are carried through the valley of the Oud Ziton, one of the chief tributaries of the Tafna, P185. 18.5 m equals Turin equals 1969 ft. Hot, Fournier and Hot, Leclerc Pour, a thriving village in a well-watered region. Esparto is the chief export. 28.5 m City Mejid, with a camp of wedded Spahis, P390. 31 m Tralamit. 36.5 m equals Lalamarnia equals 1197 ft. Hot, de France, Hot, de la Renaissance, properly Lalamagania, on the site of the Roman castle of Numerus Sororum, was founded in 1844 on the occasion of the campaign against Morocco and named after the tomb of a female saint. It is now the most important frontier town of the province of Oran. It was made a free mart in 1895 and holds a great Sunday asterisk market, much frequented by Moroccans. Lalamarnia forms the portal of the Plain des Anged or Plain d'Oujda. This great plateau is bounded on the N by the Traras group, P198, and the fertile Jebel Beni-Snassen, 4659 ft. Both inhabited by Berber tribes only, and on the S by the main chain of the Tel Atlas. The old caravan route to Fez by Taza, the key to Morocco, has been the scene of all the expeditions of the Arabs against Morocco ever since that of Sidi Akba in the 7th century. From Lalamarnia, a new road, motor omnibus twice daily, leads to the SW, crossing the frontier of Morocco halfway to Ka. 15 m equals Oujda equals or Oujda 2241 ft. Hot, Figari good quarters should be engaged by telegraph, Pop. Ka. 8000, the chief town of Morocco, which is said to have been founded by the governors of Tlemcen in the 10th cent, and was occupied by the French in 1814, 1859, and 1907. The picturesque town, the most fertile oasis in the Anged steppe, lies amidst orchards and olive groves, not far from the Oud Isli, the battlefield of 1844 P221. We enter the town, passing the Kubba of Oujda, by the N gate Bab el Kemis. Straight on is the French consulate in a pretty garden, while to the left are the custom house and post office. In the S quarter of the town rises the Kasbah or Dar el Maksin, the seat of the Moroccan emir or governor. At the N angle of the Kasbah is the chief mosque, dedicated to Sidi Akba, to the NE of which lies the souk, P335. Behind the mosque is the new École Franco-Arab. Outside the E-gate, the Bab City Abd el-Wahhab is the camping ground of the caravans, and outside the S gate Bab Ouled Amrin, on a slight eminence 10 min from the town, are the quarters of the French troops of occupation. The Thursday market is important. Famous horse races in October, in connection with those of Lalamarnia. For a visit to Oujda, travelers may use also the railway as far as Zougel Beghul, Comp. P197, on the Moroccan frontier, whence Oujda is about 8 m distant. The road to Nemours diligence leads to the N from Lalamarnia through a hilly region, crosses the Oud Mouila, a tributary of the Tafna, near the Hammam city Cheikh, a small bath with saline springs, 91 degrees far, and then winds up past the Quba Sidi Abdallah on the left towards the Traras MTS, which are famed for the beauty of their outlines. In the Jebel Masr, near the top of the pass, the Col de Babtaza, 2664 ft, is a cadmium mine worked like the neighboring mines of Jebel Mazes by a Belgian company. We now descend to the Eni in many windings, passing not far from the onyx quarries near the Quba Sidi Brahim into the valley of the Oud Zebuir. 53.5 m from Tlemcen equals Nadroma equals 1312 ft. In Pop 4900, superbly situated in a fertile basin, is an antiquated little Berber town with fine medieval mosques. The asterisk market, Moan, and Thurs is worth seeing for the sake of the picturesque costumes of the peasants who flock to it from the mountains around. Home industries are much in vogue in the environs. The Jebel Filiasan, 3727 ft, the highest of the Traras group, to the E of Nadroma, commands an extensive view, embracing in very clear weather the Sierra Nevada in the far N. The road soon leaves the Oud Zebuir and turns to the NW to the lower course of the brook, which takes the name of Oud Tileda farther on, and from the influx of the Oud Taima to the sea that of Oud El Mersa. In the upper valley of the Taima, on the slope of Jebel Kirkir, 1884 ft, are the Quba Sidi Brahim, where a small French force under Karl de Montignac was almost entirely cut to pieces in 1845, and the Quba Sidi Tahar, where Abd el-Kader, p. 221, surrendered in 1847. The former event is recalled by a monument in the Vallée des Jardins, 3/4 m, to the S of Nemours. 64 m from Tlemcen equals Nemours equals Hot de France, Pop 3900. A pleasant little town, noted for its mild and healthy climate, was founded in 1844 on the site of the Roman Ad Fratres, a name derived from two rocks near the beach. The banana culture thrives in the environs. On the Plateau de Tauant, 407 ft. To the Eni of the town are the ruins of Jema el Ghaziayet, Marauders community, once a Berber village, but afterwards a notorious den of pirates, p. 221. Nemours is a steamboat station, Comp. R18. 32. From Oran to Beni-Ounif de Figuig, Kolombachar, via Damasmi and Paragox. M State Railway, direct communication with dining car Dage, 3D, 3.5 fr, and sleeping car 12 fr. Extra 3 times a week only Tues, Thurs, and Sat. Returning Sun, Wed, and Frid. Express via 129.5 m Saida to 305.5 m Ain Sefra in 16 HRS. Thence by ordinary train to Beni-Ounif in 5.25 HRS. Trains start from the Gare d'Arzu at Oran, P175. As far as 55.5 m Paragox we may travel by the Oran and Algiers train on the main line R33, noting that the stations there are 550 IDs, apart 25 C. Fares to Ain Sefra 39 fr, 35 29 fr. 50C, sleeping car, first CL, only 12 fr. Extra, second CL, similar to Engel, third, to Beni-Ounif 50 fr, 95 38 fr, 20C. Return ticket, valid 16 days, 71 fr, 30 or 53 fr, 50C. A good supply of copper coins will be found very useful. The journey from Oran to the Sahara is most interesting, as it carries the traveler from the seaboard through a cultivated region, across the Tel Atlas to the Hauts Plateau, and then over the Sahara Atlas to the margin of the desert. The only good intermediate resting place is Ain Sefra. A stay of several days at Beni-Ounif will be found pleasant, especially in spring. The oasis of Tiaut is now eclipsed by that of Figuig, one of the most beautiful in the Sahara. The line goes on from Beni-Ounif to Kolombachar, its present terminus. Oran, CP 175. Our train crosses the Algiers main line, R33, passes the suburb of Victor Hugo and the Dea Morcelli, P 185, and runs to the E through vineyards, fields, and dwarf palm underwood in succession, and then past the S base of Jebel Kahar, P 184, to 12.5 m. Fleuris. 17.5 m Sint, Cloud 502 ft. Hotel lies pleasantly on the spurs of Jebel Crystal, 6.25 m to the SE of Crystal P184, 21 m Renankleber 433 ft. The village of Kleber 505 ft. Hot, Voinsen lies 2 m to the NW at the foot of Jebel Oruz, 2070 ft. Semaphore, with its large quarries of white, yellow, and red marble, Rosso Antico. 26 m Damasmi, on the Bay of Arzew, the ancient Laturus Sinus. The village lies above the station, to the S. A branch line 3 m in 1215 min connects Damasmi with Arzew or Arzew 7 ft. Hot, de la Niver Hot, Des Bains, Brit, Vice-Consul A. Gautre, Pop. 6,000, a small seaport at the foot of Jebel Sissioun, 532 ft. Whence a goods line runs to the S to the 9 m, salt works on the Lac Salin d'Arzew or El Melaha. The harbor, naturally one of the best and most sheltered in Algeria, but as yet little used, has been improved since 1906. From here, chiefly Alpha P171 is exported to Great Britain and Germany. From Damasmi, the train runs to the SC, close to the shore. 28 m St. Lou 177 ft. Hot, de El Europe. To the SC of the village of Saint Leu, and 1 m from the station, is the Berber village of Beni-Ounif, near which are the scanty ruins of Portus Magnus, the only Roman settlement on the Bay of Arzew. 34.5 m Portox pools, etablissement thermal, with sulfur baths, a sea bathing place in summer. The train skirts the narrow strip of sandhills and passes the mouth of the Macta. 37 m equals La Macta equals, a village at the end of the Marais de la Macta, or swamps of the river plain of the Sig, P206. And the Habra, very malarious in summer, is connected by a branch line with 7.5 m, Lastidia, a village founded by German peasants in 1844, and with 18.5 m Mostiganum, P207. The train now runs inland, past the margin of the morasses, to 48.5 m. Debrousville, in the broad plain de El Habra. The village belongs to the Domaine de El Habra et de la Macta, the largest estate in Algeria, watered by a network of cuttings, 276 m in length, from the reservoir of the Oude Fergoug, see below. Since the failure of 2 private companies, the estate has been owned by the Crédit Foncier de France. Of its 70,000 acres, 44,000 are pasture land, and the rest is devoted to grain and fruit. Its headquarters are at La Ferme Blanche, near the railway. At 55.5 m, equals Pérégox equals we cross the Oran-Algiers line, P206. Ascending the valley of the Habra, here called Oud el Hammam, Bath River, we now penetrate the Beni-Chaugrain MTS, the N marginal chain of the Tel Atlas. On the left, just before 61.5 m barrage, lies the barrage de Pérégox or de El Oude Fergoug, the largest reservoir in Algeria, which irrigates some 90,000 acres of land. The embankment is 550 ids. Long, 130 ft. High, and from 130 ft. Thick at the bottom to 12.5 ft. At the top. The reservoir once contained 33 million tons of water, but the quantity is constantly being diminished by the deposits of the stream. 67.5 m Dublino, 443 ft. 78 m Bougenifia is the station for the small baths of Hammam Bougenifia, on the right bank of the Habra, 2.5 m, to the SW. Bath Hotel, the 8 saline springs, 136 degrees far, are the Sirenses of antiquity. 86 m Tizi or Thizi, 1490 ft. Rail, restore. In the plain d'Egris, a lofty and fertile tract between the N lateral chain and the main range of the Tel Atlas. Branch line 7.5 m in Ka, a half HR. From Tizi to equals Mescara equals 1903 ft. Hot. Burley Rue de Dalmatie R2.5 B1 Dage, 2.5 Om, a half FR, quite good, hot. Du Luxembourg Rue Victor Hugo, Café de la Brasserie, Place Gambetta, Pop. 22,930, beautifully situated on a chain of hills on the N margin of the Egris Plain. This was the capital of the Beylik of Oran in 1792, and in 1832-41 was the residence and chief stronghold of Abd el-Kader, p. 221. The chief quarter of the town, with the place Gambetta as its center, has a mosque, 18th cent. In the place National and a Beylik, now military offices, built by Mohammed el-Kebir, p. 178, in the street of that name. This quarter is separated by the ravine of the Oud Taudman, now a public park, from the spacious place de El Argoub, market on Thurs and Frid, And from the barracks quarter. Outside the Port d'Oran, the W Gate, we have a delightful view. Outside the Bab Ali, the N Gate, lies the Mohammedan quarter of that name, where burnesses are woven. Mascara is famed for its wine. At 93½ m, Thiersville, 1601 ft. The train crosses a range of hills to the stony tableland of Gurjum, much overgrown with dwarf palms, beyond 102½ m Ain-Taya, 1618 ft. It crosses the brook of that name, the chief feeder of the Habra, and at 110½ m Cherchell, 1792 ft. In the fertile valley of the Ain-Taya, reaches the main chain of the Tel Atlas. 122 m Les Ochos, Arabic Hammam Ould called, with saline springs, 113 degrees far. 126½ m Nazareg, 2625 ft. 129½ m equals Saida equals 2746 ft. Hot, Lugan or Riu in the marketplace 10 min. From the station R2 D3 pens, 7 a half fr. Hot, Vergnon hot, de la Paix, pop. 8100, the southmost town in the Tel Atlas of Oran, founded in 1854, lies in an uninteresting region. In front of the Mairie rises an imposing monument, 1910, to the soldiers of the Foreign Legion who fell in Oran. From the Place du Marché Arab Market on Moan. Where the mosque is situated, the Rue Thiers and the Rue Nationale lead to the SW to the high-lying barracks of the Foreign Legion, P 186. Above the marketplace lies the native quarter. The train next passes on the left, the scanty ruins of the last fortress built by Abd el-Kader, affording a view of Saida as we look back, and ascends between barren hills to the tableland on the S margin of the Tel Atlas. 136½ m Ain el-Hajar, 3360 ft. Rock Spring, a village of 1500 inhab, in a fertile, well-watered district with a military prison. On the bleak tableland, between the region of the Hassasna on the N, E, and the Malif Plain on the SW, we pass several small stations. 157 m. Kralfella, 3638 ft. With great stacks of esparto grass, was the scene of the massacre of the Spaniards at the hands of Bouamama, p. 222, in 1881. The train now descends to the Houtsplateau, p. 169, where an occasional caravan or a few grazing camels only are seen, while the vegetation is limited to saline plants and patches of esparto grass, p. 171. 166 m El Baida, 3497 ft. The first fortified station. 171 m. Modsba, 3471 ft. With its great stacks of esparto grass and the good station of a branch line to 22 m. Marhoum, used solely for the esparto traffic. 192 m equals Le Crater equals 3241 ft. Hot. De Paris R2 Dage, 1/2 D2 FR. On the N bank of the Chat et Chergui, P 169. Commanded by a small fort on the hill above it, was founded in 1881 as a military base of defense against the partisans of Bouamama. The barracks, in the Neo-Moorish style, are surrounded with plantations which are watered by means of a wind pump. We at length reach the salt marshes, pass between low sandhills, and are carried through the masses of mud by means of a short embankment to 201 m Bouquetaub or Bougataub, 3264 ft. The starting point of a road to Garyville, 66 m, diligence. We then mount gradually to the N. Spurs of the Sahara Atlas, P 170. Stations uninteresting. 242 m Macheria, 3806 ft. Hot. Des Voyageurs Pop. 700 at the foot of the Jebel Antar range contains barracks for convicts of the Foreign Legion and a small mosque. The train again traverses the Houtsplateau. To the left rises the distant Jebel El Malha. Near 262½ m Nama, 3825 ft. Is the salt lake of that name, not visible from the train. 384 m Maykalis, 4311 ft. The highest point on the line with a few fruit trees. The train now crosses the watershed between the Houtsplateau and the Sahara and descends into the Fayjet El Batoum, a broad valley so named after its terebinths, Pistacia terebinthus L, Arabic B-Tom or B-Toum. The valley is flanked on the E by Jebel Aissa, 7336 ft, and on the W by Jebel Morged, 7008 ft. The two highest of the Montagnes des Caissauer, as the Sahara Atlas is usually called here. Beyond 299 m, Turkunt appear in the foreground Jebel Mekter, 6762 ft. With a post optique or signal station, used at the time of the conflicts with Bouamama and the long chain of sandhills near Ain Sefra. 305.5 m equals Ain Sefra equals 3577 ft. Hot, de France or Place R3 Dage, 3D, 3.5 fr. 5 hot. Des Voyageurs, both in the chief square, very plain, Café Bienvenue, not founded until 1881, with a strong garrison and about 1,400 in Hab, is grandly situated in a broad valley between Jebel Aissa and Jebel Mekter. The village, lying on the left bank of the Oud Ain Sefra, Yellow Spring, was devastated by an inundation in 1904. A market moan is held here for the Berbers of the environs, who still speak Tamazight P94. An iron bridge crosses to the barracks, a neo-Moorish building. Through the Berber village, Kaysar, P281, behind the barracks we may climb in 3/4 hr. To the top of the reddish-brown asterisk sand hills, formed by disintegration of the rock, which give the landscape its very peculiar character, and whose shifting sands threaten to overwhelm Ain Sefra in spite of the sheltering plantations. The famous oasis of Tiaut equals 10.5 m to the E of Ain Sefra and 3 m to the N of the railway station of Tiaut, P203, is a favorite goal of tourists. A horse or mule should be ordered in good time, cheapest at the subdivision, 2 fr. Attendant 1 a 2 fr. The traveler may shorten the long ride by returning from Tiaut by train. The track leads through the broad, shadeless valley, some way from the brook Ain Sefra. We have a fine retrospect of Ain Sefra and its sandhills. We pass several red sandstone rocks, about halfway the rail. Station of Tiaut and the oasis beyond it come in sight. In this little oasis, 3445 ft, one of the highest palm oases in the Atlas, lies an interesting Berber village, Pop. 400. The low-lying gardens, protected by high mud walls, yield fruit and vegetables under the shade of the well-kept date palms. Their irrigation is provided by a small reservoir to the end of the village, a charming spot where we may rest under the palms on the bank of the brook. A few minutes' walk from this point to the ene of the village rises a reddish rock, on which about 65 ft. Above the valley, protected by a grating, are traced figures of animals and hunters, archers, a prehistoric curiosity called the Hadra Mektauba, with later Libyan Berber and Arabic inscriptions. About 8 m to the W of Ain Sefra, on the road to Ain Esfisifa, 4,176 ft. And the Moroccan oasis of 3724 ft. is the copper mine of Hassi Ben Hedjir. Beyond Ain Sefra, the train, with the engine now at the other end, follows the valley of that name and rounds the Jebel Mekter group in a long curve to the E beyond, 312.5 m Tiaut oasis, P202, visible on the left. It descends to the S, lastly through masses of debris and rock cuttings, to 321 m Ain el Hajjaj. We then pass through a defile between Jebel Mekter and Jebel Jura. To the left, framed by rocks, lies a low reddish-brown sandhill. Farther on, to the left, between Jebel Jura and Jebel Bouligfad, 5545 ft, opens the broad mountain valley of the Raweba, which at 328 m Raweba joins the Ain Sefra to form the Oud en Namis. The train turns to the SW, at the S base of Jebel Mekter, a little to the right of the palm oasis of Magrar Tatani, 2710 ft. Lower Magrar, famed for its prehistoric rock drawings. 340 m Magrar Faukani, Upper Magrar, beyond which we pass its palm oasis, overlooked by a kubba on a low hill. We next pass through the gorges de Magrar, a sandstone ravine full of rocky debris, into El Faija, a valley at the S base of the Mir el Jebel, 6790 ft. And Jebel Mezi, 6988 ft. 359 m Genian Buresk, 3254 ft. Has a redoubt or fortified camp on the left, in the style of a Roman camp, a small palm oasis, and a pretty military club in the Moorish style, shaded with palms. The train enters the valley of the Oud Dermal, one of the sources of the Oud Zausfana. In the distance we sight Jebel Beni Smur and Jebel El Maiz, P204. An iron bridge carries the train across the Dermal, usually dry, to the ruins of 379 m Duverier, at the mouth of the Oud Duis, which has been deserted since an inundation in 1904. We then descend between low ranges of hills, Jebel Tlemcen, 2953 ft. On the left, on the margin of the desert, and German Tatani and Jebel El Haimer on the right. To the Zousfana, beyond, rises the old fort of Campo, where the palms of Beni-Ounif become visible. 396 m equals Beni-Ounif to Figwig equals 2707 ft. Hot. Du Sahara B1.5 Dage, 3D, 3.5 pens, 12 fr, plain but good, advisable to secure rooms beforehand by telegraph, 1300 in Hab. Founded in 1903 as being then the terminus of the railway, adjacent to a Qaisar or Berber village at Ouinifi, and a camp militaire, is now a free mart, rapidly growing in importance. Its total trade with Morocco and the Tuat oases amounts to about 4 million francs. The few and quiet streets, planted with palms, present a marked contrast to those of Biskra, which is now overrun with tourists. The white domed building near the railway station serves at once as a church, a town hall, and a law court. Behind it is a fondak, P281. The only sites are the Zaouia city Slimane ben Bousmaha, the chief sanctuary of the Ould city Cheikh, a Berber tribe of Oran, and the Qaisar, P281. A poor village inhabited by Haratin, P94, at the back of the barracks quarter, where the mode of irrigating a palm oasis may be observed. Beni-Ounif, situated in a rocky wilderness, commanded on the N and W by jagged and fissured mountains, Jebel Beni Smr, 6857 ft. Jebel El Maiz, 6037 ft. And Jebel Gruz, 5328 ft. And separated from Figwig by a chain of low barren hills, possesses to the full the fascination of a Sahara landscape, P172. The most striking view, especially towards evening, of Beni-Ounif, the Palm Oasis, and the village of Figwig, as well as of the spurs of the Sahara Atlas, is obtained from Jebel Melias, 3986 ft. A spur of Jebel Gruz, 2 HRS, to the N of the little town. For this ascent, and for all the longer excursions, travelers must procure an escort of Cavaliers du Magazin, P390, who usually provide horses for the journey, horse for half a day 2 a 3, whole day 5 fr. Fee to each, Cavalier, 2 fr. Application for the escort has to be made at the Bureau Arab, P174 in the Camp Militaire. Figwig equals, to the N of Beni-Ounif, first visited by a European, Jur. Rolfs in 1862, is the largest and most fertile oasis in the Sahara Atlas of Iran, containing about 400,000 date palms. According to the Treaty of 1845, it belongs to Morocco, but only nominally since its bombardment by French troops in 1903. From the earliest times, the oasis has been in high repute. It embraces 7 villages Kaysur, in 3 groups, the Feghiha Castra Tria of antiquity. In the early 16th century, Leo Africanus extols the artistic skill of the inhabitants. Their industries, however, are now limited to the weaving of burnices and carpets, similar to the knot-worked carpets of Fez, and to the manufacture of small articles in leather. The place is inhabited by Berbers, besides a large number of Jews, the Haratin, and a few Negro slaves. Tamazight P94 is their chief language, but Arabic also is spoken at places. The S-margin of the oasis and its boundary towards Beni-Ounif is formed by a range of hills running from Jebel Melias, see above, W2E to Jebel El Haimer, P203, and crossed by 4 passes, the Col des Moujadin, the Col de la Juive Arabic Teniat El Ihudia, the Col de Zanaga, and the Col de Tagla or Tarla. The shortest route is via the Col de Zanaga, commonly called El Keneg, the pass. By this route the whole excursion, there and back, takes 5-6 HRS. But time permitting, it is preferable to go by the Col de Tagla, watered by the Zousfana, and bounded on the E by the somber rocks of Jebel Tizi-Ouzou, 3484 ft. And to return by the Col de Zanaga or the Col de la Juive, a full day's expedition. The ascent of one of the hills adjoining these passes, stout boots advisable, in the company of an escort, is to be recommended on account of the fine view. The route over a stony plain to the a half hr. Zanaga Pass crosses the Oud Melias, the bed of which is generally dry, near the frontier of Morocco, indicated by heaps of stones. The vegetation here is limited to a few thorn bushes, Jujubes Ziziphus vulgaris, Arabic cedra, French jujubir, and the prickly Anabasis areatides, Arabic agerum, the chou-fleur du Sahara of the soldiers, which is much used in this part of the Sahara as fuel. At the entrance to the pass, about 200 ids. In breadth, we may observe to the left, on the stony slope of Jebel Zanaga, 3435 ft. Several graffiti or rudely engraved sketches on the rock comp. P 202, but not very distinguishable under the black patina. Beyond the first palms of the oasis, at the exit of the pass rise the Kuba city Fettel, surrounded with numerous votive stones, Kirkers, Riems, and the Hayaida city Tiffer, an open walled rectangle. We have here a good survey of the lower part of the oasis, with the village of Zanaga, P 206, and numerous borges, round watchtowers, backed by the Jebel Gruz range, while on the edge of the plateau of the 6 upper villages gleams the conspicuous Kuba city Ben Isa El Erj. Our route now leads to the Eni across the barren, dazzling white plain de Bagbed, 2818 ft. We may first visit El Hammamin, the 2 villages, Hammam Tatani, on the slope of the high plateau, and Hammam Faukani, 2950 ft. Where Bouamama was encamped in 1902 p. 222. But it is more usual to go direct to the 4 villages, at first through small fields of barley and vegetable gardens, and then between the high mud walls of the palm gardens. We ascend through a picturesque defile on the rocky and fissured slope of the upper plateau, whence the water flows down in open cuttings, CP 94, to the village of El Mais. We note here the quaint architecture and the lanes arched over with palmwood beams, under which the natives take their siesta on stone benches in the hot season. Some of the little houses of the Mela, or Jewish quarter, are owned by Morocco leatherworkers. Through the contiguous village of Ould Slimane we pass to El Audagir, Berber at Aadi, the largest village in Figwig next to Zanaga. Since 1902, this has been the seat of a Moroccan emir, or governor, who with his few soldiers occupies the dilapidated Dar el Baida, White House, on the barren Hzen, as the upper plateau is called 2,943,000 ft. The mud-built houses of the village, mostly consisting of 2 or more stories, are overlooked by the new square minaret of the chief mosque, where the governor attends the Friday prayers. A second mosque has a very old and graceful octagonal minaret. The prison visitors admitted, the tents of the Amariyat, the girls of the nomad tribe of the Amur, whose habits resemble those of the Ould Nile, P 215, and the Mela, where the escort prepare tea in their own peculiar manner, also may be visited with interest. To the W of El Audagir is the basin of the Ain-Taya, a spring which supplies Zanaga also and has often given rise to bitter quarrels between the 2 villages. From the massive borge belonging to the villagers of El Audagir, adjoining the basin, we obtain a splendid asterisk panorama of the oasis and the girdle of mountains around it. At our feet lies El Abid, Adonai, with its many towers, the westmost village, now dilapidated and partly deserted. On our way back, passing the underground Ain Meslot, with 2 vaulted baths, Hammam, we come suddenly to the precipitous brink of the plateau, here about 100 ft. high, where we enjoy a beautiful view of the forest of palms around Zanaga. The village of Zanaga, Berber Isnain, 1/4 m to the s of El Audagir, and 4/4 m to the n of Beni-Ounif, with its 1-storied mud-built houses, its massive towers, its Mela, and many vaulted lanes, has for its center the chief mosque and the square in front of it. A smaller mosque lies outside the village. The large basin is fed by underground conduits, P94, from the Ain-Taya. From Oran to Algiers, a half-M railway, day train with 1st and 2nd CL, saloon carriages and wagon restaurant, Dage 4D4.5 FR, in 11.5 HRS, fares 35 FR, 526 FR, 5C 19 FR, Night Express in 9¾ HRS, Lit Salon 12 FR more than 1st CL, fare, sleeping carriage 12 FR, extra, scenery as far as a Frevel uninteresting. The best places for breaking the journey are Miliana, Hammam Rira, and Blida. At Paragox this line is crossed by the line from Oran to Damasmi and Beni-Ounif to Figwig, R32. From Oran to 16M Sti. Barb du Tilalet, CPP, 185-186. Our train now crosses the Tilalet, P186, and the flat saddle between the Tel Atlas and left the chain of Jebel Gira, 1083 ft. On the S-slope of these hills lies the Fort de Mouli Ismail, an expanse of 11,000 acres of underwood, where Sultan Moulay Ismail of Morocco, p. 96, was signally defeated by the Bey of Mascara, p. 200, in 1707. 32 M. Saint Denis du Sig, 177 ft. Hot, du Louvre, pop. 11,900, lies in the fruitful plain of the Sig, called Mekara in its upper course, p. 186. The environs are watered by the Great Barrage du Sig, cattle market on Sundays, Marché Arab. 38 M. Bouheni, Habra 66 ft. At the foot of the Beni Chowgrain MTS. p. 200, not far from the marshes of the Makta, p. 200. Melons are much cultivated here. The train crosses the Habra, p. 200. 47.5 M equals Paragox equals 148 ft. Hot. Des colonies Rue de Mostiganum R 2.5 B.5 fr. Quite good, hot. Des voyageurs near the station for Beni-Ounif, pop. 10,100, largely Spanish, is a pleasant town with a pretty Jardin public and a detachment of the Foreign Legion p. 186. Wednesday Market. Railway to Oran via Damasmi, Arzu, and to Beni-Ounif cr. 32. To the left stretches the plain de El Habra, p. 200. In the distance rise the hills near Lastidia, p. 200, and Mostiganum c. below. Beyond 55.5 M. Nuvianaud Mala, 420 ft. The train crosses the hill region between the main chain of the Tel Atlas and Jebel Bel Hassel, c. below, and at 65.5 M. El Hilal, 410 ft. Enters the plain de la Mina, adjoining the plain of the Shalif, p. 208, one of the hottest regions of Algeria in summer. A road 12.5 m, in winter at 1.3, in summer at 8.3, leads to the S from El Hilal to the interesting and purely Mohammedan hill town of Kala pop. 4,800, Sat, market, once famous for its carpet industry. We cross the Mina, 2.5 m below the Barrage de la Mina, which waters some 25,000 acres of land. 77.5 m equals Relizing equals 289 ft. Rail, restore. Hot de la Paix, hot, de Paris R2 B.5 Dage, 2 D2.5 pens, 7 fr. Pop. 9,000 half Mohammedan is a small town amidst rich orchards. Our line is crossed here by the Mostiganum and Tiaret line. From Relizing to Mostiganum, 47.5 m, railway in 233 HRS. Fare 6 fr, 10 or 4 fr. 55 c. The train crosses the Mina before 7.5 m Bel Hassel, and then in a long bend to the NE skirts Jebel Bel Hassel, 1694 ft. It next turns sharply to the SW to 18 m Mekalia, crosses the hills of the Forêt de Lactaube, 1552 ft, affording fine views of the Shalif Valley and of the Dara Range p. 208, and then descends to 27.5 m Audel Care, from 34.5 m Ain-Taya, 657 ft. Hot. Belloc, pop. 2,900, chiefly Mohammedan, surrounded with olive groves and orchards, a road leads to 4.5 m Pont du Shalif, 66 ft. Which, situated near the ancient Roman town of Quiza, is named from the bridge built by Spanish prisoners from Mazagran, c. below, and rebuilt in 1850. Beyond 45 m Palisier we pass through the charming Vallée des Jardins, a half m equals Mostiganum equals 341 ft. Grand Hotel near the Place de la République, hot. Du Louvre, hot. De la Guerre, pop. 22,000 Inkel. 10,900 Mohammedans and 1,100 Jews. A seaport on the east shore of the Bay of Arzu, p. 199. Situated on an old coast terrace rising abruptly from the sea, perhaps the site of the Roman Murastuga, owes its foundation, under the name of Borj el Mehel, to the Almoravid Yusuf ibn Tershufin, p. 95. It is the oldest garrison of the Turelurs indigenes, a native regiment formed in 1847 and well known as Turcos in the Franco-German War, 1871. The main quarter of the town, with the station, the fine Jardin public, the Place de la République, a fine point of view, the market, and the chief mosque, founded by the Maronite Abul Hassan Ali, p. 188 in 1342, lies on the left bank of the Ain Sefra, fully a half m above the harbor quarter. On the lofty right bank of the ravine are a second European quarter, and outside the Port des Medjs, the interesting Mohammedan suburb of Tijet. The harbor, now choked with sand and inadequately protected from N and NW winds by 2 piers, lies between 2 small tongues of land, La Salamander on the SW and Carauba, 266 ft. With its sacred grove on the N.E. The railway from Mostaganem to Lastidia and La Macta, P200 passes 2M, Mazagran, 459 ft. Hot. Pujol, Old Berber to Mazarin, where the Spaniards sustained a severe defeat in 1558, and where a small French force in 1840 repelled the attacks of 15,000 adherents of Abd el-Kader. P. 221. Monument. From Relizing to Tayeret, 75 m, railway in 4¾ HRS. Fare 9 fr, 65 or 7 fr, 25 c. Scenery unattractive. Beyond 5½ m Oud Kellogg, the train follows the course of the Mina, P207, which separates the Beni-Chaugrain P200 from the Ouassanis MTS, P209, 12 m. Sidi Mohammed Ben Yehuda, 417 ft. Noted for the strange cult of the local saint of that name, in whose Zayaya sacred lions were once kept, the loftily situated Kaaba, a great resort of pilgrims, is guarded by Negroes who are said to be descendants of a servant of the saint. Popular festivals in Og. And Oct. 27 m uses Leduc or Fortassa, 840 ft. 54 m Mecheres Fa Prévos Paradol. Near Mecheres Fa on the Mina are 2 cemeteries with several dolmens of the 4th cent, the sole relics of an ancient Berber town. 69 m. Takdemt with a ruined arsenal of Abd el-Kader. M equals Tayeret equals 3577 ft. Hot, Dorient or Leket hot. Des colonies are 1-3 Dage or D1-3 Pens, 4-6 fr. Pop. 7200. Moan Market lies on a mountain pass not far from the fertile plateaus du Sursu, on the S margin of the Tel Atlas. A cold but healthy site, once occupied by Tingarsha, the capital of Algeria in the Byzantine period. New Tayeret, the capital of the Kharijite sect of the Ibadites, p. 323, probably lay below the present town, in the direction of Takdemt. About halfway on the road from Tayeret to 35 m Frenda, among the hills to the S of Tayeret, are the Jedar, step pyramids in the style of the Tomo de la Creation, p. 238, but on square foundations, tombs apparently of forgotten Christian Berber princes of the 6th-7th cent. Composed partly of materials from 5th cent, buildings. 3 of these, all in a very ruinous condition, are on Jebel Hajar. 10, including the largest, 52 by 49 ids, lie on the Colline de Ternate, 3¾ m farther to the S. The Algiers Railway, running to the NE at some distance from the Sebka de Relizing or de Sidi Bou Chayan, enters the desolate lower plain of the Shalif, p. 215, the ancient Chilamath Arabic Kelmatu. 98 m Sint, Aimé or Tizi-Ouzou, 243 ft. With a petroleum refinery for the oil springs of Ain Zeft Taghia, lies on the Dara, the coast hills to the N of the Shalif. The train crosses the Oud Tizi-Ouzou. 104 m Inkerman or Oudriou, 263 ft. Hot. Des Voyageurs, Hot, Dinkerman, Pop. 5,200, of whom 4,200 are Mohammedans, with large quarries and a Wednesday market. The little Berber town of Mazana 18 m to the N of Inkerman, on a branch of the road to Renault, superbly situated, the capital of the Algerian Beylik before Mascara, p. 200, is one of the quaintest places in the Algerian Tel Atlas. Home industries, burnesses, hikes, etc. are much in vogue. Interesting Thursday market. The train crosses the Oud Riu. 110 1/2 m Lemurja, the last station in the province of Oran. 117 1/2 m Karen or Boukader, a little town of 5,200 inhab, almost all Mohammedans, lies in the province of Algiers Thurs. Market. On a low hill, 2 m to the N are Roman ruins called La Una by the natives. At Tuchid, 3 m to the SW, is a cavern in the rock, 330 ft. Long, consisting of a number of low passages and containing huge layers of bats guano. The Trou du Diable, 4 m to the S of Karen, is another object of interest. We cross the Oud Sly, with its barrage, to 122 m Malakoff or Oud Sly, and then pass through a wood of Aleppo pines and carob trees. 131 1/2 m equals Orleansville equals 410 ft. Hot. Du Palais Pens, 5 fr. Hot, des Voyageurs, Pop. 4,900, of whom 2,300 are Mohammedans, founded in 1843 on the site of the Roman Castellum Tingatanum, is a smiling oasis, irrigated by a conduit from the Shalif, but one of the hottest places in Algeria, maximum 125 degrees far. The chief site is the early Christian Basilica in the Place de la Mosaique, discovered in 1843 and recently further excavated. It was built in 324 and is the oldest Christian church in Algeria. The foundation walls are alone preserved. It consisted of a nave and double aisles without a transept, with 2 entrances from the outer aisles and a rounded W apse, to which was added in 475 a second choir recess at the end, containing the tomb of Bishop Reparatus. Considerable fragments of the mosaic pavement also have been preserved. The town has also a mosque, 1894, and a carpet-making school. The Saturday market is important. From the N ramparts, we have a fine view of the Shalif ravine and the Dara MTS. A road railway in course of construction leads from Orleansville to Taines, 33 m, diligence in 6 HRS, at 2 from Taines at 6 p.m. It crosses the Shalif and beyond the suburb of La Ferme, hidden among trees, leads through a eucalyptus avenue and then to the NW across A Plain to 8.5 m Warnier, 394 ft. At the mouth of the Oud Wahran Valley. Then to the N, through the Dara MTS. Inhabited almost solely by Berbers, to 17 m Les Trois Pommiers, 525 ft. With its gypsum quarries, and across the 19.5 m Col de Courbe, 1,476 ft. To the valley of the Oud Alala and 30 m Montenot, with its orchards and iron mines. 32.5 m Via Taines, picturesquely situated above the gorge of the Alala, said to have been founded by S. Spanish Moors in 875, was notorious as a den of pirates in the Turkish period. 33 m equals Taines equals 164 ft. Hot, des Arts, hot, de l'Univers, etc., pop. 5,000, Berbers 3,300, founded in 1843, is perched like Mostaganem on the edge of a plateau rising above its little frequented harbor, which is fairly sheltered on the E only by the huge rocky Cape Taines, 2093 ft. Lighthouse visible for 40 m. Of Cartana, the earliest settlement here, originally founded by Phoenicians, a few Roman cisterns only have been preserved. At the W. end of Taines, there are also some rock tombs belonging to an early Christian cemetery. A second road, 36 m, Courier on Mone, Wed and Frid, at 6 a.m. in 8 HRS. Leads from Orleansville to the SC through the Wassenis MTS, via 33 m Boucaid with the zinc and galena mines of the Belgian Ville-Montagnico to 36 m Benihindel 3825 ft. At the S-base of the triple-peaked Wassenis, 6512 ft. To Teniat El Had, CP 211, 210. Leaving Orleansville, the train runs to the NE, near the Shalif, to 135 m Ponteba. Fine view to the left of the hill region on the E margin of the lower plain of the Shalif. 140 m Le Barrage, near the largest reservoir of the Shalif. The train sweeps round to the S, away from the river, and traverses a fertile and well-shaded plain to 146 m. Oud Fata, 522 ft. A small town of 5,300 inhab. Near the left bank of the Oud Fata, through whose valley peeps the three-peaked Wassenis, see above. In the plain des Sétifs, as the very monotonous central plain of the Shalif is called, we next come to 148 m, Temelgavaben, at the foot of the bare Jebel Temelga, 1749 ft. With iron mines, to 162 m, Oudrouina, and 166 m, Courbe, the station for a village 3 m, to the N, on the margin of the Dara MTS. To the right in the foreground rises the range of Jebel Dewi, 3409 ft, whose spurs bound the central Shalif plain. To the left, for a short time, we have an asterisk view of Jebel Boumad, 4643 ft, generally snow-clad in winter, and of Jebel Zakar Garbai, P 212. 171 m Duperret, 820 ft, at the foot of Jebel Dewi, near the ancient Roman Oppidum Novum. The train crosses the Shalif above the influx of the Oud Ebda. To the left, in the riverbed, is the pier of a bridge on the old Roman military road, We now pass through a defile between barren hills. To the right, we have a glimpse of the broad upper plain of the Sétif. 178.5 m, Littré or less Arab, 853 ft. In the Plain des Arabes, at the foot of the Dara. 184 m Laverand, 945 ft. On the spurs of the Zakar range. 186.5 m equals a Frevel equals 1020 ft. Rail, restaurant with rooms, good, hot de el Univers in the village next to the diligence office, R2 be a half D, 2 FR. Hot, du Hout Shalif, hot, de Vaucluse near the station, well spoken of, pop. 2000, at the foot of Jebel Zakar Garbai, is one of the stations, Miliana Marguerite being the other, CP 211, for Miliana, 6 1/4 m, diligence 3 times daily, 1 FR. Car, 1012 FR. And the starting point for Teniat El Had. The excursion to the cedar forest of Teniat El Had takes a day and a half, motor omnibus, 5 or 6 FR, in Ka, 3 HRS. Diligence, leaving at 11 a.m., returning at 9.4 a.m. in 8 HRS. Carriage 50 FR, or more, hardly recommended, to the E of a Frevel beyond the market Thurs. And the Oud Souffé, our rather featureless road, diverges to the S from the Dolphusville Road. It leads among eucalyptus trees to the 2 3/4 m, Shalif, and then, beyond, 7.5 m, Lepuitz, 971 ft. Ascends by the Oud Masson through an almost uninhabited part of the Tel Atlas, between hills thinly clad with pines. 10.5 m Pont du Caid, 1329 ft. 16.5 m Caravanserail de El Oud Masson, 22 m Marbot, 2287 ft. Beyond the 39th kilometer stone, 24.5 m, we observe on the right the curiously shaped sandstone rock of Jebel Hadra Tawila. We then cross a pass, 2,920 ft, whence we have a pleasing view of the valley of the Masson behind us, to 27.5 m Duderter on the Oud Rouina. M equals Teniat El Had equals 3806 ft. Hot. Du Commerce R2 Dage 2D, 2.5 FR, tolerable hot. De la Colonie humble pop. 2100, the starting point of caravan routes to Tayeret P208 and to Chelala and Lagwat P215, situated on one of the most important passes of the Tel Atlas, owes its name, Sunday Pass, to its Sunday market, attended chiefly by the inhabitants of the plateaus du Sursu P. 208. On the east side of the little town lies the poor village Neger, Comp. P. 181. The cedar forest of Teniat El Had, on the slopes of Jebel El Meded, 5863 ft. Cedar Mountain, to the W of the town, is still the finest in Algeria, although largely cut down of late and bereft of its primeval character. The Atlas cedar, Cedrus atlantica maneti, with its silvery and very short needles and of gnarled and often fan-like growth, is smaller and less showy than the Himalaya cedar, Cedrus deodara Roxburgh, and the cedar of Lebanon, Cedrus libani, but in a few cases attains a circumference of 30 ft. The cedars are mingled, particularly in the lower parts of the forest, with evergreen or home oaks and cork trees, Quercus ilex, senes, and subber. The excursion to the forest, as far as the Ron Point and back, takes 4 of 5 HRS, or including Kef Siga 6-7 HRS. Mule, obtained from the natives, or horse, from the Bureau des Messageries, 5 FR. Car, from the latter, 2025 FR. Hardly advisable as the road is bad. The road to the 8 3/4 m, Ron Point leaves the highroad to the S of the town, but riders and walkers take a shortcut from the W side of the town, thus saving about 1/4 m. In about 40 min we come to the Parapluie, on the right side of the carriage road, an umbrella-shaped cedar on a rocky height on the end slope of the Kef Sacha, 5134 ft. And in 25 min more to the forester's hut, Gerbai Forestier, of Pré Maigrat. The finest parts of the forest are near the forester's house at the Ron Point des Setters, 4889 ft. RFMTS, if required, on the end margin of the Jebel El Meded, where the Sultan, one of the grandest of the cedars, is pointed out. From the Ron Point, a steep zigzag path ascends to a saddle with a pasture in a clearing on the right, where we dismount, and whence we climb over the rocks to the top of the Kefsiga, 5624 ft. The NW peak of the Cedar Mountain. The asterisk view embraces the whole of the Wassanis group, P209. To the E rise the mountains of Boghar, to the N the Zakar range with Miliana. To the S we survey the Houts Plateau with the bare hills of Chelala as far as the distant Jebel Amour p. 170 in the Sahara Atlas. From the Ron point we may ride on to the W to 56 HRS, Beni Hindel p. 209. The train crosses the Oud Bouten. It then runs to the Eni, soon with a retrospect of the Wassenis MTS, and ascends the luxuriantly fertile valley of the Oud Soufe between the Zakar Range and Jebel Gontas, 2858 ft, to 193.5 m, Miliana Marguerite or Adalia about 1700 ft. The station for Miliana, 5.5 m to the W, reached by steam tramway, in connection with the trains in 3/4 HR. And for Marguerite, p. 212. Diligence equals Miliana equals hotels. Hotel du Commerce in Disley, Rue de Constantine near Place Carnot Hot. Valentin Place Carnot next the diligence office with dependence Hot. D'Europe in Rue Fontenoy R. 2 FR, B40C Dage or D2 Pens. 6 FR. Unpretending, attentive landlord. Diligence to a Frevel in the morning in connection with the motor omnibus to Teniat El Had, CP 210. Miliana 2428 FT. Pop 8400 Inkle, 5300 Mohammedans, which is said to have been founded by Balagan as Ziri Comp. P 221, on the site of the Roman Zuccabar, lies most romantically on a terrace on the S slope of Jebel Zakar Garbai, amidst luxuriant gardens, and is particularly charming in April when the fruit trees are in blossom. The chief gate, the end gate of the modern town walls, is the Porte du Zakar, near the tramway terminus, a few paces from the small public Jardin Magenta. Passing the covered marché Arab the Rue Saint Paul, a beautiful avenue of planes, leads in 3 min to the Place Carnot, in the center of which rises an ivy-clad minaret, now a clock tower, a relic of the chief mosque, which was destroyed during the war with Abd el-Kader, p. 221. Near the SW angle of the Place Carnot passes the Rue Saint-Jean, also planted with plane trees, leading to the S to the Esplanade de la Caspa, nicknamed Point aux Bloggers, which affords a delightful view of the Chalif Plain and the Wassenis MTS. The orchards around and the cascades of the Oud Bouten, see above, are better seen from the rampart promenade on the east side of the town. The Jebel Zakar Garbai, 5181 FT. Western Zakar is ascended by a good mule path in 2-3 HRS, Mule 45 FR. The view of the wooded Dara MTS, of the Chenwa P 242, of part of the Midija, and of the Estel Atlas is one of the finest in Algeria. A delightful asterisk excursion, by carriage or on foot, especially in spring, may be taken to 6/4 m Marguerite, the road to it being part of that from Afrevel to Blida and Algiers, Comp. P 214. The road branches to the left, a few minutes to the Eni of the Porte du Zakar, from the Adalia Road, and soon passes close below the iron and copper mines of the Société des Mines du Zakar, which are connected by a line of rails with the road tramway. Farther on, ascending gradually through orchards, a perfect sea of blossom in spring, we reach the gorge of the Oud Righez or Rurhez between Jebel Zakar Garbai and Jebel Zakar Chergui, 5027 FT. Eastern Zakar, which also is famed for its view. Equals Marguerite equals 2395 FT. Hot. Du Zakar Pour lies picturesquely on the SE slope of the hill, 3 m above the rail. Station of Miliana Marguerite, P 211, with a fine view of the valley of the Oud Soufe, and yields one of the best red wines in Algeria. Farther on the road skirts the east slope of the Zakar Chergui, rounds the gorge of the Oud Tizi-Ouzou, and then descends in windings across the Col des Oliviers, 1834 FT. Beyond this, a rough road to the left diverges to Hammam-Rira, see below, aside from the village of Vesselbanian, 1653 FT. 4.5 m to the N of the rail. Station, see below, to 9 m, the Pont de El Oud El Hammam, see below. Just beyond Miliana Marguerite, the railway passes through a tunnel, 2525 ids, into the bleak valley of the Oud Zebouj, 200.5 m, Vesselbanian, station for the village, see above. 205 m Boumedfa, 797 FT. About 1 m to the W of the village of that name is the station for the baths of Hammam Rira. Hotel omnibus meeting every train, up in 1, down in 3/4 HR. Trunk a 1/2 FR. The road ascends to the W from the station in the valley of the Oud El Hammam, which at Boumedfa joins the Oud Zebouj to form the Oud Jur, p. 213. 2 M Pont de El Oud El Hammam, 883 ft. At the junction of our road, with that leading from Afrevel and Miliana to Burkika, p. 243, Blida and Algiers. We follow the latter into the side valley of the Oud Jur, whence we ascend to the SW in windings to the 7M village of Hammamrira, 1542 ft. Hot, Dorient Poor, a half M equals Hammamrira equals 1706 ft. Grand Hot. Des Bains of the first class with beautiful grounds shaded with palms, and baths including 2 hot swimming baths, R48, B1.5 Dage, 3.5 D5 Pens. 1018 FR. Open 15th deck, 15th May only, hot. Bellevue, dependence of the former and below it also with baths, plainer, pens, 79 FR, open May deck. The quicality of antiquity, Arabic Hammam City Sliman, Solomon's Bath, is the most fashionable watering place in Algeria. It lies on a barren terrace descending abruptly to the SE to the Oud El Hammam, affording a fine view of Jebel Zakar Chirgui to the W, and of Jebel Gontas, p. 211, Jebel Lauh, 4751 ft, and Jebel Mouzuya, p. 213, to the S the hot springs, 113–166 degrees far, which are strongly impregnated with carbonate and hydrated sulfate of lime, are used as a cure for rheumatism, gout, etc., while the water of a cold chalybeate spring is drunk by anemic and dyspeptic patients. The chief season for foreign visitors is from the middle of Feb to the middle of April. In summer, the military hospital, which contains 3 restored ancient piscinae, and the Mohammedan and Jewish baths below the hot Bellevue are much frequented by Algerians. The Allée des Ruins in the public grounds contains a few relics from the ancient aquicality. We may walk thence to the W, between vineyards which yield excellent red wine, in a quarter HR. To the Fort de Choiba, a pine forest of 2,000 acres, in which the petty tour of 2.5 or the grand tour of 5 M may be taken. The Samsam, 2800 ft. Commands a fine view of the Midija and the Sahel, p. 221. Pleasant drives car. 1540 FR. Per day, driver and horses to be fed by the hirer via 12.5 M, Marguerite to 18.5 M, Miliana Comp. p. 212. Via Burkika and Marengo to 23 M Tipaza or to Cherchell CPP, 243, 244. From Boumedfa the train descends to the NE, skirting the Oud Jur and through a defile overgrown with underwood at the foot of the Nador des Salmata, 2507 ft. To 214 M Oud Jur and then to the E. Into the broad plain of the Midija, p. 221. To the left in the distance rises the Chenwa, p. 242, and on the Sahel range, p. 221, may be seen the Tamo de la Creation, p. 238. 219 a half M Elefraun, a village on the Afrevel and Algiers road, is like Castiglione, p. 238, a starting point for Tipaza and Cherchell, steam tramway, CP 243. To the right rise the hills of Blida, with the deep incision of the Chifa ravine, p. 215. 222 a half M Mouzouyaville, 368 ft. Pop. 5000, lies near the spurs of the wooded Jebel Mouzouya, inhabited by the Berber tribe of that name. 225 a half M. Chifa, 364 ft. Near the left bank of the Chifa, CP 238, and nearly 4 M from the entrance to the ravine, by the Rocherblanc, p. 215. We cross the stony bed of the Chifa, opposite the influx of the Oud El Kabir, see below, and then ascend through fields, vineyards, and cactus hedges to M equals Blida, equals, the station 689 ft. Lies about 3/4 M below the town, to the NW, 1820 min from the chief hotels. Omnibus to the Place d'Armes with luggage, 10 at night 20 C, cab 50 C. Hotels, hot, Dorient PL. A C3, Rue d'Alger and Place d'Armes are, 35 B112 Dage, 3.5 D4 Pens, 12 a half FR, Good Hot Garand PL, BB2 Rue Lamy Plainer Hot, de la Midija PL, CB2 Rue Flatters corner of Rue Palisier R2 Dage or D2 FR, Plain but Good Hot, de la Gare near the station Dage. 1.5 D, 2 FR, Humble, Café d'Orient in the Hotel and Brasserie Lyonnaise, both in the Place d'Armes. Post and Telegraph Office, PL, 5C3, Place d'Armes. Cabs stand in the Rue de El Hospital, behind the Place d'Armes. In town a half to Sid El Kabir 35, Chiffa Ravine 812 FR. According to bargain. Sites: Forenoon, Jardin Bizat, Bois Sacré, Cemetery of Sid El Kabir and Stud Farm, La Ramotte. Afternoon, trip to the Chiffa Ravine, either from Sidi Madani or Camp d'Esternes, P215. If desired, Algiers may be reached by train the same evening. The attractive mountain tour, Les Glaciers, etc., are feasible in summer only. Blida 886 FT. Pop 18,400 Inkel. 10,700 Mohammedans, one of the pleasantest provincial towns in Algeria, with a strong garrison, is charmingly situated at the end base of the Tel Atlas, on the right bank of the Oud El Kabir. To this so-called Great River, as well as to the considerable rainfall in winter, the town is indebted for the splendid timber in its public grounds and the luxuriant vegetation of its orchards, notably the orange groves between the end suburbs of Joinville and Montpensier. The town is said to have been founded by Andalusian Moors in 1535. In 1825, it was destroyed by an earthquake. It has been rebuilt since 1838, but in 1867 was again much damaged by an earthquake. From the station, we proceed via the Avenue de la Guerre to the Bab el Sebt, PL. A, B, 2, 5 min to the NE of the Bois Sacré, see below, and within the town walls we follow the Rue Lamy, called also Boulevard Trumelet, to the Place d'Armes, PL, C3, which, with the adjoining Rue d'Alger, PL, C32, is the center of traffic. This pleasant square is planted with plane trees and has a fountain in the center shaded by a great date palm. A band plays here in winter. Adjacent is the Place La Vigerie with the Catholic Church of St. Charles, PL, C4. The streets to the end of the Place d'Armes, with the 2 small mosques, PL 3 and 4, C32, and the lanes near the Place du Marché Indigène, PL CD3, interesting Friday market, are inhabited mainly by Mohammedans and Jews. From the Place d'Alger at the end of the Rue d'Alger, the Rue Zaya leads to the left to the large stud farm, Dépôt de Ramotte, PL C1, where fine horses of the Arab and Barb breeds may be seen. From the Place d'Armes, the Rue and Port Bizat lead to the SW to the Jardin Bizat, PL B4, containing fine araucarias, palms, and magnolias. On the end side of the Avenue du Champ de Manoeuvres, 5 min to the W of the Port Bizat, lies the famous Bois Sacré, PL A34, where 2 picturesque tombs of saints are shaded by superb groups of Aleppo pines, araucarias, and olive trees. The Avenue du Champ de Manoeuvres joins, near the drill ground, the Highroad to Boukerke and Afrevel. Comp. P212, from which, just before Chiffa, P213, 5M to the W of Blida, the road to the Chiffa Ravine and Maillot, P215, diverges to the left. This route to the Rocher Blanc, P215, is uninteresting and in summer extremely dusty. Cabs, CP213. From Port Bizat, we may turn to the E and walk round the town walls through an avenue of carob trees to the Bab el Rabba, PL D4, the S E town gate, which is reached also from the Place d'Armes by the busy Rue Termin. To the S of this gate, the Avenue des Moulins, a broad avenue of plains, leads along a conduit with several mills into the pretty valley of the Oud el Kabir. After 10 min, we diverge to the right by a shadeless road, passing pleasant orange groves and crossing the stream twice, and then, just beyond a half HR. A mill, ascend a path to the left to the poor village of Sid el Kabir. Above the village are the Zaouaya and the picturesque cemetery of Sid el Kabir, with the tombs of Ahmed el Kabir, D1560, the founder of Blida, and his 2 sons, to which on great Mohammedan festivals pilgrims flock from far and near. A second footpath to the N descends hence into the valley. The highest mountains of Blida, the Jebel Mouzouya, P213, and the Pic des Beni Salah or Jebel Sidi Abd el Kader, 5345 FT, are famed for their cedar forests, where the natives, however, have made sad havoc, and for the grand panorama they command. The distant view embraces the Tel Atlas from the Wassenis, P209, to Jebel Dira, P250, the Dara, P208, and the whole of the Midija with the Sahel and the Jurjura chain, P258. The ascent of the Jebel city Abd el-Kader via Ain-Taya takes 4 HRS. Hardly less repaying is the ascent of the Kefkria, 50-85 FT. To the Essie of Blida, to which a bridle path, mule 4-5 FR. Leads from the Avenue des Moulins, P214, via the village of Les Glaciers, 3957 FT. Hot, d'altitude d'age, 3 FR, good in 4 HRS. From Blida to Berwagia, 52 M, railway in 4 HRS. Fares 9 FR, 46 FR, 75 FR, 5C. The train diverges to the SW from the Oran and Algiers line, crosses the Oud El Kabir and the Chifa, P213, and beyond the Rocherblanc, 466 FT. In enters the Gorges de la Chifa a grand defile, flanked with the slopes of the Pic des Beni Salah and Jebel Mouzouia, here over 3,000 FT. High. At 7.5 M Sidi Madani, 597 FT. Begins the finest part of the ravine, the grandest scenery is around the Hot. Du Ruisseau des Singes, 738 FT. Dage, 133 D3 FR, at the mouth of the side valley of the Oud Thamesgita and at the waterfalls beyond the inn. The numerous apes, P171, that dwell in the rocks here sometimes descend to the bottom of the valley. 12 M Camp d'Esternes, 1253 FT. In, beyond the lateral valley of the Oud Merja. Following the valley of the Oud Mouzia, the train leads round the S-slope of Jebel Mouzia to 19.5 M. Mouzia Les Mines, 1640 FT. With its deserted copper and iron mines, and then in numerous windings ascends the W-slope of Jebel Nador, 3675 FT. Fine views to 28 M Lodi 3042 FT. 31 M. Madeira equals 3019 FT. Hot, Dorient, hot. Du Commerce, pop. 3800, Inkel, 1900 Mohammedans and 1200 Jews, a small town, perhaps on the site of the Roman Lambdia, Tirannades, was founded by Balagan as Ziri, Comp. P221, and was the capital of a beylik in the Turkish period under the name of Titteri. Great native markets, Thurs, and Frid. The environs yield excellent white wine, but it is often adulterated. The train next ascends to the SE in numerous windings to 44.5 M Benchiko 3790 FT, the highest station on the line, 52.5 M Berwagia 2953 FT. Hot, de France, hot. Des Voyageurs, a small town of 2300 in Hab, is the present terminus of the line, which is being continued to Jelfa. A diligence runs daily in 5.5 HRS. At 1 p.m., returning at 9.35 a.m. to 27.5 m equals Bikhari equals 2077 FT. Hot. Saliston R2 Dage or D2.5 FR. A small trading town of some importance on the Upper Shalif, P208, with a Monday market and a picturesque Kaysar on a hill, evening dances by girls of the Ould Nile tribe. See below. Bikhari is the starting point of the important caravan route to the Sahara oases of Lagwat and Gardouia. Diligence every other day at 3 a.m. via Ain-Taya and Jelfa, night station, to Lagwat in 58 HRS. Also motor omnibus sometimes. Most of the stopping places have very fair inns or caravanserais, are usually 2 Dage or D2.5 FR. 13 M. Bouzel or Bougezel, 2100 FT. 32.5 M equals Ain-Taya equals 2330 FT. 57 M Gelt Eastel, all three in the Houtsplateau, P169, 85 M Zemila, good drinking water, 96 M equals Jelfa equals 3803 FT. Hot. De France, quite good, hot. Du Roulage, pop. 2200 in the midst of the Sahara Atlas. This little town, situated in the valley of the Oud Jelfa or Mela, where dolmens abound, and at the junction of our road with the caravan route to Bousada, P270, is the capital of the nomad tribe of the Ould Nile, whose daughters usually lead an evil life in the Algerian towns before marriage. Their valuable trinkets are noticeable. 118 M Ain Elibel, 3412 FT, 137 M. Sidi Maklouf, 3019 FT, 177.5 M equals Lagwat equals 2461 FT. Hot. Stores, good, hot. Mendane, pop. 5700, Inkel 5,000 Mohammedans and 400 Jews. This picturesque little town on the S-slope of the Sahara Atlas, with its military headquarters and brisk trade, lies on the Oud Mzi, called Oud Jetty lower down, p. 284, amidst the fruit trees of a palm oasis. It has a pretty jardin public. The native quarters present a curious and lively scene. The journey from Lagouat to 130½ m Gardouia by the rough Sahara road is very fatiguing. Diligence every second day, in winter at 4 a.m., in summer at 5 p.m. in 30 HRS. Fare 30 or 25 FR. Motor omnibus projected. The chief stages are 220½ m from Bakari Tilgemt or Tilremt quarters in an oasis of Terebinths p. 202, 265 m Berrien 1936 FT. A little town of 3,800 inhab, the northmost settlement of the Mozabites 17th cent, lying on the chalky limestone plateau of the Chebka with a palm oasis on the Oud Bur. M from Bakari, 130½ from Lagouat equals Gardouia equals 1805 FT. Hot Dusud, Pop, 8,200 Inkel. 5,400 Mozabites, a free market, is one of the most picturesque and interesting places in the Sahara. Situated on the Oud Mzab in a beautiful oasis with 64,000 palms, the town is enclosed by a lofty wall defended with towers and is dominated by the great minaret of the chief mosque. It holds high market on Fridays and has 2 places of amusement for Arabian music and dances. Gardouia is the headquarters of the Mzab, a small republic of towns which was founded in the 11th cent by fugitive Berber Ibadites p. 208, after the destruction of Tiaret, was presided over by a priestly caste, Thalbas, and in 1852 became a protectorate of the French who annexed it in 1882. The Mozabites or Mzabites, who hold aloof from the other Mohammedans, are often met with as artisans and small traders in the towns of the Tel Atlas and in the oases of the Sahara, but in their old age they always return to their original home. Their manners and customs are still somewhat medieval, their mosques with minarets in the form of blunted pyramids, their curious cemeteries and tombs with votive offerings, and their schools will be found interesting. Their language is a Berber dialect akin to those of the Kabyles, p. 252, and the Tuareg, but Arabic and French also are generally spoken. Among places worth seeing near Gardouia are 3/4 m Malika, with its black inhabitants and large cemeteries, and 1/4 m Beni-Iskin, a wealthy place of 5,400 inhab. The sacred town of the Mozabite League, from which Arabs and Jews are excluded, with a massive town wall, clean streets, smoking forbidden, and a loftily situated castle. The oldest town of the League is El Atyouf, founded in 1012, with 2,000 inhab. 5½ m to the E of Gardouia, on the caravan route to 55½ m, the Mozabite colony of Gerara. Other caravan routes lead from Gardouia to the SW via 166 m, El Galia 1280 FT. With its small oasis, to Insala and the Tuat oases, and to the SE to 112 m Wagla, p. 285. Beyond Blida the train, running to the NE, through orange groves and fields of vegetables, again descends to the Midija. 234 m Benimerd, 459 FT, with fertile gardens. 239 m equals Bufarik equals 164 FT. Hot. Benoit Bowel, National Hot. Nemours Place Mazagran D2 FR, quite good, hot. De la Guerre Humble to the Place Mazagran, Pop. 6,000, once a fever-stricken village of peasants, is now the center of trade for the produce of the Midija. Around it are admirably irrigated vineyards and orchards, oranges, mandarins, etc., sheltered from the prevailing winds by planes, thujas arbor vitae, or cypresses. Near it are factories of perfume and immense wine cellars. To the W of the town is the large Marché Arab, cattle market, Monday, 12 min from the place Mazagran, or reached by A road direct from the station. On the right, farther on, we observe the hill ranges of Ravago and El Arba, pp. 248, 247, and the Jebel Bouzegza, p. 249. Beyond 245½ m. Bertauda Chebli we near the low spurs of the Sahel, p. 221. 252½ m Goeta Constantine, in the plain of the brook Harech, p. 247, where the eucalyptus abounds. ½ m Mason Carré, p. 247, junction of the lines to Tizi-Ouzou, R38, Bougie, R37, Constantine, R43, and Biskra, R44, and also of the tramways to Ain-Taya and Ravago, p. 219. The train turns to the NW and reaches the shore. High up on the left lies Kuba, p. 233. 257, a half M. Hussein Day, cp. 233. Skirting the Jardin d'Essai, on the left, p. 232, we now sight Algiers. Beyond the SE suburbs of Lahama, Belcourt, and Mustapha Inferior, p. 232, we come to the minor station of 260 a half M. Agha, and then to the 262 a half M. main station of Algiers. Algiers. Arrival by sea. The French steamboat lines RR 2022 have their own piers. The fare for landing by boat from other steamers is 30c. Trunk 20c, small articles free. The tariff of the porters, portefeuilles commissionaires, largely natives, mostly exorbitant to the lower part of the old town is 25c for a trunk of 25 kilos, 55 pounds, 50c up to 50 kilos, and 1 fr. Up to 100 kilos, for porterage to the custom house, douane, where baggage is not cleared on sun, or festivals, 25-50c according to bargain. The numbered porters of the steamboat companies had better be employed, or the matter may be entrusted to the hotel agents. The services of guides, interpreters, and the like should be declined. Railway stations, 1. Chief Station Gare, PLC 3, Quaysud below the ramps Magenta, P 223 and Bowel. Carnot 5-15 min from the hotels in the town, 3-1 HR. From those at Mustapha Superior. Station for all the hotel omnibuses, no tramway, cabs, CP 218. 2. Gare de El Agha, PL. C5-6, also good station, Rue Sadi Carnot, at Agha Inferior, P 232, a subordinate station for the S quarters of the town. Town offices of the railways, Bowel. Carnot 2 and at the agents Lubin, P 219. Hotels comp. P 174, in Feb, and March rooms should be ordered in advance. In the Villa Quarter, Mustapha Superior and Quartier d'Olsley, mostly closed in summer, suitable for some stay, clientele largely English and American, hot. Continental PL. C, a 6, Kemen du Talemley and Bowel. Bonnecuil entered also from the station sanitaire, P 228, on a high site with fine views and garden R, 520 B1.5 Dage. 45 D68 pens from 13 3 fr. Hot. St. George PL. A 8 Rue Michelet with beautiful grounds R515B. 1.5 Dage, 4.5 D67 pens, 1325 3 fr. Alexandra Hot. Kirsch PL. B 8 same street with garden and small terrace R. 418 B2 Dage, 3.5 D56 pens, 1225 3 fr. Good cuisine, these three are of the first class. Hot. Oriental PL. F a 6 Bowel Bonnecuil entrance from station sanitaire with garden R510B. 1.25 Dage, 3 D4 pens, from 9 fr. Good cuisine, Grand Hotel PL. G a 7 above Rue Michelet with fine grounds pens, 912 fr. Hot Beausager PL. E a 6 Rue Michelet below the Museum Terrace P. 228 R38 B1 Dage or D3 pens, 810 2.5 fr, open throughout the year pens. Villa Olivage beyond the Bois de Boulogne, P 230 good pens. Victoria Rue Michelet near the Colon Voiral. In the town, nearer the sites, more convenient for excursions *. Excelsior PL. HC45 Bowel. La Ferrière 8 min from the Gare de El Agha, well fitted up with restaurant R130 B1.25 Dage 3.5 D5 board 8 Also from the Agha station 1 fr. Hot. De Elosi's PL. KC3, Rue du Laurier 2 and Bowel. De la République 9 with fine views, restaurant and American bar, R318 B1.5 pens from 10 1.25 fr. Hot. De la Regence PL. 1C2, Place du Gouvernement 3 R410 B1.5 Dage, 3.5 D4.5 pens, 1220 1.5 fr. GR Hot. Arago and du Palmier PL. MC3, Rue Arago 6 Quiet Hot. De Nice PL. NC8, Rue Garibaldi 2 and Place de la République, Square Bresson. Hotels Garnies, Hot. Des Etrangers PL. IC3, Rue Dumont d'Urville 1 near the Place de la République, R3 a 7.5 B1.5 Hot. D'Europe and Terminus PL. OC3 Rue Garibaldi corner of Bowel, Carnot R37B1FR, Royal Hotel PL, PC3 Bowel de la République 10R from 2.5 FR, both with fine views hot, Regina Bowel, Bujode. Equals cafés, equals Café Continental Brasserie Maxéville, Café d'Alger Brasse, de Tantonville, both Place de la République, Café de Bordeaux Bowel, de la République 1, corner of Place du Gouvernement, Café de Pollen, Place du Gouvernement 4, Confectioner. Mason Phil, Rue Babazon 2. Equals restaurants, equals at the Hotel Excelsior, P217, London House at the Hot. De l'Oc's Bowel, de la République 9 Dage, 3D4 FR. Tavern Gruber, same Boulevard, number 7, a favorite resort, music in the afternoon and evening. Jamin, Rue Dumont d'Urville, Dage, 2D, 2.5 FR, plain but good. For luncheon, fish, sea crayfish, shellfish, etc., restore, Cassar and restore. De la Percherie, Ramp de la Percherie. Beer at the Brasserie Terminus Bowel, Carnot 1 in Hot de l'Europe, D3 FR. Also, Rue de la Liberté 6 Brass, de l'Etal, music in the afternoon and evening, number 11 Brass, Suis, number 8 Brass, du Phoenix, number 1 Brass, Lorraine. Equals cabs equals, voitures de place. Double courses there and back. Per HR, A within the first zone, extending as far as the European Cemetery of St. Eugene beyond PL. B 1 to the N and as the beginning of the Champ de Maneuvers, PL. C 7 to the S1, 52. Each a quarter HR. 0.50B within the second zone, including the W margin of the town, prison civil, Talemley, Palais d'été at Mustapha, etc., and extending as far as Dieu Moulins beyond St. Eugene comp map at P233 to the N and the Cimetière Musulman PL. D 9 at 2. 2. Belcourt to the S to the Jardin d'Essai and back, 2.5 each a quarter HR. 0.75 within the third zone comprising the regions beyond those just named. Half day 6 HRS, within a radius of 15 kilometers 9.5 m. 11. Whole day 12 HRS, within a radius of 25 kilometers 15.5 m. 20. During the night hours 12:06 a.m., a fare and a half is charged, for waiting a half FR, extra for each a quarter HR, hand luggage up to 20 kilos 44 pounds. Free, each piece exceeding that 50 C. Equals motor cabs equals automobiles de place, stand, Rue Garibaldi, drive under 900 meters 984 ids, 1 FR, 50 C for each addit, 300 M 20 C, small articles free, trunk 50 C. Equals carriages equals cabs and voitures de Grand Remise, fares raised on sun, and holidays. Vidaz & Co., Rue Michelet 105, Mustapha Superior, Sanino, Rue de Strasbourg 3, and Rue Michelet 117. Comp. General des Voitures, Rue de Strasbourg 7. Saddle horses let by Vitaz and Sanino. Equals motor cars equals for excursions. Metrat, Marseille, both Rue d'Islay 39 Anglo-American Garage, Chemin du Talemley. E. Paul, Rue d'Islay 73. Equals tramways equals first and second CL. Equals 1 equals without name board. From Hôpital du Day PL, AB 1 to Rue Bab El Oud PL, C1 2, Place du Gouvernement PL, C2, Rue Babazon PL, C2 3, Rue d'Islay PL. C3 4, Rue Michelet and Station Sanitaire PL, A6 every 5 min. But 5:06 a.m. and 10:12 p.m. every 10 min only, fare 520 C. Equals 2 equals red name board. From Place du Gouvernement to Rue d'Islay, Rue Michelet and Colon Voiral Comp, PL, A8 every a half HR. From 6 a.m. last car at 8.5 p.m. in 40 min, fare 30 or 20 C. Equals 3 equals blue. From Place du Gouvernement to Rue d'Islay, Rue Michelet and Bowel, Bru PL, AC 89 every a half HR. Last car 7.5 in a half HR, 30 or 20 C. Equals 4 equals green. From Place du Gouvernement to Bowel, Carnot PL, C3 Rue de Constantine PL, C4 Rue Sadi Carnot PL, B56 Rue de Lyon PL. B79 Le Ruisseau and Cuba, as far as Marabout, Cimetière Musulman de Belcourt every 5 min, to Les Platins Jardin d'Essai every 10 min, to Cuba every 40 min, fare 35 or 30 C. Equals 5 equals red. From Place du Gouvernement to Bowel. Carnot, Rue Sadi Carnot, Jardin d'Essai, Oasis des Palmiers in 27 min, Nouvel Ambert, Mason Carré in 1 hr. As far as Nouvel Ambert every 10 min to Mason Carré every 20 min, fare 60 or 45 c. Equals 6. Equals from Place du Gouvernement to Rue de la Lyre PL. C2 3 Rue Ravago PL. C3 Prison Civil PL. B C2 20 or 15 c. L Bayer Comp. PL, A4, 40 or 35 c, and Chateauneuf in 50 min, 50 or 40 c, as far as Prison Civil every a quarter hr, to El Bayer every a half hr, to Chateauneuf once every hr. Sun, every a half hr. Equals 7 equals from Place du Gouvernement to Bowel, de France PL, D2, Esplanade PL, C1, Bab Elaud PL, B1, Saint Eugene Comp, PL, B1, and Du Moulins every 9 min, 30 or 20 c. Equals steam tramways equals from the Place du Gouvernement to 7.5 m Mason Carré, P247, and thence either to 4.5 m Fort Duello, P248, and 12.5 m Ain-Taya, P248, or to 10.5 m El Arba, P247, and 15.5 m Ravago, P248. To 22 m Mazafran, P238, and thence either to 6.25 m Calia, P238, or to 6.5 m Castiglione, P238. Equals Post and Telegraph Office equals PL. 22 C4, P226, Rue de Constantine 133, branches at Rue de Strasbourg 2 in the Palais Consulaire P. 223, at Rue Michelet 64, Mustapha Inferior, near the Palais d'Été, P230, etc. Equals Steamboat Agents, equals Cunard, North German Lloyd R15B, Hamburg American German Levant RR, 15B, 22 and Hungarian Adria R22. R. Heckman, Rue Colbert 1, Comp, Gainrel Transatlantique RR, 2022 Bowel, Carnot 6 and Quidala Marine Soc. De Transports Maritimes R20 Bowel, de la République 2 and Quidala Marine, Comp. De Navigation Mixed R20 Bowel. Carnot 2 and Quidula Marine, White Star Line, Austro-American Line J. Crispo Bowel, de la République 3, Nederland Royal Mail J. Bergeret Bowel. Carnot, Campania Malorquina de Vapors R20, J. Sitges Freers, Qui Nord 40. Equals Tourist Agents, equals R. Heckman Universal Tourist Office, Bowel, de la République 11, Agents Lubin, Rue de la Liberté 7, Agents Duckeman same street no. 4. Information obtainable also from the Comité de Hivernage, Rue Cum 2, 811 and 26 Sun. 811. Club Alpin Francaise Section de El Atlas, Palais Consulaire, P223. Equals Consuls, equals British Consul General B.S. Cave Bowel, Carnot 6, Vice Consuls L.G.C. Graham L. Graham Scott. U.S. Consul A.W. Robert, Rue Disley 64. Equals Physicians, equals Dr. Dangerfield, Kent House Colon Voirol Doctor. Gub Mustafa Chemin des Glycines, Dr. Nissen Mustafa Superior Villa Bay Rue Michelet. Chemists, Grandmont Albrecht, Rue Babazon 28, Licht, Rue Michelet 85, Brenta, Rue Babazon 3. Equals Baths, equals Bains du Palmier, Rue Arago 6 Gr Hot, Arago and du Palmier, Bains du Hamma, Rue du Hamma 1 near the Theatre Municipal, Bains Michelet, Rue de Richelieu 25, Moorish Baths Comp. P175, Bains de El Alhambra, Rue Marengo 4, Sea Baths, Junoct. Plainly fitted up, Costume 50C, Bains du Jardin des, P233, Bains Nelson, Avenue Malakoff. Equals Banks equals Comp. P174. Crédit Lyonnais Bowel de la République 6 Comp. Algerian Rue Dumont d'Urville, Banque de l'Algérie, Crédit Foncier et Agricole d'Algérie, Crédit Agricole et Commercial Algérien J. Thibod, all 3 in the Bowel. De la République Nos, 5, 8, and 4. Equals Booksellers, equals Jordan Place du Gouvernement and Rue Cléopâtre 1 Chakes, Rue Disley 11 bis, Relin Rue Disley 11, Ruff Rue Babazon 10, Carbonel Ledoux both Bowel, de la République Nos 2 and 7. Equals Newspapers equals 5c. La Déperche Algérienne Morning, Les Nouvelles Le Cri d'Alger Evening. For Strangers, the North African News Sat. 25c. Equals Shops equals, caution almost as necessary as at Tunis, Comp. P331, Photographs and Views, Geyser Place de Chartres 2, A. Wollenwater Rue du Divan 4, Hayam Station Sanitaire PL. A6. Oriental articles, partly made in France and Germany, also Indian, Japanese, and Turkish wares. Rado Goldsmith, Rue Sakima 12, Pohumol Freers, Rue Babazon 11, Rado Magana, Rue de l'Edet Major 5, Miss Jockle English Club Buildings Mustafa Superior. Embroidery, MME. Haymery, Rue Michelet 89, Mustafa Superior. Copper and brasswork. Zagha from Damascus, Rue Bruce 27, Nassin, Place Malakoff. Theaters, Theater Municipal PL. 26 C3, Place de la République for operas, operettas, and dramas closed in summer Cursal PL. C1, Esplanade de Babelau tickets sold in advance at 4 Bowel, de la République. Casino Music Hall, Rue d'Islay 9, Fauteuil 2.5 FR. Fêtes Mauresques at the Casbah, arranged by the Comité de Hivernage P219, with native musicians and dancers Adam. 5 FR. Band plays in winter sun, and Thurs, 4-5 in the Place du Gouvernement in summer May Oct. On Mon, Wed and Sat, from 8 to 10, 30 in the Place de la République Square Bresson, and on Sun Tues and Thurs, from 8 to 10.3 in the Place du Gouvernement. Golf Club with good 9-hole course near the Pens. Villa Olivage P217, skating rink at the corner of Bowel, Carnot and Rue Weiss, PL. C4. Churches, English CH. Of the Holy Ghost, P230, Rue Michelet PL. A7 to the N of the Alexandra Hotel, P217. Sun, services at 8 and 11.3 or 9.45 a.m. Chaplain Rev. A.P. Cronin, M.A. Presbyterian St. Andrews, PL. 7-6 also Rue Michelet Sun. Service at 10.3 a.m. Minister Rev. T.E. Jubb, M.A. Sites with days and hours of admission. Archiverche P224 all day, fee a 1 FR. Bibliothèque Nationale P225, weekdays 1-6, closed AUG, and Sept. Conseil Général P224, apply to secretary, weekdays 8, 11, and 5. Jardin d'Essai P232, all day, zoology 50C. Casbah Barracks P227, apply to Edat Major, Rue de la Marine 11. Medersa P228, except during lectures, closed sun, Frid, and on great Mohammedan festivals. Mosquée de la Percherie, P223, at any time except during prayers. Mosque Great P224, as above. Mosque of Sidi Abdurrahman, P228, Sun Mon 2s, 8, 12, and 3, closed on the chief Mohammedan holidays. Musée Municipal des Beaux-Arts, P226, daily except Friday. Museum P229, daily except Mon, 1-4, 1st April to 15th July 5, closed 16th July to 30th Sept. Palais d'été du Gouverneur, P230, in his absence, fee a 1 FR. Palais de Hiver du Gouverneur, P225, as above. Synagogue P227, all Frid, Sat. After 12, at other times apply to keeper, 3050C. As to visiting the mosques, CP 174. Men are not admitted to the Mohammedan cemeteries, P Roman 26 on Frid, and holidays 12-6. 2 days, first, forenoon Place de la République Bowel, de la République Place du Gouvernement Great Mosque Archiverche pp. 222-224 Casbah Quarter pp. 226-227 Mosque of Sidi Abdurrahman P228 and Jardin Marengo P224. Afternoon Mustafa Superior with the Museum pp. 228-230. Second. Forenoon Mohammedan Cemetery at Belcourt P232 Jardin d'Essai P. 232. Afternoon Notre Dame d'Afrique P236 or Buzarea P. 235. Algiers French Alger Ital. Algeria, the capital of the French colony of Algeria, with 154,000 inhab. Inkel. 35,200 foreigners, mostly Italians and Spaniards, 33,200 Mohammedans, and 12,500 Jews. Seat of the Archbishop of Algeria, a fortress and a naval harbor, lies in 36 degrees 47 N lat. And 3 degrees E long. On the W side of the nearly semicircular asterisk Baie d'Alger, which is bounded on the W by the Point Pescade, p. 237, and on the E by Cape Matifou, p. 248. It is the most important coaling station on the whole coast and shares with Oran the chief trade of Algeria. The town extends along the slopes of the Sahel of Algiers, a range of hills about 44 m long, culminating in Mt. Bouzarea p. 235, continued beyond the mouth of the Oud el Harech by low sandhills, and separated from the Tel Atlas by the Midija p. 169. With regard to climate, see pp. 170-172. On the site of the Roman Icosium, an unimportant place on the road to Tipaza and Caesarea, Cherchell, p. 244, Balagan as Ziri, p. 323, about 940, about the same date as the foundation of Miliana and Madeira, founded the new colony of Algezier Beni Mezgana, so called from the adjacent coast islands, Jazira, PL Jazir, and from the Berber tribe of the Beni Mezgana who dwelt in this region. It is recorded that in the 11th century, the inhabitants of the new settlement used the old Roman baths, of which there is now no trace, for their amusements and an old Christian basilica for their worship. From that time, the history of Algezier is a blank down to the end of the 15th century, when it began to serve the Moorish exiles from Spain, afterwards called Tagarins here, as a base of their retaliatory expeditions against Spain. In 1509 or 1510, the Spaniards, in the course of their victorious career, occupied the largest of the coast islands, where they erected the fortress of El Penon, and conquered the Midija, which had recently been colonized by the Arabian tribe of the Tzaliba. The little town, called Argel by the Spaniards, was inhabited by Mohammedans, who in 1516 summoned to their aid, from Jejeli, Horak Araj Barbarossa, a Turkish pirate of Christian descent. Horak complied with the request and established himself at Algezier, where, after repelling a Spanish expedition under Diego de Vera, 1516, he erected the Genina as his residence and the Kasbah as his citadel. Having fallen in a battle with the Spaniards near Tlemcen, p. 187, Horak was succeeded by his brother Caradin Barbarossa, 1500–1836, who became the real founder of the new Barbersko, or piratical state. As a vassal of the Sultan of Turkey, he extended his sway over the greater part of Algeria. He defeated Hugo de Moncada, the Spanish viceroy, in 1519, and in 1530, after having stormed the fortress of Penon, he constructed the Jetée de Caradin with its materials and with others from Rascunier, p. 248, and Tipaza, thus creating the first harbor of Algiers. Thenceforwards for 3 centuries, the Algerian pirates were the terror of the seas, to whom, for protection of their trade, England, Holland, the Hanseatic towns, and other maritime countries ignominiously consented to pay tribute. 14 times the European powers, from the time of the fruitless campaign of Charles V. In 1541, to the British expedition of 1824, had besieged and bombarded Algiers in vain. The Beys, or, after 1600, Days, had succeeded in maintaining their position, and in 1627 had even carried their piratical expeditions as far as Iceland. It was not till 1830 that these barbarous piracies were put a stop to by the French, and that the way was thus paved for conquest of the whole of Algeria. The most stirring events in the recent history of Algeria were the conquest of Constantine, 1837, the protracted struggles against Abd el-Kader, 1839–47, the defeat of his Moroccan allies on the Oud Isli, 1844, the subjection of Great Kabylia, 1856–7, the revolts of the natives in 1871–2, the rising of Bouamama in Oran, 1881. The occupation of the Sahara as far as Titikalt and the Tuat Oases, 1892–1901, and lastly the French advance towards Morocco, Comp. p. 96. The Algiers of the Turkish period consisted solely of the triangular quarter on the slope of the Kasbah Hill, between the old landward gates, Bab Azon on the S and Bab El Oud on the N, with the Souk or Market Street, now Rue Bab Azon and Rue Bab El Oud as its nucleus. Between these 2 gates ran the old Turkish wall, on whose site lie the Bowel. Gambetta PL, BC3 on the S and the Bowel. Valais PL. C2, on the N. The French ramparts constructed in 1845 extended the town as far as the present Bowel. Laferriere, PL, C 4, 5 to the S and to the bowel. Du Gaineral far to the N, PL, C 1. Since the demolition of these fortifications in 1904, the industrial suburbs on the coast and the lofty villa suburbs, Cartier-Disley, PL, B45, Talemley, PL, A56, and Mustafa Superior, PL, A78, which last is little frequented except in winter, have all been brought within the precincts of the town. A lower quarter of the old town. The chief business parts of the town are the arcades, with their numerous shops, in the Rue Bab Azon, PL, C2, 3 and Rue Bab El Oud, PL, C2, P224, the Place du Gouvernement, PL, C2, P223, the focus of all the tramways, and above all the spacious Place de la République, PL, C3, with the gardens of Square Bresson Band, CP, 220, adorned with bamboos and magnolias, the Theater Municipal, P, 220, and the most showy cafes. Between these two places and the sea, at a height of 65 ft. Above the quay and its warehouses run the uniform rows of houses of the Boulevard de France, PL. D2, P223, the Boulevard de la République completed in 1866 and the Boulevard Carnot, PL. C34 with the new prefecture, PL. 23, C4 in the Moorish style 1910. These streets together 1 m long form a coast promenade, whence in clear weather we enjoy a splendid asterisk view of the Blue Bay, the Atlas MTS, of Blida and the distant Jurjura chain, P258. In stormy weather, however, the Rampe de l'Emirate, PL, D2, P223 and the Bowel, Amiral Pier, PL, CD12, P224 attract many walkers. The sole harbor prior to the French period was the ancient port, or Darse de l'Emirate, PL. D2, constructed by Caradine Barbarossa, once a nest of piratical vessels, and now a torpedo boat station and anchorage for yachts and fishing boats. The new Port de Commerce and Port Militaire, 213 acres in area, with the Quai de la Marine, which was extended in 1908, have been formed since 1848 at a cost of 46 million francs. They are protected by the wave-beaten Jetée du Nord, 984 ids. Long, the prolongation of the old Jetée of Caradine, Comp. P221, and by the Jetée du Sud, 1350 ids. In length, the entrance is 268 ids. In breadth. A second commercial harbor, the Arrière-Port, PL, CD56, was begun in 1898 but is still uncompleted. The harbor is approached by the ramps Magenta, descending from Bowel, Carnot to the principal railway station, P217, by the ramps Chasseloup-Plaubet, connecting the Bowel. De la République with the Douane, PL, D3, and with the warehouses and offices of the French steamboat companies, and by the Rampe de l'Emirate, PL, D2, on the old Jetée of Caradine. This jetty or quay, the oldest of all, connects the old Port de France on the mainland, once the Turkish Sea Gate, with what was once the island of Pennon, P221, now the Presqu'île de l'Emirate. Walkers may descend also by the Escaliers du Bastion Central, opposite the Square Bresson, P222, or from the Place du Gouvernement by the Escaliers de la Percherie, past the mosque of that name and the fish market, which is worth seeing in the early morning. On the Quai du Nord, between the approach to the fish market and the old Port de France, a pretty Turkish fountain has been preserved. Adjoining the Neo-Moorish Palais de l'Emirate, PL. D2 is the Turkish gate, with 2 heraldic animals, panthers. An interesting relic of the Borj Ras El Maul, which was burned down in 1816. We notice also several muzzle-loading guns built into the wall, now serving as bulkheads or as posts for mooring vessels. Visitors are not admitted to the fair, PL. D2, lighthouse, a relic of the Turkish fort erected in 1544 on the site of the Spanish castle of Pennon, nor to the small station zoologique, PL. D2. We now follow the Bowel de France past the handsome Palais Consulaire, PL. 19 D2, Chamber of Commerce, Exchange, etc., to the Place du Gouvernement, the noisiest place in the town, crowded with natives at all hours, concerts, CP 220. The equestrian statue in bronze of the Duke of Orleans, 1842, a distinguished general in the Algerian campaigns, is by the Piedmontese Carlo Marichetti, 1845. Behind the statue and half concealed by the Bowel. De France is the curiously incongruous. Equals Mosquée de la Percherie equals PL. 16 D2, Arabic Jama el Jadid New Mosque, erected by Turkish architects in 1660 for adherents of the Hainfite ritual P 445. It is a cruciform building with nave and aisles, a huge central dome tastelessly painted inside, a rich marble pulpit of Italian workmanship, and a square minaret now clock tower. Entrance in the Rampe de la Percherie, Adam, CP 220. A few paces to the E of the Place du Gouvernement, adjoining the Rue de la Marine, PL. D2, the harbor street of the Turkish and early French period, is the small Place de la Percherie, the site of the pirates' slave market. Close by is the equals Great Mosque equals PL. 15 D2, Arabic Jama el-Kebir, the oldest and largest mosque in the town, founded in 1018 for believers in the Maillot ritual, but often altered since then. Both the mosque and its minaret, originally built by the Abdulwadite Abu Takfin p. 190 in 1322-3, have now been modernized. The entrance is by a portico in the Rue de la Marine, erected in 1837 with materials from a mosque of the Genina, p. 225, leading into a court, embellished with a Turkish fountain, and to the unadorned sacred building itself, with its 11 aisles or arcades and horseshoe arches resting on low pillars. The quarter to the NW of the Rue de la Marine, between Baul, Amiral Pierre PL, C D 1, 2 and Rue Bab el Oud see below, is inhabited mainly by Italians and natives and still contains many medieval features in its somber lanes and passages. Soon after entering it, we come to a pleasing Turkish house, Rue Duquesne, number 15, in the small square of that name, with a marble portal and a two-storied court. The building of the equals Conseil Gainrel equals, PL. 5A D2, Adam, CP 220, close by, Rue de la Charte number 5, a good example of Moorish Turkish architecture with its Renaissance portal, was the British consulate in the Turkish period. Number 29, in the adjoining Rue d'Orléans, has a remarkably rich Italian Renaissance portal. The short Rue du Quatorze Juin, the last houses in the Rue des Consuls, PL. D2, occupied by the other European consuls in the Turkish period, and the adjacent narrow Rue Navarin and Rue Jean Bart, all have the character of the Casbah quarter, p. 227. The narrow passage called Rue des Postes leads here to the Rue Volland, PL. C1, the cross street between Baul, Amiral Pierre and the Avenue Bab el Oud, PL. C1. Here, on the right, are the barracks and the Kursaal Theatre, p. 220, and on the left the Lycée National, on the site of the Turkish Janissaries barracks. The ramp valet ascending hence to the Casbah quarter skirts the equals Jardin Marengo equals, PL. C1, a public park, laid out in 1834-47 on the site of the Mohammedan cemetery. The grounds, with their wealth of palms, yuccas, and bamboos, climb the hillside as far as the Mosque of Sidi Abdirahman, p. 228. We now return by the Rue Bab el Oud PL. C2, p. 222 to the Place du Gouvernement. Halfway in the Rue de la Casbah, p. 227, rises on the right the Church of Notre Dame des Victoires, PL. 8, C2, formerly a mosque, Jama Bichnan, of 1622. From the W side of the Place du Gouvernement, p. 223, the Rue du Divan and Rue du Soudin lead to the small Place Malakoff, on the E side of which, between these streets, rises the equals PL. 1, C2, Archbishop's Palace, the finest and but little modernized relic of the Genina founded by Horuk Barbarossa, p. 221 in 1516. In the course of centuries, this residence of the Beys was gradually extended to the Rue Genina and the Rue Sakgema, and in 1816 was at length superseded by the Casbah, p. 227. The entrance is by the Renaissance portal, Adam, CP 220, apply to the concierge. The fine court, with its 2 stories and horseshoe arches resting on slender winding columns, is remarkable for its harmonious proportions. The walls are adorned with tiles of little value, but the rich wrought iron gratings of the windows deserve notice. The upper story, whose galleries have small domed chambers at the 4 corners, is adjoined by rooms sumptuously decorated like those of the Alcazar at Seville, p. 61. We note in particular the lavish ornamentation in stucco, the elegant window shutters, restored in part, and the beautiful ceilings in cedar and oak paneling. The room converted into a chapel has been materially altered. The equals cathedral equals PL. 3, C2. Saint Philippe, on the W side of the same place, built since 1843 in a strangely mingled Moorish and Romanesque style, occupies the site of the Cherchell Mosque erected by Hassan Pasha in 1791, see below. The facade is adorned with two towers resembling minarets. The first chapel contains the bones of the so-called Geronimo, a Christian Arab, comp. p. 230, who is said to have been immured alive in 1569. The Palais de Hiver du Gouverneur, pl. 21, c2. Adam, cp. 220, built by Hassan Pasha, 1791-9, like the National Library, see below, is one of the latest specimens of Moorish-Turkish architecture in Algeria, but it has been entirely remodeled to suit its present purpose and has been provided with a new facade. Above the old portal, Rue du Soudon No. 5, now Bureau Arab, CP 174, is a pretty carved projecting roof. Number 7 next door has a rich marble portal. The roof affords a good survey of the whole of the Genina buildings. To the end of the Place Malakoff, in the Rue de l'Etat Major, number 12 on the left is the equals National Library equals PL. 2, C2 in the old palace of Mustafa Pasha, 1799-1805, containing about 40,000 vols and 2,000 MSS. Adam, CP 220. Librarian M. E. Mappas. Adjoining the vestibule Skifa, adorned with clustered columns and Delft faience on the left, is the two-storied asterisk quadrangle, similar to that of the Archiepiscopal Palace. In the gallery of the first floor are views of old Algiers, including the bombardment by the British fleet in 1824. Adjacent are two small reading rooms containing a valuable collection of Arabic, Berber, and Turkish MSS, shown only on application to the curator M. Abdeltif. The charters of the Turkish period also are important. The Bureau du Gouvernement, Rue Bruce 10, which once belonged to the Genina buildings, also are worth seeing apply to the governor's secretary. So too is the pleasing dwelling house, Rue Sakgema 12, now owned by M. Rado Goldsmith, p. 220. The old Dar Souf, Wool Exchange, Rue de l'Intendance 1, one of the most ornate Moro-Turkish buildings in the town, is now a private house and can be seen only by special introduction. We now turn to the E to visit the Rue de Chartres or the Rue de la Lyre, PL. C2, 3, which like the neighboring Rue Randon in the Casbah quarter, p. 227, contain countless little shops kept by Jews and Mozabites, p. 216. The Marché de Chartres and the Marché de la Lyre, PL. 14, C3 are the chief provision markets. In the afternoon, the former is devoted to the sale of second-hand goods. The Rue de Chartres and the two flights of steps in the Place de la Lyre, next to the theatre, lead back to the Place de la République, p. 222. To the S of the Place de la République are the new quarters of the town. At the beginning of the Rue de Constantine, PL. C3-4 on the left is the new Palais de Justice, PL. 20C3 in the pseudo-classical style. On the right is the new Romanesque Church of St. Augustin, PL. 9C3. At the back of this church runs the Rue Dumont d'Urville, PL. C3, passing almost immediately on the left the Rue de Tanger, in which rises the small mosque of the Mozabites, p. 216, and leading to the long and monotonous Rue d'Islay, PL. C4. The latter crosses the Place d'Islay. PL. C4, where a monument has been erected to Marshal Bugeaud, 1780–1849, the conqueror of Abd el-Kader, p. 221. Farther on in the Rue de Constantine, on the left, at number 32 is the Musée Municipal des Beaux-Arts, Adam, cp. 220, containing a small collection of pictures mostly by French painters. The Rue de Constantine and Rue d'Islay reach the boundary of the Old Town at the new post office, PL. 22C4, P219, a neo-Moorish building, 1910, on the end side of the Boulevard Laferrière, PL. C45, P222, or Bowel, Militaire Sud. To the right above are the handsome offices of the Deperch Algerian, P220, in the neo-Moorish style. The open space on the left, down by the sea, is destined for the future central station. From Boual, La Ferrière to Mustapha Supérieur, CPP. 231-230, to Belcourt and La Hama, CP 232. B. The Kasbah. To avoid the steep ascents in the Kasbah quarter, we take the tramway number 6, P 219, to the prison civil, glance at the Mohammedan cemetery and the Kasbah barracks, and then descend from the Boual de la Victoire by one or other of the streets, very slippery in wet weather, between the Rue de la Kasbah, PL, C2 and Boual, Gambetta, PL, B, C3. It should be noted that all the ascending streets lead to the Boulevard de la Victoire, and the descending streets to Rue Randon or Rue Marengo. Ladies in particular may sometimes gain admission to one of the better Moorish houses, Comp. P. Roman 26, where they should not omit to see the view from the roof. A walk through the Kasbah quarter by moonlight is delightful, but safe only for a considerable party. The asterisk equals Kasbah quarter equals PL. BC 2-3, the almost unaltered main portion of Old Algiers, bounded by the Rue Randon, Rue Marengo, and Boual de la Victoire, lies on the hillside below the Kasbah, the old castle and afterwards the residence of the Turkish rulers, and still presents a highly attractive picture of Oriental life, though partly inhabited by Maltese and Spaniards, as well as by Mohammedans of various races and creeds. P. 171. A few streets only, with small mosques, coffee houses, and shops, show signs of life in the daytime, and that chiefly on Fridays and Sundays. Most of the streets, however, often only 6-7 ft wide, with their jutting upper stories and balconies supported by brackets of beams, and the numerous blind alleys and somber vaulted passages are shrouded in silence, while their bare, almost windowless walls and their closed doors, marked with the sign of the warning hand, P81, enhance their impenetrable mystery. The chief business street of the Kasbah is the Rue Randon PL. C2-3 Comp. P 226, especially the S part of it with its shops between the Marché de la Lyre, P 226, and the synagogue PL. 24 C2, Adam, CP 220, a building with a huge dome and 3 women's galleries. The Rue de la Jurif and Rue Caton, the last 2 side streets before the synagogue, ascend to the Rue Kleber PL. C2, where at the crossing of the Rue d'Anferville and Rue du Palmier, opposite an Arabian coffee house, rises the small mosque of Sidi Mohammed et Sharif, PL. 17, C2. The Rue d'Anferville leads to the left to the long Rue de la Porte Neuve, PL. C2-3, a street starting from the Rue de la Lyre, P 226. A little way down we may visit its side streets, Rue des Stats and Rue Mayday, and then return by the Rue de la Mer Rouge to the upper part of the Rue Kleber. We may next follow the Rue du Palmier, see above, and the Rue Annibal or its side street Rue Tombouctou to the long and steep Rue de la Kasbah, PL. C2, which ascends in steps from the Rue Bab El Oud, P 224, to the Kasbah barracks. The small square at the top of the Rue de la Kasbah, adjoining the Boulevard de la Victoire, PL. BC2, is a resort of jugglers and storytellers with their admiring audience. Passing the prison civil, PL. BC2, on the right, and crossing the moat, we may now visit the Mohammedan Cimetière del Keter, PL. B2, prettily situated on the slope above the Freisvallen, P 234. The equals Kasbah equals PL. B2, 427 ft. Originally an octagonal pile of buildings, surrounded by large gardens, was erected by Horak Barbarossa in 1516, but was afterwards much altered. In 1816-30 it was the residence of the Days, Comp. P 221, and now serves as the Zouave barracks. The large 2-storied quadrangle in the Moro-Turkish style is a relic of the original building. The old mosque is now used as a storehouse. Adam, CP 220. The road to El Bayer, P 234, leads through the Kasbah and then traverses the old Quartier des Tagarins, Comp. P 221, which extended to the Port du Sahel, PL. B3. From the prison civil, the steep Boulevard Valais, PL. C2, P 222, leads back to the town, the lower part commanding a superb asterisk view of Algiers and its bay. This boulevard joins the Rue Marengo, opposite the Médersa, PL. C2 Adam, CP 220, opened in 1904, one of the 3 recently founded Mohammedan colleges of Algeria, a building in an appropriate neo-Moorish style. Number 46, nearly opposite, is the pretty little medresa of the Turkish period. The asterisk equals Mosque of Sidi Abdurrahman equals PL. 18, C2. Adam, CP 220, built in 1696 and dedicated to the learned marabout Sidi Abdurrahman et Salba, 1387-1468. The chief saint of the Tzaliba, P 221, has no attraction beyond its elegant minaret, adorned with colored tiles. But its situation near the Jardin Marengo, P 224, and the charming view it commands are most impressive. The cover of the saint is bedecked, as is usual in the case of such tombs, with flags, ostrich eggs, and other offerings. The small burial grounds attached are relics of the chief Mohammedan cemetery, P 224. See Mustafa Superior and environs. The narrow coast plain, here called Plain de Mustafa, is the somewhat abrupt margin of the Sahel, to the S of the Old Town, on which lie the Quartier d'Isly, Tlemcen, and Mustafa Superior, where the white villas dating from the Turkish period, with their superb gardens and luxuriant orchards, are occupied chiefly by English and American residents. This is the favorite promenade of foreign visitors. Tramways Nos. 1, 2, and 3 CPP. 218, 219. To avoid ascents, the traveler had better begin his walk at the terminus of line number 2 or number 3. The main street of asterisk equals Mustafa Superior equals is the Rue Michelet PL. B a 5/8, a street nearly 2½ m long in line with the Rue d'Isly. The first third of it is uninteresting. It passes the former academy PL. B 5, situated on a high terrace below the Quartier d'Isly, which was converted into a university in 1909, 1442 students. Farther on the road leads through the suburb of Aga Superior to the ½ m, so-called Plateau Solier PL. B 6-7, tramway terminus, station sanitaire, P 218. The upper Rue Michelet, which, in spite of its steep hills, is the most fashionable drive in Algiers, ascends, partly in windings, past the hotels P 217, a number of handsome villas and several charming points of view to the top of the Sahel. Beyond the Scottish church, P 220, at the first sharp bend in the road, rises, behind the view terrace of the museum garden, the museum Musée National des Antiquités Algériennes, PL. A 6-7, opened in 1897, containing the finest collection of the kind in Algeria, Adam, CP 220. Catalogue rather old, 1899. Director M. Stéphane Giselle. The garden contains a dolmen of the Beni-Ounif from Guyottville P. 237, Roman tombstones, vases, etc. In the vestibule are views of old Algiers, from the 17th century onwards. Over the inner door is an early Christian mosaic from Rascunier, p. 248, representing Christ as the Good Shepherd. The court contains modern views of Algiers and Arabic, Jewish, and Turkish inscriptions. In the center is a Roman mosaic from Silla, representing Scylla, p. 155, and marine deities. On the right is Room I. The cases in the middle and most of the wall presses contain prehistoric antiquities from the provinces of Algeria and Oran and from the Sahara, including the Flamand collection, 1,889.90. Along the walls are ranged casts and copies of the graffiti or rock drawings of Tiout, p. 202, Magrar-Tatani, p. 203, etc. Libyan early Berber tomb stele. On the end wall to the right, a warrior on horseback from Abizar in Great Kabylia. 2 cases with relics from Phoenician tombs at Guria, some of them imported from Greece. Also Punic tomb stele, etc. In the center are a fine mosaic from Ain Babouch and models of the Mausoleum of Lekehraub, p. 273, of the so-called Tomo de la Creation, p. 238, and of the Medrasin, p. 274. We now pass through R, Roman 4 and 2. Room Roman 2. In the center are antique marbles, torso of a Venus, in the style of the Capitoline Venus, draped female asterisk statue, replica of a work of the age of Phidias, the head added later, colossal statue of Poseidon, after a Greek original of the 4th century. Torso of Bacchus, satyr and hermaphrodite, after a group of the Hellenistic period. A torso, 2 elegant decorative pillars, all of these coming from the so-called Museum of King Juba at Cherchell, p. 244. Then a colossal bust of Minerva from Camissa, bronze asterisk figure of a boy with an eagle from Lambes. By the wall next the court is a fragment of a sarcophagus relief, warrior with wounded Amazon, Achilles, and Penthesilea. By the back wall are casts of the chief antiques of Cherchell marble busts, including Jupiter Serapis and a god of the lower regions, both from Carthage. The wall cabinets contain Greek and Etruscan vases and fragments of Roman sculptures and inscriptions. Around are mosaics, boar and panther hunt from Orleansville, fragment of a representation of the Four Seasons from Lambes, Europa with the bull, Jupiter and Antiope, Oceanus and Nereids. In the center is a relief plan of Timgad, p. 289. We next pass through RV into Room Roman 3. Among the bronzes in the first case are a mask, 3rd cent, B. C. from El Gramidi, a statuette of Venus untying her sandal from Cherchell, adjacent an early Christian bronze lamp, 5th cent. Then come cases with Greek, Roman, and Mauritanian coins, lamps, etc. The case by the wall next the court contains early Christian reliquaries in terracotta. Along the walls are ranged Roman and early Christian inscriptions, reliefs, and architectural fragments. By the entrance wall is the tombstone of a bishop from Mouziaville, 5th cent. By the end wall Roman busts Incal, Hadrian, a slab bearing regulations as to rights of using water from La Maspa, Marijuana, early Christian sarcophagus from Delhi's 4th cent. The corner rooms, Roman 4 and V, contain the Oriental section, Art of Islam, which has received considerable additions, and for which 5 new rooms are being prepared. Room Roman 4. Berber and early Moorish works of art. In the anteroom Berber vases, tissues, and wood carving from Great Kabylia, etc. Ankle. An ancient Kabylian cradle. In the central case are Berber trinkets, chiefly from Great Kabylia Dra el Mizan, work of the Beni-Ounif and Tunisian vases. Cases with Algerian bronzes and curiosities from Kala des Beni Hamed, p. 270, stucco work, fragments of vases. Cases and 2 wall presses containing superb Moroccan embroidery, some showing Spanish Moorish influence, mostly from the region of Fez. A large Majolica vase from Palma, Majorca. Also, on the walls, asterisk carpets from the district of Jebel Amour from Kala, p. 207, Kairouan, Rabat, and of the tribe of the Rurha, near Sétif. Room V, devoted mainly to the Moro-Turkish art of the Barbarsks. At the entrance is a marble portal of Italian workmanship. Stands with weapons, some of them in the Louis Roman 16. Style, trinkets, richly embroidered slippers, pistol cases, cartridge belts, etc., and also gorgeous feminine apparel. On a stand, with gold embroidery from mosques and saints' tombs, is placed the cast of the so-called Geronimo, p. 225. By the walls are 2 superb saddles, copper vessels, furniture inlaid with mother-of-pearl, etc. Presses with Algerian embroidery, curtains of ladies' chambers, bath veils, etc. By the back wall, Jewesses, costumes from Constantine. In the gallery are Smyrna carpets. In the Rue Michelet, a few paces farther, beyond the Chemin du Tlemcen, see below, is a small round space with a marble statue of Mac Mahon, 1808-93, governor of Algeria in 1864-70. Opposite, to the left, is the Palais d'été du Gouverneur PL, A7, a fine neo-Moorish building with beautiful grounds. Adam, CP 220. Farther on we cross the Chemin de Gascogne or Chemin Ramin, the shortest route from Mustapha Inferior, p. 232, to the Colonne Voirol, see below. Near the lower half of that road is the Orphelinat Saint Vincent de Paul, PL. A7, on the site of a villa of Mustapha Pasha, p. 225, to whom this quarter owes its name. Following the Rue Michelet farther to the S we pass, on the right, the New English Church, p. 220, in the Moorish style. The cost of building, which amounted to 7,000 L, was defrayed by the French government in compensation for the site of the former English church which was required for the new post office, p. 226. Beyond the bifurcation of Bowel, Bru, p. 231, the Rue Michelet takes a sharp turn to the NW and leads along the margin of the so-called Bois de Boulogne, PL. A89, a sparse pinewood to the Colon Voiral 689 ft. Tramway terminus CPP 218-219, a monument in memory of General Voiral. One of the finest and easiest walks at Mustapha Superior is the asterisk equals Kemen du Talemli equals PL AB64, which diverges to the right from the Rue Michelet just beyond the Museum Garden P228 and leads along the slope of the Sahel, halfway up passing through several verdant ravines, ravin des Sept sources, etc., to the 1¾ m Quartier d'Isly PL B45, a charming, loftily situated villa quarter. This road affords several splendid views of the bay. From the Quartier d'Isly, we may either descend by the Rue Edouard Cat and Avenue Pasteur to the lower Rue Michelet and the Rue d'Isly P. 226, or we may follow the main road as far as the town wall between the Baule, La Ferrière P. 226, and the Porte du Sahel P. 233. Side roads connect the Kemen du Talemli with the Campagny Bellevue, see below on one side, and with Saint Raphael P. 234 on the other. As the road, mostly bordered with hedges, which leads from the Colon Voiral P. 230 to 1¼ m Elbire P. 234, passing the Campagny Bellevue 794 ft. Halfway is monotonous, the equals Kemen de Maclay equals, leading from the Colon Voiral to 1¾ m Chateauneuf P. 234, is far preferable. It passes through the upper valley of the Oude Nys, see below, verdant with fruit trees, eucalypti and pines, runs to the N.W. To the ½ m Café de Hydra, and at the ½ m Café Restaurant du Retour de la Chasse joins the highroad coming from Blida. A little way to the SW of the Colon Voiral, on the road from Algiers to Douaira and Boufaric, P. 216, is the beautiful Château de Hydra, once a country seat of the days, but now private property. From the Colon Voiral, we may now walk through the Bois de Boulogne, P. 230, or follow the road to the SC in the valley of the Oude Nys, past the sanatorium of Dr. Verhaeren and the Villa des Grottes, curious rock sculptures, among others the expulsion of Adam and Eve from paradise, to 1 m the poor agricultural village of equals Bermondres equals 354 ft. Café Restore, Des Platines. From Bermondres we have the choice of two routes. We may walk through the Ravin de la Femme Sauvage to the NE and E, as the cool and shady lower Oude Nys Valley is popularly called, to 1¾ m, the village of Le Ruisseau, tramway number 4, P. 219, a ½ m beyond the Jardin d'Essai, P. 232. Or we may take the road to the SC and E, through orchards and market gardens and across a fine open hill, to the 1¼ m poor village of Villa Cuba and a ½ m Cuba, P. 233. From the Rue Michelet, the equals Boulevard Bru equals PL. AC 89, P. 230, tramway number 3, CP 219, leads between villas, affording near the farther end a beautiful view of Algiers, to 3/4 m, the Cimetière de Mustapha PL. C9, incorporating the English cemetery. Here at the tramway terminus, the Baule. Bru joins the Kemen de Fontainebleau, a road coming up from Mustapha Inferior, P. 232. We follow the latter road straight on to its junction with the Kemen Shakespeare or des Creerts, beyond which in the same direction, the Rue Laurent, Pichet brings us to the 1/4 m Villa Cecchini, PL. D9, superbly situated above Belcourt P. 232. Straight on we follow the Rue de Béhagel, a narrow field road diverging from the Rue Laurent, Pichet. This road after 5 min leads to the left, through a small oak copse and past the Fort des Arcades, PL. D9, to the verge of the plateau * bench with view, and then, taking the name of Kemen des Arcades, goes on to the hill garden of the Jardin d'Essai, CP 232. D. The SE suburbs. The only attractions here are the Mohammedan cemetery at Belcourt, near the Marabout station of tramway number 4, P 219, and the Jardin d'Essai. It is best to go to the latter by the inner line, just mentioned, and to return by number 5, the outer line. The suburbs of Agho Inferior, with its railway station, P 217, and the new Uri Airport, P 223, Mustapha Inferior, Belcourt, and Lahama, together with the adjacent little town of Hussein, are the industrial quarters of Algiers. Along the coast beyond Baule, Lafreniere P226, run the Rue Baudin PL. C5, in line with the Rue de Constantine P226 and the Rue Sadi Carnot PL. B58 over 2.5 m long, from which at the N, E angle of the Champ de Maneuvers PL. C7, also a racecourse, diverges the Rue de Lyon PL. B79, 2 m in length, the route of the inner tramway line number 4. The unattractive Rue de Lyon leads to about 3/4 m, the equals Cimetière Musulman de Belcourt equals PL. D9, the finest Mohammedan burial ground in Algiers, containing a number of handsome monuments and the picturesque Kuba of Sidi Abdurrahman Boukhabrin, D 1793, a famous Algerian saint, a native of Great Kabylia. Adam, CP 220. As a rule, only the side entrance in the Rue Colonel Coombs is open. The so-called Grotte de Cervantes, PL. D9, with a bust and memorial tablet of the famous Spanish author, who lived in captivity at Algiers in 1575 AD, is said to have been his hiding place when attempting to escape. Ascending a road from the end of the Rue Col Camez beyond the cemetery, we follow a 5-min path to the left, and turning to the left again, somewhat downhill, we reach the 9-min grotto. The Rue de Lyon next leads through the suburb of Lahama to the a m equals Jardin d'Essai equals PL. E9, Adam, CP 220, or Jardin du Hamma, the Botanic Garden of Algiers, and at the same time a nursery garden and public promenade. Founded by government in 1832 and frequently extended, it became the property of the Compagnie Algérienne, P 219, in 1878. In wealth of vegetation, it vies with the botanic gardens of Palermo and Lisbon, which, however, have been more advantageously laid out. It consists of 2 sections, a hill garden on the verge of the Sahel Plateau and the main garden in the once marshy, but now extremely fertile coast plain. Opposite the S entrance of the main garden in the Rue de Lyon is the dilapidated Moro-Turkish Fontaine du Hamma, 16th cent. From this point, near the small hot Restaurant du Château Rouge, the Chemin des Arcades, P 231, ascends to the equals hill garden equals, a wooded park with tall araucarias, huge eucalypti, and other trees. Through the equals main garden equals a magnificent avenue of planes runs from the chief entrance towards the sea. Halfway is a circular space with a café. The W half of the garden, to the left of the avenue, is occupied by the less interesting nursery garden. The E half of the garden is intersected by shady walks at right angles to each other. Parallel with the main avenue are the narrower Dragon Tree and Palm Avenue and the Magnolia and Fig Tree Avenue. The chief crosswalks, parallel with the Rue de Lyon, are the Date Palm, the Bamboo, and the Dwarf Palm and Rose Avenues. From the S entrance, we turn at once to the right into the Date Palm Avenue, where, from the steps opposite the offices, administration, we have a charming view of the Dragon Tree and Palm Avenue. Then, passing the Magnolia and Fig Tree Avenue, we go straight to the S angle of the garden, where we are struck with the profusion of tropical plants, outstanding among which are the huge ficus nitida with its exposed roots and a group of yuccas, the rare Yucca draconis and other palm lilies. A little lower down, near the artificial island with its aquatic plants, are a group of asterisk strelitzias, and beyond a tall Livistona australis, a beautiful little palm grove. We next follow the asterisk bamboo walk, and from it turn to the right into the Dragon Tree, P30, and Palm Avenue, which leads towards the sea. Farther on, to the left, beyond the dwarf palm, Chamaerops excelsa, and Rose Avenue, is the small zoology Adam, CP 220, with a few specimens of Algerian animals. Opposite the N entrance, in the Rue Sadi Carnot, at the station of the outer tramway line, rises a group of date palms, where the cafés Oasis des Palmiers and Closerie des Palmiers are much frequented by the citizens in the afternoon, Dage. 2.5 D3 FR. Beyond the railway line, from the shore near the sea baths, P 219, Restore, we obtain a delightful asterisk view of Algiers. When the wind is to the N or N, W, the breakers here are grander than at the Rampe de l'Amérite, P 223. The Rue Sadi Carnot ends at the Oude Nijs, P 231, on the outskirts of the small town of equals Hussinde equals Hot. De la Gare, railway and tramway station, CPP 217-247, where the tobacco factory has swallowed up the villa of the last days of Algeria. The inhabitants, 5,700, are mostly Spaniards from the Balearic Islands, Mahanais, who grow early vegetables. From Hassindé to Mason Carré, CP 247. From the village of La Rousseau, P 231, at the end of the Rue de Lyon and at the mouth of the Ravin de la Femme Sauvage, a road ascends in windings to the 1/4 m village of Cuba 427 ft. Tramway number 4, CP 219, in a charming, well-wooded site. At the entrance to the village, on the site of a Kuba, stands a church with a long flight of steps. The flat roof of the Grand Séminaire, a training college for priests founded by Card. La Vigerie, P 346, Adam, by leave of the superior, commands an extensive asterisk panorama of the Midija, the Atlas of Blida, and the Jura range. From Cuba via Cuba to Bermondres, CP 231. El Bayer and Bouzarea. Tramway number 6, P 219, to El Bayer and Chateauneuf. From Chateauneuf diligence several times daily to Cheraga and 6 times daily to Bouzarea. Notices are posted in the Place du Gouvernement at the corner of Rue Babazon. A favorite circular trip for one-day motorcars and carriages, CP 218, embraces El Bayer, Chateauneuf, Cheraga, Stau Eli Trap, City Farage, P 237, Guyoteville P 237, Point Pescade P 237, Saint Eugene P 236, and Algiers. A popular drive for half a day includes Bouzarea, Fort de Bainum, Bains Ramens, P 237, Point Pescade, and Algiers. 1. The road to El Bayer leads from the Old Town through the Casbah and the Port du Sahel, PL. B. 3. Comp. P 228. Walkers may note 2 possible digressions. To the left, just outside the gate, a path descends in 10 min to Bowel. La Fourrière, P 226. To the right, 2 min. Farther diverges the Chemin de Fontaine-Fraiche, PL. A3-4, the road to 10 min, the charmingly situated village of Bertraria, whence one may either ascend to the SW in 20 min to El Bayer C below, or walk to the NE through the pretty Friesvallen and then descend the Avenue du Friesvallen, PL. AB2-1, on the right bank of the Oudem Kessel, to a half HR. The Quartier Bab El Oud C below. The highroad passes near the foot of the Fort El Empereur, PL. A4 689 ft, almost hidden by trees. This was the site of the camp of Charles V. P 221, and on it was built the Mulhouse Hassan Fort, 1545, which was partly blown up by its Turkish defenders when bombarded by the French in 1830. The road then winds up to the tramway station of Saint Raphael, 788 ft. Whence a charming road branches off to 1/4 m, Mustapha Superior to the left, and after 3 min to the left again, joining the Chemin du Talemly close to the Hot Continental. The large village of El Bayer 784 ft. 2 m to the SW of the Port du Sahel, and the village of Chateauneuf Hot. Restore. Mallard Pens, from 6 fr. A favorite Sunday afternoon resort, lying on the monotonous plateau a half m beyond El Bayer, uninteresting in themselves, are the starting points of the roads to the Colon Voiral and to Bouzarea, P 235. A road leads from Chateauneuf to 5.5 m from the Port du Sahel, Cheraga, 650 ft. Hot. Des Voyageurs, humble, a pleasant village among fruit trees, and 3 m Stau Eli Trap, P 237, situated on a shelf-like terrace above the coast, where the French first encountered the troops of the day in 1830. The old Trappist monastery, founded here in 1843, was purchased in 1904 by the Swiss consul Bourgeaud, who has converted the abbey lands of about 3,000 acres into a model farm, no admittance. The burial ground contains the tomb of Karl. Marengo, 1780-1862. From Stau Eli Trap, a road descends to the NW to 1 m Stau Eli, P 237. The highroad joins the Castiglione Road at 11 m City Farage, P 237, a station on the steam tramway. 2. To Bouzarea, a new road 2.5 m leads to the NW from El Bayer C above, through the pretty valley of the Oud Bel Elzar, one of the feeders of the Oud M Kessel, C above, while the old road 2 m leads to it from Chateauneuf, C above, crossing an uninteresting plateau and about a half m short of Bouzarea, passing the École Normale Primaire. A more interesting route to 5M Bouzarea is from the Quartier Bab El Oud PL. B1, formerly the NW suburb of Algiers, inhabited chiefly by Spaniards. From the Baul, du General Far or Baul, Militaire Nord PL. C1 P222, we follow the Avenue de la Bouzarea PL. C B1 and the Avenue Beaufraisier in the old suburb of Cité Bugeaud to the Pont du Beaufraisier crossing the Oud M. Castle. We thence ascend the fine Chemin des Carrières, passing near the blue limestone quarries on the spurs of Mont Bouzarea, then through a side valley of the Freisvallen P234, with its luxuriant vegetation, and lastly mountain windings past the Hospice des Villas. The village of Bouzarea equals 1230 ft. Hot. De France Humble Pop 2500 in an open site on the crest of Mont Bouzarea 1335 ft. The culminating point of the Sahel is a favorite goal for excursionists in summer. A road leads to the Eni from the village, past the Fort de la Bouzarea on the left and the Christian Cemetery on the right, to 3/4 m, the Observatoire d'Alger, 1148 ft. The roof of the observatory affords a fine view of the Bay of Algiers and of the hills of Great Kabylia as far as Cape Bengut, p. 254. From the observatory we may descend either to the E by the steep Chemin City Ben Nur, passing the fort of that name, to the Avenue des Consulats, see below, or to the N by a steep and stony path to the Vallée des Consuls, p. 236. A road leads to the NW from Bouzarea in a quarter hr. To the poor huts of the village Arab de la Bouzarea on the slope of a flat hill, 1178 ft. Overgrown with cacti and dwarf palms, where we have a splendid asterisk view of the forest of Beni-Ounif, Cape Caxine, p. 237, the SW chain of the Sahel with the Tamo de la Création, p. 238, and Jebel Chenwa, p. 242, as also of the Blida Atlas with the deep incision of the Chiffer Ravine, p. 215. From the Arab village, the road descends to the W to the 1/4 m equals Fort de Beni-Ounif equals, the largest wood, 1250 acres near Algiers. We follow the Route Forestière Wendling, high on the slope of the Sahel, with a fine view of the coast between Point Pescade, p. 237, and Cape Caxine, at first through underwood, richly carpeted with flowers in spring. We then pass through the remains of a pine forest to the 1/3 m Ronde des Eucalyptus, a bifurcation in a small eucalyptus grove. Straight on is the Route Forestière Mignerat leading to Guyottville, 3/4 m, p. 237. We follow, to the right, the beautiful Route Forestière Cum, 2 m, which descends through groups of cork trees, pines, and eucalypti, past a ravine to the Maison Forestière, whence it is continued by a eucalyptus and mimosa avenue down to villas, p. 237, on the Castiglione Road, a station on the steam tramway. F. Notre Dame d'Afrique and Saint Eugene. Tramway number 1, p. 218 to the Hôpital du Day, thence an omnibus every ½ hr. 1/4 pers, 1 fr, 20 c each at it, pers, 30 c to the Church of Notre Dame d'Afrique. Tramway number 7, p. 219 to Saint Eugene. The terminus du Moulins is only a few paces from the station of the steam tramway to Castiglione, R35. The tramway through the Avenue des Consulats ends at the Hôpital Militaire du Day PL. AB1, which with its gardens occupies the site of a villa of Hassan Pasha, p. 225. We follow the Baul de Champagne and then diverge to the right by the Route de Notre Dame d'Afrique, a ½ hr. A narrow road, shady towards evening, affording splendid asterisk views of the Bay of Algiers. The large domed church of Notre Dame d'Afrique equals 443 ft. A pilgrimage church for sick persons and mariners, founded by Card. La Vigerie in 1872 rises conspicuously on a spur of the Eni slope of Mont Bouzarea, p. 235, above the Christian and the Jewish burial grounds, see below. From the terrace in front of the church, where the blessing of the sea by the clergy every Sunday at 3:30 attracts many spectators, we survey the coast as far as the Point Pescade, p. 237. Behind the church is the hot Bompard. The Vallée des Consuls, which has its name from the villas of the European consuls of the Turkish period, a shady and extremely fertile vale above Saint-Eugène, see below, affords charming walks. A pleasant road leads through it from Notre Dame d'Afrique, shaded by gnarled old olive trees. We may thence mount to the observatory, Comp. P 235, or else descend in 20 min to Saint-Eugène. But the descent via Fort Duperrey to Dieu Moulins, P 237, is very rough and fatiguing. From the lower end of the Bowel, Du Gaindrelfar, P 234, beyond the still uncompleted Quartier de l'Esplanade, PL. C1 runs the Avenue Malakoff, PL. CB1, close to the shore and protected against the breakers by a high limestone wall, leading to the Fort des Anglais, an old Turkish fort on a rocky headland. Opposite, to the left, on the spurs of Mont Bouzarea, lie the Christian cemetery and the interesting Jewish cemetery of Algiers. Beyond the cemeteries, we come to the little town of Saint-Eugène. Hot. Restore du Châteauvert d'Age, 2.5 D3 FR. Restore Dieu Moulins, Pop. 4,800 Inkel, 500 Jews with several factories and pretty villas. The tramway terminus, Dieu Moulins at the NW end of the town, is the starting point for walks to the Point Pescade, P. 237, the Fort de Beni-Ounif, P. 235, and other places. From Algiers to Tipaza and Cherchell. A via Castiglione. Steam tramway, P. 219, from the station in the Quartier Bab El Oud, PL. B1, in connection with the electric tramway from Ruwais, PL. C4 to 28.5 m Castiglione, 4 trains daily in 233.5 HRS, fares 3 FR. 15 2 FR, 30 C. Diligence from Castiglione 3 times daily to 5 m, Bayrard, and twice daily via 43.5 m to Tipaza to 60.5 m. Cherchell. In order to visit the Tomo de la Création, we have to take a private vehicle costing from Castiglione to Tipaza, with a stay of 2-3 hours at the Ferme Seuillet or the Ferme du Rocher-Plat, about 12:15 FR. Interesting round of 3 days. First, by early train to Castiglione, drive taking provisions to Ferme Seuillet, walk to Tomo de la Création, and to Tipaza CPP. 238-239, there visit the E Hill sending car on to the hotel. Second, visit Lighthouse and W Hill of Tipaza early, drive to Cherchell about noon CPP. 242-243. Third, drive about noon to Marengo CPP. 244-243, lunch, take afternoon train to Blida and evening train thence to Algiers. Attractive but more costly 4 days round, first, by early train to Blida, by midday or evening train to Boumedfa, by omnibus to Hammam Rira P. 212. Second, by car, from hotel to 16 m Marengo and thence by steam tramway CPP. 243-244 or by car, to Cherchell. Third, drive about noon to Tipaza CPP. 243-242. Fourth, Tomo de la Création, towards evening by steam tramway from Castiglione back to Algiers. Tours by motor car, Comp. P 173. From Algiers to 3¾ m Dieu Moulins Saint Eugène CPP. 235-236. Here begins the finest part of the coast road, which will repay walkers as far as Cape Caxine or Guyottville. The spurs of Mont Bouzarea P. 235, furrowed by many little ravines, come close down to the sea. The coast, undermined at places by the surf, presents a picturesque series of small headlands, bold cliffs, and rocky islets. The most striking spot is the 5M = Point Pescade = restaurant, a headland crowned with the moldering walls of a Turkish fort, 1671, overlooking the blue sea and the coast as far as Cape Matifou and beyond. By road and railway, we next come to the 5.5 m Bains Ramens, Hot, Restore, and the Hot de la Fontaine Romaine, both sea bathing places in summer, to 7 m villas lying below the Fort de Beni-Ounif, P 235, and to 8 m Cape Caxine, on the nice rocks of which rises a lighthouse, 210 ft, visible 24 m round. Beyond the precipitous Grand Rocher lies 9.5 m Saint Cloudsermer, a sea bathing place. The coast now grows flatter. 10 m Guyottville = 82 ft. Hot. Des Tourists Humble, a village of 3,500 inhab, with a colony of Italian peasants who cultivate early vegetables and grapes on the sandy soil, protected from the sea winds by plantations of Spanish reeds, arundodonx, and in spring by narrow fields of rye. On the plateau to the east of the village, in the territory of the tribe of Beni-Ounif, a number of dolmens CPP 324, 229 still exist. From Guyottville to the Fort de Beni-Ounif, CP 235. Near the low headland of Ras Acrata, the road reaches the broad bay of Castiglione, much exposed to NW gales, which extends in a slight curve to Jebel Chenwa, P 242, a hill we sighted soon after leaving Guyottville. We have a view also of the pretty adjoining bay of Sidiferach. To the right, near 12.5 m, less dunes, part of the sandhills is cultivated. 13 m La Trappe and 14.5 m Stouaili Hot. Malakoff, quite good are stations for Stouaili Trappe, P 234. From Stouaili, and from the 15.5 m station Sidiferach roads lead to the NW, one 2.25, the other 2 m, to the small sea-bathing village of Sidiferach equals 49 ft. Hot. De la Plage plain, at the end of a sandy tongue of land formed by the surf and by the deposits of the Oud Mazafran, P 238. It attracts also jackal hunters and anglers from Algiers in winter. An inscription at the entrance to the fort recalls the landing of French troops here in 1830 Comp. P 234. A little to the NW are the scanty remains of an early Christian church, with baptistery, etc. As we proceed, the Atlas of Blida, P 169, is visible for a time. 18 m, Zeralda 62 ft. Hot. De Zeralda, an agricultural village, lies in a broad coast plain, the lowest of 4 old beach terraces which mount to the Eni in gigantic steps to Stouaili Trappe. The road now leads between low sandhills, with pines and underwood, to the Oud Mazafran, called in its upper course Oud Chifa, P 213, through whose valley, deeply furrowing the Sahel, we have another glimpse of the Atlas of Blida. 22 m Mazafran on the left bank of the stream is the junction of a branch line to 6.25 m, the little town of Kalia, 460 ft. Hot. De France, Hot. Du Commerce, founded by Andalusian Moors in 1550, finely situated on the S-slope of the Sahel and noted for its fruit culture. The Jardin des Zouaves deserves a visit. The next stations are for the use of villages situated above the line on the N margin of the Sahel Plateau. 23.5 m Douau de l'Espagne, 25.5 m. Fouca Marine, 2 small sea-bathing places. In the distance, on the crest of the Sahel, appears the Tomo de la Creation, resembling a haystack. 28.5 m equals Castiglione equals 128 ft. Hot. Du Tapis Vert, good, hot. De Paris, hot. De Elocies, humble, is a large village of 2,000 inhab on the vine-clad slope of the Sahel. Below are the unpretending sea baths, where lodgings may be procured. The high road to 43.5 m, Tipaza, affording at first a beautiful view of the coast of Jebel Chenwa and the hills of the Dara P 209 beyond Marengo, leads via the fishing villages of 30 m Chifalo, founded by Sicilian fishermen from Cefalo, and 31 m Buharon, whose inhabitants are engaged in the anchovy and sardine fishery, to 33.5 m Berard 66 ft. Café Hot. Berard Pour, a banana-growing village. 36 m Firm Seulit 102 ft. A large farm is the starting point for the Tomo de la Creation. The rough road to the tomb, 2.5 m ascends in windings, partly avoided after 10 min by a shortcut to the left, at first through underwood, and then to the SW through vineyards. The so-called asterisk equals Tomo de la Creation equals 856 ft. Arabic Kabur Urumia, the largest tomb in the Atlas regions and one of the most conspicuous of sailors' landmarks on the whole coast of Algeria, stands on one of the highest points of the SW range of the Sahel. It was probably erected by Juba Roman II. P 244, in imitation of the Medrasan P 274, as a tomb for his family. The building consists of a low square pedestal of about 70 ids each way, and a circular substructure relieved by 60 Ionic half-columns and 4 blind portals, crowned with a pyramid rising in steps, of which 33 still exist. The present name is derived from the cruciform moldings of the door panels. The monument, originally 130 ft. In height, but now 108 ft. Only, has suffered severely from the vandalism of native treasure hunters, who bored 2 tunnels into it, and from bombardment by 2 days of Algiers, bent on the same quest. Further damage was done by earthquakes in 1825 and 1867, and the masonry also has been loosened by the removal of its leaden cramps. The building is surrounded by dense underwood and is partly overgrown by it on the end side. Key and candles at the keeper's hut on the NE side, fee 50c. The entrance is under the blind portal on the E side, where the original vestibule has almost disappeared. A short passage leads to the antechamber. In the wall on the right, near two rude reliefs, lion and lioness, is a passage, once closed by stone slabs with a flight of 7 steps. Beyond this is a winding gallery, about 165 ids long, probably destined for funeral processions, with small wall niches for lamps. The gallery leads to the 2 inner chambers, an anteroom and the larger chamber with 3 wall niches. In the center of the monument, probably the tomb of the kings, but now quite empty. The ascent of the monument from the S side, rather a toilsome climb, conveys a still more striking idea of its grandeur than the long groping in the inside. The panorama from the top embraces the coast, from Sidi Ferruch to Jebel Chenwa, the hills of the Dara with Jebel Zakar Chirgui, P212 to the SW, the broad Midija plain to the S, and the Atlas of Blida with the ravine of the Chifa. We return to the firm Seulit by the same route or descend to the N, W. By the steep road to 37.5 m, the firm du Rocherplat, 85 ft. The highroad next passes the 42 m firm Demanchi, intersects a beautiful eucalyptus grove, and passes the E-hill of Tipaza, P242. In approaching Tipaza, we obtain a charming view of its little bay and the lighthouse. A half m equals Tipaza equals hotel. Hotel du Rivage, prettily situated at the S. Base of the lighthouse hill with a small garden R2 a half be a half dage, or D. 2 a 3 pens, 7 fr. Tipaza, a small seaport of 2,000 inhab. Mostly Mohammedans, founded in 1854, stands on the ruins of Tipaza, a place with a Berber name, but originally an ancient Phoenician settlement, and from the time of Emp. Claudius, about 40 AD, a Roman colony. Thanks to its advantageous site near the Nador Valley, the main outlet in Roman times of the densely populated W. Midija, Tipaza became in the 2nd cent. One of the most prosperous seaports of Mauritania. The most glorious period in its history was at the close of the 4th cent, when Tipaza, famed for its staunch adherence to the Catholic faith, repelled the attacks of Firmus, the Berber prince, P244. But after a century of prosperity, most of the inhabitants fled to Spain in 484 in order to escape from the persecutions of Hunarich, king of the Vandals. Since its occupation by the Arabs, the old town, already much impoverished, has disappeared from the page of history. The site of Tipaza, secluded and peaceful, is strikingly picturesque. The adjoining coast is richly varied, and close by rise the great limestone rocks of Mt. Chenwa. At the same time, there are remains of numerous Roman and early Christian buildings around, all in complete ruin and partly overgrown with luxuriant vegetation. Ancient Tipaza, originally occupying only the central castle hill, which now bears the lighthouse, see below, gradually extended over the coast plain to the S of the bay and also along the slopes of the W and E hills. The late Roman town walls, 2410 ids, in length are still traceable at places. The busy trade of the port led, probably at an early period, to the construction of a broad landing place with substantial quays, the space for which was obtained by the leveling of the rocky terrace on the coast. The Roman outer harbor, behind the rock islets near the E-hill, probably served as a place of refuge in stormy weather only. Since the Middle Ages, the coastline has been much modified by the encroachments of the sea. We begin our walk on the end side of the village, at the present harbor, which occupies the site of the now submerged Roman landing place. The huge rock, possibly used as a mausoleum, undermined by the sea, which rises in the middle of the harbor, was left untouched by the Roman engineers. During the construction of the new harbor, the remains of a Roman cistern and underground conduits were unearthed. From the harbor we walk to the N, round a small bay to the Lighthouse Hill, 112 ft. Gorgeous with flowers in spring, where a few vestiges of Roman streets, cisterns, and a temple are traceable, see above. At the Lighthouse Fair, we obtain a delightful view. Near it, on the N, margin of the hill, a precipice has been formed by a landslip. The road connecting the highroad with the harbor and the lighthouse hill leads past the Hotel du Rivage and through the asterisk equals thermi equals, a grand bathhouse of the 2nd or 3rd cent, rivaling the W baths of Cherchell, p. 246. Among the ruins, still 30 ft. High in places, extending into the Jardin Tremox, the frigidarium on the east side is still quite recognizable. Near the hotel to the left, we enter the equals Jardin Adam. Kindly granted, the garden of a private estate, adorned with antique and early Christian relics. On the east side, near the baths, we observe, protected by a roof, a fine late Roman sarcophagus, bearing nuptial and sacrificial scenes. Near it is an old Christian sarcophagus, with Christ the Good Shepherd beardless. On the sides are lions tearing a gazelle to pieces. In the middle of the grounds, to the left of the road, are a few relics of a Roman amphitheater, 3rd cent, which even during the French period has served as a quarry. The road farther on passes the equals Nymphaeum equals on the left, a sumptuous late Roman fountain 3rd or 4th cent, 26 ids, in breadth backed with a semicircular wall. In front of it is a platform 6.5 ft. High, once bedecked with Corinthian columns and with statues, over which the water descended into a narrow trough or basin. Immediately behind the fountain is a well-preserved vault, once the reservoir for the water brought to Tipaza by an underground conduit, 5.5 m long, from the valley of the Nador. A few paces away are the noteworthy ruins of a Roman mausoleum, 1st cent. The Roman theatre, at the exit of the gardens, to the right of the park road, yielded the materials for building the Hospital of Marengo. Several tiers of seats are still traceable. From the W Gate, of whose round towers alone a few relics remain, we follow the vestiges of the town walls to the NW to the 5 Min, West Hill, about 100 ft. The Ras El Nissa, church promontory, of the natives. A few paces to the right of the town walls, just above the undermined margin of the coast terrace, some fragments of a wall and 2 arcades of an aisle mark the site of the equals Bishop's Church equals of Tipaza. Erected in the 4th cent, the church was a basilica, 57 ids, by 49 ids, with nave and triple aisles, the nave 14.5 ids. In breadth was afterwards trisected by the addition of 2 rows of columns, little remains of the semicircular choir recess. Of the square baptistry, on the end side of the church, there remain the round font, with 3 steps, and fragments of the external walls. An adjoining chamber has a fine mosaic pavement. Several other rooms show traces of a heating apparatus. On the left, to the W of the town walls, lay the early Christian Western Cemetery, with countless rock tombs, sarcophagi, and monuments sadly desecrated by herds of cattle. About 100 paces to the end of the church, in the rocks rising above the sea, are several grottes funéraires. Near them is a large round mausoleum, once adorned externally with 16 half-columns, containing 14 wall niches, archisolia for coffins, and the slab of a table for love feasts, agapi. About 2 min to the SW is the burial church of Bishop Alexander, built at the end of the 4th cent. A small basilica with nave and aisles, of irregular shape, of which the foundations only remain. On the E side is a rectangular altar niche with 9 sarcophagi, containing, as the eulogistic inscription in the nave declares, the remains of the 9 righteous men, probably the 9 predecessors of Alexander. The right aisle contains many sarcophagi and a semicircular table for love feasts. At the W end of the nave are a mosaic with fish in 7 rows and an inscription in memory of the founder, who was probably buried in the W apse, added later, and accessible by a narrow portal only. We now return to the harbor, and ascend thence, close to the sea, past the remains of a small Roman burial ground, to the 10 Min East Hill, 115 ft. Outside the town walls, where thousands of graves indicate the great extent of the early Christian Eastern Cemetery. Here, beyond a few peasants' huts, we reach the best preserved ruin at Tipaza, the asterisk equals Basilica of Saint Salsa equals, the patron saint of the town. This church, built in the first half of the 4th cent, over the heathen sarcophagus of Fabia Salsa, was a square burial chapel, about 16 ids, each way with nave and aisles, but in the 5th or 6th cent, was prolonged westwards into a basilica 33.5 ids, long, with a vestibule and with galleries over the aisles. At the same time, the remains of the saint were transferred to a Roman sarcophagus, which was placed on a high pedestal in the old nave, now the choir of the enlarged church. The rows of clumsy columns in the nave are a later addition. The walls between the choir pillars belong to a restoration of the 7th or 8th century. Among the ruins of the walls, still 1012 FT. High at places, lie Ionic capitals and other fragments in picturesque confusion. Near the facade are preserved relics of the old stairs to the galleries. The small chapel and the square hall, later a burial place on the side of the church, date perhaps from the 4th century. An asterisk excursion to Cape Chenois will be found attractive. We first follow the Cherchell Road for 1m, we then turn, beyond the firm Tremox, P 244, to the right and cross the Nador Valley to the small sea baths of Chenois Plage at the base of Mt. Chenois. A narrow road leads thence, up and downhill, along the beautiful Baie du Chenois to the Ants des Grottes, which owes its name to the numerous caves in the limestone rocks, Grottes du Nador. On the narrow coast terrace between 7.5 m, Cape Chenois, and the Ras El Amouch is the secluded settlement of a French contractor, who with a staff of Spanish hands carries on a cement factory and quarries the red marble of the Cape, which was already known to the Romans. The ascent of *= Jebel Chenois = is interesting, both for the sake of the view from the top and for the glimpse it affords of its peculiar, purely Berber inhabitants. From the hilly coast road just mentioned, the route ascends to Tenzert and 22 a quarter HRS. A pass, about 2,300 FT, between the two chief heights of the Chenois. Thence in 40 min, more we reach the peak, 2976 FT, crowned with the Kubba of Lala Teferej, Berber Lala Zafaralts. The path descending from the pass to Desaix, see below, will be found convenient. The road from Tipaza to 17M Cherchell Diligence, CP 236, branches off to the W from the Marengo Road at 2M Gae du Nador, P 243, crosses the stream and leads past 3M Desaix, P 244, through a bleak tract at the foot of Mt. Chenois. 5.5 M Castellum du Nador, a late Roman fortified country seat, 3rd or 4th cent, was originally a quadrangular walled enclosure of 55 by 47 ids. Immediately to the left of the road, there now remain the ruins of 2 round corner towers and of a handsome gateway flanked with 2 square towers. The road leads on to the watershed, from which one has a view of the Atlas of Blida behind and the Dara Mountain spurs, P 208, in front. Thence it dips into the valley of the Oud el Hashim. 9.5 m Marabouts Sidi Amour, 164 FT. On the left bank of the stream, at the junction of the Marengo Road, P 244. About 3/4 m farther on we observe, on the left, the * Cherchell Aqueduct coming from the village of Marceau, the largest Roman work of the kind in Algeria, which, rising in 3 tiers to a height of over 100 FT. Here bridges a side valley. Passing several hill farms, owned by French families, the road next turns to the NW into the valley of the Oud Bella. Beyond the 14 m. Café de Elosies, we pass under the aqueduct, of which 20 pillars and 5 arches, built of great blocks of limestone, are still standing here at the foot of the beautiful pinewood. Beyond the aqueduct begins the finest part of the road. At first it skirts a pine-clad slope and then, leaving Cap Blanc to the NE, leads to the W, up and downhill, along the coast. Lastly it passes the fissured Cape Zeizren and 2 saints' tombs. 17 M Cherchell, CP 244. B via Elefroun and Marengo. Railway Algiers and Oran line, R33 via 31.5 m, Blida P 213, to 43 m Elefroun 6 trains daily in L3/423/4 HRS. 7 FR, 75 5 FR, 84 FR, 25 C. Steam tramway from Elefroun via 12.5 m Marengo to 30.5 m Cherchell, 2 as far as Marengo 3 trains daily in Ka, 2/3/4 HRS. Fare 3 FR. 70 or 2 FR, 70 C, for the combined visit to Tipaza and Cherchell, comp. Also the diary on pp. 236-237. From Algiers to 43 m Elefroun, CPP. 217-213. From the railway station at Elefroun, the steam tramway runs to the W, at the foot of a range of low hills, through the plain of Midija, which is here very monotonous. To the right, on the crest of the Sahel, is the Tamo de la Création, p. 238. In front of us rises Jebel Chenwa, p. 242. We pass the two poor villages of 3.5 m Mourelaine and 8.5 m Burkika, 345 ft, where the road from Miliana and Hamamrira, p. 212, joins ours. 12.5 m equals Marengo equals 305 ft. Hot, Dorient hot, Marengo both unpretending, carriages at the inns only, pop. 4300, a large agricultural village, has an important Wednesday asterisk market. About 5.5 m to the s is the reservoir of the Oud Mured. The road from Marengo to 8 m Tipaza car, 68 fr, crosses the Oud Mured and intersects the fine Fort de Sidi Slimane, Solomon's Forest, still primeval in character, with dense underwood and luxuriant ivy climbing to the tops of the trees. At the Oud Nador, near the 6 m Gae du Nador, our road joins the Cherchell Road, CP 242. At the 7 m Firm Tremox it leaves the valley of the Nador, whose estuary is flanked with low sandhills, and leads to the E to 8 m Tipaza p. 239. The highroad car, 1215 fr. From Marengo to 16 m Cherchell, C below ascends to the W from the Midija through a hilly region, and after about 6 m turns to the N, it joins the road from Tipaza to Cherchell at 10 m Marabouts Sidiamour, CP 243. Beyond Marengo, the railway crosses the highroad to Tipaza and then runs parallel to it to 17 m Desaix, 220 ft. p. 242. We skirt the S side of Jebel Chenwa, p. 242. 20 m Ruins Romains. We cross the Oud El Hashim, p. 243. 23 m Zurich, 263 ft. The thriving village of that name, with a fine avenue of plane trees, lies about 1.5 m to the s of the station and is inhabited chiefly by natives who cultivate oranges and vines. The Great Thursday Market is well attended by the Beni-Ounif, see below. Beyond Zurich, the train runs to the W of the Cherchell highroad. To the left lies the Cherchell Aqueduct, p. 243, while to the right Jebel Chenwa may be seen. 24 m Bled Bakora, 25.5 m Buhamaud, 27.5 m Oudbella. 30.5 m equals Cherchell equals or Cherchell 108 ft. Grand Hotel or Hot. Nicolas R, 2.5 Dage or D2.5 fr, plain but good hot. Juba humble both in the place Romaine hot. De Valence, pop. 6,800 Inkel. 4,700 Mohammedans, a pleasant little seaport, lies on a narrow limestone plateau, an old coast terrace at the foot of green hills, 750-800 ft. Behind these hills rises a mountainous region, once well-wooded, inhabited by the Berber tribe of the Beni-Ounif. Cherchell occupies the site of the ancient Phoenician colony of Ial. From the year 25 BC, it took the name of Caesarea, and in the Roman imperial age, it became the capital of Mauritania and residence of Juba Roman II. 25 BC to 22 AD, one of the most learned and enlightened men of his time, under whom it rapidly rose to importance, under Emp. Claudius it became the provincial capital, under the name of Colonia Claudia Caesarea, of Mauritania Caesarensis, and in rivalry with Carthage and Hippo Regius, p. 309, grew to be one of the greatest and wealthiest cities of Africa. After the erection of Mauritania Sétifensis, p. 271, into a new province, the prosperity of Caesarea began to wane. About 371, its art and industry were almost annihilated by its capture and pillage by the Donatists, p. 172, under the Berber Prince Firmus, and it lost the last vestige of its ancient glory when the Vandals transferred their residence to Carthage. In the 10th cent. The town is mentioned under the name of Cherchell, but from the 11th cent. Onwards it was entirely deserted. At length, at the end of the 15th cent. It was revived by Andalusian Moors, who brought with them their famed potter's art. In 1516 it was occupied by Horak Barbarossa, p. 221. In 1531 it was unsuccessfully attacked by Admiral Andrea Doria, p. 115. And lastly, after being taken by the French, it was enclosed by a wall in 1843. As the harbor affords but little shelter, the town has now little or no trade. Archaeologists may like to examine the scanty remains of the Roman fortifications, 2735 by 1640 ids, which extend over the crest of the hill range with its fine views. But the chief attraction is the Museum of Sculptures of the period of Juba Roman II, which form the only certain memorials of ancient Caesarea, an oasis of Greek culture in the midst of the Berbers. The Place Romaine or Esplanade forms the nucleus of the little town. Among the trees here rises a marble fountain, composed of Roman architectural fragments found in the environs, remains perhaps of a palace of King Juba's era. The 4 colossal masks are copies. See below. The Corinthian column and fragments of other columns at the back of the fountain were excavated in the Roman theatre, p. 246. The parapet of the Place Romaine affords a survey of the harbor, p. 247. On the east side of the Place Romaine rises the new *= museum =, which consists of 4 galleries enclosing a central court. Among the sculptures exhibited here are admirable replicas of famous Greek works of the Archaic and of the culminating periods of Greek art, 5th cent, which were executed by Greek masters for the adornment of King Juba's residence. Adam, at any time, the custodian, a 1 fr. Shows also the Thermes de l'Ouest, see below. Catalogue 1902, 3 fr. Conservator M. A. Munkel. Passing through the entrance room, SW Pavilion, busts, statues, etc., we enter the Salle Berbrugger S. Gallery. 31. Marble statue of Venus, *1. Athena torso, a copy in marble of a famous bronze by Alcamenes 5th cent. 46. Torso of a youth or Dionysus, probably after a marble statue of the school of Praxiteles, 1013. 2 torsos of Diana, 39b. Female statue with the attributes of Ceres, 33b. Aphrodite or Proserpine, several draped female statues. In the middle of this gallery are several marble heads on brackets, 64. Apollo after an archaic Attic original early 5th cent. 69. Juba Roman II. As a youth, without number, Agrippina. Southeast Pavilion. On the walls, mosaics, hunting scenes, 3 graces, etc. In the center, 11. Onyx statuette of Diana hunting, 109. Egyptian basalt statue of a king Thutmosis, 23. Marble group of Pan and a satyr, 34. Venus. The Salle Johnart E-Gallery contains in glass cases pottery, lamps, bronzes, glass, coins, etc. in the middle. Casts of statues found at Cherchell, but now in the Museum of Algiers. We now cross the central court, with interesting architectural specimens, to the Salle Victor Whale W Gallery. 19. Hercules after an original of the 5th cent. 7. Dionysus. 19. Aesculapius, both after originals of the 4th cent. 17. G. Shepherd, replica of a work of Praxiteles, 2122. 2 torsos of Hermes, *47. Torso of a youth. Northwest Pavilion. In the middle, draped female statue, Muse. Found in the theater, numerous inscriptions, fragments of sculpture and architecture. Salle Cagnet N Gallery. 39. Colossal female statue after a model by Phidias, 37. Canefer Archaic, 38. Hermaphrodite and a satyr Hellenistic. On the end wall on brackets, 4 colossal masks from King Juba's palace mentioned above Pergamenian school, 1st cent. Northeast Pavilion. Inscriptions, several objects of Punic origin. In the center, 68. Bust of Augustus, 49b. Muse. Leaving this room by a door in the end wall, we enter a court containing sarcophagi and numerous architectural fragments. Leaving the museum, we cross the Place Romaine to its W side, where we follow the 3rd side street, from the N to the W, and soon reach on the right, nearly opposite a little mosque, the * Thermes de l'Ouest = W baths, dating from the 2nd or 3rd cent. The grandest Roman ruins in the town, with walls still rising to a height of 1013 ft. Concrete faced with brick and bits of old mosaic pavement. Most of the antiques in the museum were found in these baths, in which they seem to have been collected in the early Christian period. The ancient portico, on the east side of the baths, once with granite columns 26 ft. high, is now embedded in the building of the manutention, and on the S side are several chambers hidden under the prison civil. From the present entrance on the SE side, we first come to a suite of 5 important chambers. The central hall, 26 by 16 ids, was probably the frigidarium, which was flanked on 3 sides with smaller basins piscinae. The 2 narrow passages behind the S and the N basins show traces of the stairs that once ascended to the upper story. On the W side of the frigidarium is a room supposed to have been the tepidarium, which, like its side rooms, is accessible only by climbing over the walls. The hall behind the tepidarium, with its semicircular niche, was apparently the caldarium. The baths command a delightful view of the sea and of the coast to the W, as far as Cape Taines, p. 209. Proceeding from the Thermes de l'Ouest, we take the side street at the mosque mentioned at p. 245 to the S and reach the Rue de Taines, the principal street of the town, which leads to the W right to the Port de Taines, see below. We, however, turn to the E left and then follow the Rue du Centre, the first S side street. In the first side street of the last, on the right, is the entrance to the famous Old Chief Mosque of the 100 Columns, completed in 1573, now the military hospital. Into the original House of Prayer, a corridor and 4 hospital dormitories have been built. The antique columns, which are said to have been brought from the W baths, have been disfigured by a coating of paint. At the S end of the Rue du Centre on the right is a brick wall, the sole relic of the Roman Thermes du Centre. A few paces to the left, on the hillside above the Rue du Caire, are the remains of the Roman theatre, unearthed in 1905. The E, side entrance, Perodos, between the stage and the auditorium, still exists, but the 27 tiers of seats were used for building the neighboring barracks in 1845. The barracks of the Tureleurs, on the hill above the theatre, stand on 6 antique cisterns, once fed by the Cherchell aqueduct, p. 243. Passing through the Porte de Miliana, the S gate behind the barracks, we may now follow a path through the fields to the ruined walls of the Roman Circus, once over 435 ids long, which still lay within the ancient town walls. Outside the Port de Taines, Comp. Above, the W town gate, on the old Gunugu-Guria road, lay several Roman burial grounds. A collection of objects unearthed here has been made by the commandant M. Archambault at his country seat a half M from the gate. From the Roman theatre, we follow the winding street to the N and reach the S side of the place Romaine at the Catholic Church, built in the pseudo-classical style. In front of the high altar, and at the end of the left aisle, are 2 early Christian mosaics. We may go down to the Harbor, either from the place Romaine or via the W baths, p. 245, passing a large Roman basin piscina and a ruined Turkish fort of Horak Barbarossa, p. 221. The very shallow harbor, scarcely 5 acres in area, lying behind the fortified Eilat Joinville with its lighthouse, is probably identical with the Roman naval harbor, where part of the Alexandrian and Syrian fleet was always stationed to defend the coast against pirates. The short pier at the point of the lighthouse island and an old embankment on the cliffs on the east side of the bay protected the ancient commercial harbor. To the E of the place Romaine and the Port d'Alger, at the SE angle of the Champ de Maneuvers, are relics of the Thermes de l'Est E baths, including part of the chief hall, 22 by 13 ids, with 2 niches. From the high road, 5 min to the E of the drilling ground, a short path to the right leads to the foundation walls of the Roman amphitheater, overgrown with dense scrub. Since 1845, the ruins have served as a quarry. From Algiers to Cape Matifou and to Ain-Taya via Maison-Carré. M steam tramway P219, 3 trains daily, 5 on Sun, and holidays in Ka 2 a quarter HRS. Fares 2 FR, 31 FR, 65 C. Diligence from Raweba P249 to 4.5 M Ain-Taya twice daily in 1 HR. A pleasant drive may be taken from Algiers to Ain-Taya direct. The steam tramway runs parallel with the railway through the SE, suburbs of Algiers, P232, past the Jardin d'Essai, P232, and through the little town of Hassindé, P233, to the railway station of Maison-Carré, P217. It then crosses the Harach by a Turkish bridge of 1697. 7.5 M equals Maison-Carré equals 66 FT. Hot. Du Roulage hot. De El Harach both humble, pop. 7300 Inkel. 2,700 Mohammedans and 3,200 foreigners, mostly Spaniards, prettily situated on the right bank of the Harach, amidst hills rising some 200 ft. Above the stream, possesses an agricultural school and an interesting cattle market, Frid. It owes its name to the square Turkish citadel, built in 1746, now the prison de El Harach, used for native convicts. About 1/4 m to the end of Mason-Carré, near the sea, lies the monaster Saint Joseph, the headquarters of the missions d'Afrique founded by Card. Lavigerie, p. 346, whose members owe their name of White Fathers, Piers Blancs, to their white gowns Arabian in appearance. The monastery owns an ethnographical collection from the interior of Africa. From Mason-Carré, the steam tramway mentioned at p. 219 runs across the Midija to 19m equals El Arba equals 335 ft. Hot. Des étrangers, hot. De El Arba, a small town of 2,300 inhab, with an important Wednesday market, Arabic Arba, and then along the foot of the Atlas, partly through orange groves, to 23m equals Ravago equals 361 ft. Hot. Des eaux thermales, hot. Du commerce, pop. 4,200, chiefly Mohammedan. This is the station for 4.5m Hammam Melwan, about 720 ft. A small watering place with hot saline springs, chiefly patronized by natives in the narrow ravine of the Harach. A picturesque hill road leads from El Arba to 59m Amil, p. 250, diligence in 12 HRS. Via, 14.5m Sakamadi, 2585 ft. 47.5m Bur Abalu, 2106 ft. And 50.5m Les Trembles. The Matifou road ascends to the top of the hill chain and leads to the to the village of 10m Retortelachas, 75 ft. 2m to the n, w. Of railway station Maison Blanche, p. 249, and to 15.5m Rouiba, p. 249. The steam tramway follows the direct road from Mason-Carré to the n. To 12m equals Fort de Elo equals 16 ft. Hot, restore. Du Casino on the shore, hot. De la Plage and others, plain, a small sea-bathing place with many villas and a fine beach. Fine view of Algiers and the spurs of Mont Bouzarea. The old Turkish coast fort, Borj al-Kifin of 1581, stormed by the Foreign Legion in 1833, is now the Caserne de Douaniers. The village, noted for its banana culture, is inhabited chiefly by Mahanais, p. 233. From the village we proceed to the Eni, a little inland from the bay, which is now much choked with sand, through tame fields and underwood to the Oud el Hammaz. Here we turn to the En, soon obtaining a view of the broad bay of Algiers and the distant Atlas of Blida, and traverse the extensive plateau of Cape Matifou, 236 ft. Arabic Ras Temenfis. 17m equals Matifou equals 210 ft. A poor village, lies about 1.5m to the of the site of the Roman town of Rascunier, where, under the dense brushwood, the remains of baths and the foundations of an early Christian basilica have been discovered. The church, originally with nave and aisles, was rebuilt in the Byzantine period with double aisles and a W apse. The small harbor beyond the village, where Emp. Charles V embarked the remnant of his army in 1541, Comp. p. 221, is now a quarantine station for vessels and a port for pilgrims, Mers el Hajjaj. The Mohammedans returning from Mecca, usually including many Moroccans, have to spend several days here in the large lazaretto built in 1884. Besides the Borj to Memphis, the interesting old Turkish fort, there are also on the peninsula the French Fort d'Estrées, a lighthouse, 207 ft. Visible from 32m, and a semaphore. On the shore, where there are traces of a breakwater, a large tunny net, Madeira is set in summer. The fishermen are mostly Corsicans and Italians from the villages of La Perouse and Jean Bart. Beyond Matifou, we skirt the margin of the peninsula, soon sighting the fine coast of Great Kabylia as far as Cape Bengut, p. 254, and run to the SE, past some Roman ruins, to the village of Ain-Taya. 20m equals Ain-Taya equals 131 ft. Hot. Du figure R24 B 3/4 dage or D 2 a 3 pens. 6-7 fr. Quite good. A pleasant agricultural village is inhabited chiefly by Spaniards. From the chief place, a short avenue of plane trees and palms leads to the Eni to the steep edge of the coast and the fine bathing beach. From the S margin of the plateau, on the high road beyond Ain-Taya, we obtain a delightful asterisk view of the Midija with its girdle of mountains. The road then descends to 24.5 m Rouiba, see below, whence we may take the train back to Algiers or else to Menerville, p. 250. From Algiers to Bougie via Beni-Ounif. M Railway in 7¾ HRS by the Constantine Morning Express p. 269 in 4¾ HRS to Beni-Ounif Rail. Restaurant, meals at Bouira or at Bougie should be ordered beforehand where carriages are changed, thence by ordinary train to 3 HRS. Bougie fares 29 FR, 20 FR, 85 15 FR, 65 C. The Constantine Night Express, P 269, may be taken as far as Bouira, where in this case the rest of the night must be spent. Or we may take the motor omnibus from Algiers to Bouira. See Voyage from Algiers to Bougie, Comp. R22. From Algiers to 7.5 m Mason Carré, CP 247. Here our line, which forms part of the main Algerian line to Constantine R43 and Biskra R44, diverges from the Oran line R33 to the SC. The train crosses the Harach and skirts the S side of the hills near Mason Carré. View, to the right, of the Tel Atlas and the serrated Jebel Bouzegza, 3386 ft. Beyond 12 m Maison Blanche, 36 ft. The plateau adjoining Cape Matifou, P 248, appears on the left. We cross the Oud El Hammaz. 16 m Rouiba, 60 ft. Hot. Glacier. Hot. De France, a large village in the most fertile part of the Midija with many vineyards, diligence to 4.5 m Ain-Taya, CPP, 247-248. 20 m Raighaya. We cross the Oud Raighaya and pass through the so-called Fort de la Raighaya with its sparse cork trees. 24.5 m Alma, 66 ft. Hot. Du Cheval Blanc, hot. D'Europe, etc., 3/4 m, to the S of the station, occupies an idyllic site among hills on the left bank of the Oud Boudoihou. The high road leads from the right bank of the Boudoihou in long windings through the beautiful hill country of the Sahel, which flanks the end side of the Tel Atlas. Passing mostly through underwood, it crosses the Oud Corso and leads via the villages of Sti, Marie du Corso, 125 ft. And Bellefontaine, P 250, on the left to Maynardville, P 250. The railway, carried partly through cuttings, intersects the Sahel to the Eni 26 m Corso d'Atani, 118 ft. 3/4 m from the sea, near the mouth of the Oud Corso. To the left, we have a brief outlook towards the sea. In the foreground rise the hills of the Sahel as far as Cape Ginnet, P 253. The train leaves the coast, passing at places through cuttings and between pleasant hills planted with mimosa, and enters, to the SE, the vale of the Oud Boumerds, resplendent in spring with its mantle of golden broom. 30.5 m Bellefontaine, 167 ft. The village lies on a fine open hill to the right, 466 ft. We next pass between mimosa-clad hills, backed by wooded mountains, and through a defile which forms the portal of the Isser Valley and Great Kabylia, P 252. 34 m equals Maynardville equals 492 ft. Hot. Blanchard, plain but good, on the Col des Beni-Ounif, a dirty village of 3,000 inhab, is the junction for Tizi-Ouzou, R38. Our line descends to the SE into the valley of the Isser, and then ascends on its left bank. 38 m Souk El Had, 230 ft. Beyond 40.5 m Beni-Amrin, 420 ft. Begins the grand ravine of the Isser Gorges de Palestro or des Beni-Hini, which pierces the massif des Beni-Calfoun, 4.5 m long, rivaling the gorge of the Chifa, p. 215. Views chiefly to the right, but owing to the numerous tunnels we see little of the bold limestone rocks. 48 m equals Palestro equals 525 ft. Hot. De France Dage, 2 fr. Hot. Du Commerce both humble, a poor village of 600 inhab. With Wednesday Market, defended by a fort, lies in the fertile central section of the Isser Valley. Near it rises Jebel Tegramoun or Tegramont, 3373 ft. the highest of the Massif des Beni-Kalfoun, see above, commanding the famous view of the Djurdjura MTS. p. 258. Beyond, 55 m, Thiers, 624 ft. The train leaves the Isser, offering a glimpse of the head of its valley to the right, and turns to the E into the tame valley of its tributary Oud Gemma. 61.5 m Ayamr Dra El Mizan, 778 ft. Station for Ayamr, 1266 ft. And 7.5 m Dra El Mizan, p. 254, diligence. The train runs to the SE along the foot of the Beni Smail MTS. p. 254, and then, curving far round to the E, ascends rapidly to the head of the valley of the Gemma, here called Oud Bezet, and to the Col de Dra El Chemis, 1962 ft. The saddle between the W Djurdjura range and the hills of Ain Bessem, see below. Threading a tunnel, the train then descends to the S to the plain du Hamza, the upper region of the Oud Edis Valley, called Oud Sahel lower down. p. 251. 76.5 m equals Madeira equals 1722 ft. Rail, restore. Hot, de la Colonie R23B, 31 Dage, 2.5 D3 FR. Hot, des Voyageurs, Pop. 7500, a small town with an old Turkish fort and a great Saturday market largely attended by Cabals, p. 252, is connected by hill paths with Bogny, p. 254, and Fort National, p. 257. A road, diligence twice daily, leads to the SW from Madeira through the valley of the Oud Lekhol to 15.5 m, Ain Bessem, 2221 ft. In the plain des Arabs, and thence to the S to 29 m, Amel 2907 ft. Hot, gross at R2.5 Dage, 3 D3.5 pens, 1012 FR. Hot, Ravu Pop. 6100, a little town on the Eni spurs of Jebel Dira, 5,938 ft. This was the ancient Auzia, an important station on the Roman road to Mauritania, p. 124, of which numerous epigraphical monuments are now in the museum. A beautiful road, p. 248, leads from Amel to El Arba and Algiers, another to 20 m Sidi Aissa and 84 m Bousada, p. 270, diligence at 11 a.m. in 22 HRS. The train now descends to the E, on the right bank of the Oud Edis, on the left tower the rocks of the Djurdjura, Jebel Heizer and Jebel Akukar, p. 258. 85 m El Esnam, 93.5 m El Ajiba, 1247 ft. Near the influx of the Oud Zayen into the Edis, which now takes the name of Oud Sahel, the ancient Navasath. From El Ajiba across the Tizi-Ouzou to Fort National, CP. 258. 100.5 equals m. Maillot equals 1477 ft. Hot, des Voyageurs R2 FR, Dage or D2 FR, Hot, de la Poste Hot, de El Union All Pour, a small village 2.5 m to the end of the station about 1050 ft. Diligence meets some of the trains, lies on the slope of the Lala Khedija, 7572 ft. p. 259, the highest peak of the Djurdjura, famed for its cedar forests, comp. p. 210. From Maillot via the Tiruda Pass to Michelet, Fort National, and Tizi-Ouzou, CR 39. Via Fort National to Azazga, Bougie, R40. 107 m equals Beni-Mansour equals 948 ft. Rail, Restaurant Dage or D3 FR. Good, junction of the main line to Constantine and Biskra, RR. 43-44 with the Bougie branch lies on the boundary between the provinces of Algiers and Constantine. Near it is the finely situated old French fort, Bourg de Beni-Mansour, now a school. Sunday market near the station. The Bougie line, change carriages, crosses the Oud Marier, p. 269, near its influx into the Oud Sahel, and crosses the latter near the mouth of the Oud Tixeridin, p. 260. 112 m Tazmalt, 902 ft. Hot. Des Voyageurs, a half m to the NW of the station, the first village in the province of Constantine, with extensive olive groves, lies near the Oud Beni Melekuch. This, like Maillot, is a station for the Tiruda Pass, R39. To the S of the railway rise the Beni Abs MTS. Below 115 m, Allegan 774 ft. The Sahel Valley contracts. On the left rises the Piton Dakbu, crowned with a late Roman tomb of the 3rd cent, a step pyramid on a square base but not visible from the train. On the right, beyond the mouth of the copious Oud Bu Selam, p. 269, which rises in the mountains of Little Kabylia, p. 266, the serrated Jebel Geldaman, 2638 ft. Juts far into the valley. 122 m Akbu, 1050 ft. Hot, Du Sahel, Hot, Bellevue, Pop, 1200, Moan Market, a large village, is the starting point of a path to the Col de Chelada, p. 260. Grand eucalypti in the environs. Far away to the left as we proceed towers Jebel Arbalou, p. 262, 126 m. Azib Ben Ali Sharif, 512 ft. 128.5 m. Igzaramakran at the mouth of the brook of that name. The broad floor of the valley is clothed with meager underwood. 133 m. Takrits or Takriots, 364 ft. Is the station also for Sedauk, 5.5 m to the SE, 136 m Sidiaich, 295 ft. Has a Wednesday market well attended by the neighboring Fenaya, p. 261, and Beni Himmel tribes. Olives abound on the hillsides farther on. In the valley below is a small grove of fig trees. 142 m Ilmate, 361 ft. On the left bank of the Sahel, whose valley, now called La Saumem, is fever-stricken lower down. On the left bank of the Sahel, near Tiklat, a village about halfway between Ilmaten and El Kaysor, are the interesting ruins of the Roman town of Thubusuktu or Thubusuptis. Fragments of the walls of the baths, 33 ft. high, are still standing. The great cisterns Della Ruya are 83 ids, long and 41 ids, wide, and there are relics of 2 aqueducts besides many tombs. 147 m El Kaysor Ramazar. The village of El Kaysor, p. 261, lies a half m to the n on the Azazga road. That of Audamazar is 3¾ m to the s, e, of the station. 149.5 m Tomo Delanij. 154.5 m La Reunion, 53 ft. On the slope to the left is near the mouth of the Oud Rur or Gur. Road 8 m to Tauja, p. 262. The train, running to the NE, now enters the plain at the mouth of the Sahel. Fine view, to the right, of the Gulf of Bougie and the hills of Little Kabylia. In the foreground, beyond the wooded and fertile plain, watered by the Oud Srur, appears Jebel Guria, p. 265. 162 m Bougie, cp. 262. From Algiers to Tizi-Ouzou. From Camp du Cherchell to Tigzert. From Algiers to Tizi-Ouzou, 66.5 m, railway in 3 6¾ HRS. Fares 12 fr, 8 fr, 55 6 fr, 45 c 1st CL, return 16 fr, 90 c to Camp du Cherchell, 56 m in 353 quarters HRS. Fares 10 fr, 10 7 fr, 25 fr, 40 c. From Camp du Cherchell to Delhi's, 19.5 m, light railway in Ka, 1¾ HR. 2 fr, 35 or 1 fr, 70 c. From Delhi's to Tigzert, 16 m, diligence in 3 HRS. At night only, motoring tour, comp, p. 173. The railway to Tizi-Ouzou forms the chief approach to Great Kabylia or Grand Kabylie, for which the best season is April or May, when the bare limestone peaks of the Jurjura, p. 258, are still capped with their winter snow, while the lower hills are clothed with the fresh verdure of spring. Most travelers are satisfied with a visit to Fort National and Michelet, and the drive across the Tirada Pass are 39, but the long route from Fort National to Bougie via Azazga and Taoyuer Tighil, R40, also is quite interesting. Beautiful coast scenery between Delhi's and Tigzert. The ruins at the latter will interest archaeologists. The hotel charges are everywhere disproportionate to the services rendered, and the cuisine is generally indifferent. Fairly good quarters are to be found only at Tizi-Ouzou, Tigzert, Michelet, Azazga, and Taoyuer Tighil. The so-called Kabyles from the Arabic Kabila tribe consisted, as far back as the Roman period, of 5 Berber tribes, united to form a state with a democratic constitution. In their remote mountain villages, Thadart, they successively repelled the attacks of the Romans, the Arabs, and the Turks, and it was not till 1852-7 that the French, after protracted struggles, succeeded in subduing them. During the Turkish period, they were called Zouawas, whence the modern French Zouaves derive their name. Their language is a Berber dialect mingled with Latin and Arabic words. The men in the overpeopled W and S regions often migrate to the Algerian towns and even to foreign countries as hawkers Ayataran, or to the Midija as harvest laborers. The women, who are unveiled and often adorned with valuable trinkets, are seen to advantage at the wells. Many of the girls have pretty faces and good figures. From Algiers to 34M, Maynardville, CPP, 249-250. To the left of the train, halfway to Félix-Fora, is the so-called Mausolée de Bladgeton, the sadly dilapidated tomb, originally 33 ft. high, of a Christian Berber prince 4th or 5th cent, in the style of the later Jedar P208, but with an octagonal base. The interior, like that of the Tomo de la Creation, P238, contains a lion in relief, a winding gallery, and a tomb chamber. The pyramid with its steps has disappeared. 38M Félix-Fora Kerbet. From the village of Félix-Fora, 236 ft. Formerly called Bladgeton, near the station, a road, diligenced twice daily, leads to the end through the hilly Sahel to 4.5M Zatra and 5.5M Kerbet, 253 ft. Two villages chiefly inhabited by settlers from Alsace and Lorraine. The road ends at 8.75M Portoxpools or Mers El Hadjij, p. 248, a decayed seaport on the site of the Roman Rusabricery, the ruins of which have been almost entirely swept away by the waves. The train crosses the Isser by viaducts of 110 and 160 ids. In length, 40.5M Les Issers, 82 ft. Hot, du Marché Hot, Des Issers both humble is the station for Isserville, 213 ft. Hot, Sigay, which holds a busy Thursday market. Diligence to 24.5M, Dra El Mizzen, p. 254. 43.5M Bourg-Ménil, 53 ft. Hot, du Roulage, pop, 1100 holds market on Fridays. A road leads to the end from Bourg-Ménil through the Isser Valley, avoiding the sandhills at the mouth of the stream, and then skirting Jebel Jinnit, the frontier pillar of Great Kabylia, to 10M, the small bay, opening towards the W, of Mersa Jinnit, near Cape Jinnit, 164 ft. Whose basalt quarries have yielded paving stones for Algiers. The train leaves the Isser and ascends to the E in the valley of the Oud Chender to 51M Hossenvillers, 492 ft. Hot, des posts, peopled by settlers from Alsace-Lorraine. We're now carried over 4 viaducts, each over 100 ft. High, and through tunnels on the end slope of the finely shaped Beni-Mekla Hills, 2920 ft. Down to the Sebeao Valley, the chief valley of Great Kabylia. In the distance appears Jebel Belwa, p. 254. 56M equals Camp du Maréchal equals 184 ft. Hot, Froliger, peopled by Alsace-Lorrainers, has a Tuesday and a Thursday market. Corktree Woods in the environs. From Camp du Maréchal to Delis and Tigzert, CPP. 254-255. We cross the Bougdara, 60.5M Murraybow, 154 ft. Hot, Caratro Humble. From Murraybow to Bogny, 18.75M, light railway continuation of the line from Delis, in Ka, 1.75 HR. 2 FR, 25 or 1 FR, 65 C. The train at first runs to the S on the Dra El Mizzen Road, P254, through a eucalyptus avenue in the broad and featureless lower valley of the Bougdara, to beyond 4.5M Tilada. A little farther on it leaves the highroad and penetrates very narrow cuttings up the winding upper Bougdara Valley, past 12M Motkas in the territory of the tribe of that name, to 18.75M equals Bogny equals 755 ft. Hot, Ricard Hot, Grossiard both humble. The little village lies in the fertile green valley of the stream, here called Oud Bogny, between the lower hills and Jebel Heizer or Haizur, the chief peaks of which are Ras Takagalt or Pik Fishur, 7044 ft. To the E and Tamgout Heizer, 6965 ft. To the W from Bogny to Ain Sultan and Fort National, CPP. 258-257. From Murraybow to Dra El Mizzen, 26M. The highroad, beyond the cuttings near Tlemcen, p. 253, crosses the Bougdara and runs to the W. For a short time in the valley of the Oud Aigegown, in view of the fine S-slopes of the Beni-Mekla MTS. p. 253. It then bends to the S, W. Into the pretty and secluded valley of the Asif Tlemcen or Oud Kasari, which here intersects the lower hills and for a distance of 17 m contains not a single human habitation. The hillsides, however, are carefully cultivated by the neighboring villagers and are well planted with fig and olive trees, eucalypti, and cork-oaks. We then ascend a high plateau with a superb view of Jebel Heizer, see above, to the village of 26 m equals Dra El Mizan equals 1525 ft. Hot, Bellevue hot. Do commerce both humble, once famed for its textile fabrics, situated on the NW spurs of the Beni Smail MTS. p. 250, 10 m to the W of Bogny, diligence. A picturesque road, 7.5 m, diligence, leads from Dra El Mizan to the SW across the Tizi El Arba. Beyond this, another view of Jebel Heizer, to the rail. Station of Amr Dra El Mizan, p. 250. The train next crosses the Oud Sebt, approaches the Sebeau after a long bend to the N, and then ascends past the Alsatian village of 64.5 m. Boukalfa, 161 ft. Near the wooded W slope of the finely situated Jebel Belwa, 2280 ft. 66.5 m equals Tizi-Ouzou equals 620 ft. Hot. Lagarde R35 B1 Dage, 3D 3.5 a half fr, quite good hot, do square and hot, do rulage unpretending pop, 29,620, the chief town and market sat. In the interior of Great Kabylia. Jebel Belwa may be ascended hence, and the poor and dirty Kabyle village at the end of the little town may be visited by the curious. From Tizi-Ouzou to Fort National and Michelet, Tirerda Pass, cr. 39. The light railway to Delhi's, 19.5 m. p. 252, descends to the N from Camp du Cherchell, p. 253, through the broad Sebeau Valley, past unimportant stations. Then, near the mouth of the stream, it turns to the Ne, away from the highroad, and skirts the coast, which is at first flat and sandy and afterwards bold and abrupt. To the left rises the lighthouse, famed for its view, on Cape Bengut, 207 ft. A spur of Jebel Wamri, 1227 ft, composed partly of basalt and other eruptive rocks. We now proceed to the E, at first through orchards, and then on an embankment 26 ft. High, on the brink of a grand abraded terrace, 1 m, long, flanked with narrow perpendicular ledges of sandstone. We then pass through a short tunnel under the dagger-pointed Cape Delis. 19.5 m equals Delis equals 203 ft. Hot. De la Colonie. Pop. 3,000 of whom 2,000 are Mohammedans, mostly Berbers of the Arab type. A quiet little seaport, the WC Gate of Great Kabylia, probably on the site of the Roman Sissi, rises in terraces with luxuriant gardens on the east slope of Cape Delis, at the end of which is a small lighthouse. The deserted harbor is fairly protected against N and NW winds only. The unfinished works at the end of the headland have been destroyed by the waves. Delis offers little attraction beyond the strikingly beautiful view, stretching as far as Cape Tettles, p. 256. A few relics of Roman cisterns and thermae also may be visited. The native quarter is very picturesque. The École Nationale d'Apprentissage, des Arts at Maillot, numbering many Kabyle pupils, was transferred hither from Fort National, p. 257, in 1871. The * Coast Road to Tixert, 16 m, diligence, CP 252 leads to the E. From Delhi's up and down hill in many windings, past small headlands and bays and the estuaries of torrents. At first we observe isolated European settlements, but farther on we pass through underwood and the fields and fig groves of the Kabyle hill folk. The latter half of the route leads through remains of the Fort de Mizrana. 16 m equals Tixert equals 66 ft. Hot. Des Ruins Romaines, plain, pop, barely 200, a poor little agricultural village founded in 1888 with a lively Wednesday market, occupies part of the site of the ancient Rusakuru. This, as the name indicates, was originally a Berber settlement. It afterwards became a Phoenician seaport. In the late Roman period, it vied with Saldi, p. 263, as one of the most populous places on this part of the coast, and under the Byzantines, it was still fairly prosperous. The village lies on a low coast terrace behind Cape Tigzert, a small headland running out to a storm-beaten rocky island, with which in the Roman period it was connected by a quay. The Roman town wall extended from one shore to the other, as did also the shorter Byzantine wall, which was nearer the promontory. The new buildings erected by the Byzantines, now a mass of ruins overgrown by bushes, superseded most of the Roman edifices on the promontory. The sole relic of the latter is a small asterisk temple, 14 3/4 by 7 ids. Of the time of Septimius Severus, of unusually heavy and massive form, which, according to the inscription, was dedicated to the genius of the municipium of Rusicuru. The lofty front wall of the cella, borne by 2 columns, immediately adjoins the small court of the temple without an intervening vestibule. The Roman ruins between the 2 town walls, on the inland side, have been mostly either destroyed or built over by the modern villagers. The most important of the old buildings at Rusicuru is the asterisk Bishop's Church, situated close to the Roman town wall in the part of the village. Originally a columnar basilica, 44 by 23 ids, probably of the 5th cent, it is now a picturesque chaos of ruins with remains of the old mosaic pavement. The entrances were through the chief portal in the narrow W vestibule and by 3 smaller doorways in the wall of the façade, leading into an inner vestibule built into the nave. There are still traces of the 2 arcades of the nave, borne by clustered columns, all brought from ancient buildings, which rested without bases on stone pedestals. The rich plastic decoration of the imposts, with a touch of the Punic style, is noteworthy. The galleries over the aisles, accessible by outside stairs on the any side only, were ruined by fire at an early period. On each side of the oldest altar table at the end of the nave 4 steps ascended to the choir recess, where remains of the columns of the later ciborium altar still exist. 2 small doors led from the apse into the sacristies, which were shut off from the aisles. The diaconicon on the left was adjoined by the quatrefoil-shaped baptistery, also on the left, containing fragments of the old font. The W portal of the baptistery led into a rectangular hall. In the late Byzantine period, the half of the nave was walled off for the use of the greatly reduced congregation, while the old aisles and the sacristies were converted into burial places. A few paces to the S of the bishop's church, above part of the ancient Roman baths, are relics of a smaller early Christian basilica, ending in a trilateral apse. Outside of the town lay the burial ground, with an early Christian chapel of similar design. From Tigzert we may climb 1 hr. to the NE through Underwood to the Berber village of Taksept on the crest of the abrupt Cape Tettles, 870 ft. Among the stone huts of the villagers are many fragments of Roman buildings, hardly now recognizable, probably the ruins of Iomnium, whose harbor lay on the east side of the promontory. On the highest point of the cape stands the chief landmark of this part of the coast, the so-called Fair or Mausolée de Taksept, a late Roman tomb, still about 29 ft. high, with an octagonal substructure adorned with 8 Corinthian columns, above which probably once rose a step pyramid. From Tizi-Ouzou via Fort National to Maillot or Tazmalt, or 63½ m road. From Tizi-Ouzou to Fort National 17 m, diligence in 4 HRS, at 5 a.m. and 12.3 p.m., returning at 8.45 and 1.15. From Fort National to Michelet 12½ m, diligence in 2½ HRS, at 5.15 p.m., returning 6 a.m. From Michelet to Maillot 35½ m to Tazmalt 34 m. No diligence. Carriage from Hot. Lagarde at Tizi-Ouzou to Fort National 25:45, to Michelet 2 days, 50:75, to Maillot or Tazmalt 125:175 fr. Cheaper at the diligence office of Og. Passicos, P 257, who will send a carriage to the Tizi-Ouzou station if ordered by letter or telegram. Mules also may be hired at Michelet on Frid. They must be ordered in advance. The Tirada Pass is seldom fit for driving before the end of April. Tizi-Ouzou, CP 254. The Fort National Road descends to the into the valley of the Sebeao, where, at the bridge, 259 ft. Across its affluent Aud-Aïsi, we enjoy a splendid asterisk view of the Jurjura MTS. p. 258. It then branches off to the SE, a little before the village of Seek-o-Medder, from the Azazga Road on the left bank, p. 260, and begins to ascend rapidly to the long Massif de Fort National, the most important branch of the Massif Kabul, which extends from the Sebiao to the base of the Azru Tiger, p. 259. The road ascends in short windings, dangerous for motorists descending, at one time following the SW slope of the hill above the Aud-Aïsi, where we have splendid mountain views, at another running along the N.E. slope, above a second side valley of the Sebiao. On every side we see countless fig trees, the favorite fruit trees of the natives. We pass isolated cottages and a few small Kabyle villages, Adani, Timazert, and others, where the curious may obtain access to one or other of the poor and uninviting huts. Lastly, the road ascends by a long bend, cut off by a mule track, to the end to the top of the hill. 17M Fort National hotels comp. p. 174. Hotel des Tourists are 3 Dage, 3D 3.5 FR, food tolerable hot, Bellevue humble, carriages at the diligence office kept by Og. Passicos. Picture postcards at Bousuges, photographer. Fort National 3035 FT. Pop. 1000 in the territory of the Beni-Ounif or Arakan tribe, was built in 1857 to overawe the natives on the site of a Kabyle village and is now the capital of the Massif Kabul, with a busy Wednesday market, and like Michelet p. 258, is a favorite center for excursions. It consists of little more than a single main street between the two town gates. Several shops contain Kabylian pottery and wood carvings. The trinkets sold here are often of Moroccan manufacture. The Cavalier or High Bastion of the Citadel, 3153 FT. Adam, only by leave of the commandant, is a fine point of view, reached from the NW town gate by the short Rue Cherchell. A similar distant view is obtained by walking round the town walls on the NE side and also from the Michelet Road, p. 258. Excursions. The best insight into the character of the people and their land is afforded by the interesting, but rather fatiguing walk or ride through the Gemma Valley to Michelet, 5-6 HRS. Mule 4-6 FR. Path unfit for riding at places. We leave the road a few hundred paces outside the SE gate of Fort National, past the large village of Taourer Tamakran, 2424 FT. The capital of the Ait-Ausamur tribe, a place noted for its quaint old-fashioned pottery, and then descend abruptly to the S to the 1 HR. Gemma Bridge, about 1,300 FT. On the left bank of the brook we ascend through the territory of the Beni-Ounif, well known for their various art industries, to the village of Ait-Larba, 2166 FT. Mission House of the White Fathers in the vicinity, p. 247, and then to the SE to 9.5 M Taourer Mimon, 2435 FT, whose white schoolhouse is conspicuous from a distance. The main track now leads to the SE on the crest of the Beni-Ounif MTS. Via Taourer El Hajjaj, 2598 FT, to Tasaft U Gemon, 2545 FT, and thence down steep zigzags to Souk El Gemma, 1477 FT, where we reach the steep road ascending to Menglet, 3350 FT, and Hospital Sti. Ugini p. 258. Shorter, but often impassable after rain, is the mule track from Taourer Mimon to the 3/4 HR. Gemma Ford about 1395 FT, and thence through a side valley to 1/4 HR. Menglet. To Bogni 89 HRS. Mule 810 FR. A pleasant day's excursion. From Fort National we first follow to the SW, the fine open road to the village of Ain-Taya, 2648 FT, and then descend via Ait-Fra, 2126 FT, to the lowest Gemma Ford, about 900 FT. Thence we follow the right bank of the Aud-Aïsi, p. 256, and go through the side valley of the Asif Jera to Souk El Had, about 1,300 FT, the chief market of the Wadhia. We then skirt the S slope of Jebel Iril Omula, crowned with the village of that name, and reach Ain Sultan, 1313 FT. A copious spring shaded by huge nettle trees, Celtes australis L, 3/3 M from Bogni, p. 254. Good climbers, properly equipped, May in the warmer season explore some of the fine passes among the asterisk equals Gergera equals or equals Gergera MTS, equals the Roman Mons Ferratus, and ascend some of the higher peaks. Provisions and guides necessary. Night quarters are obtainable at the schoolhouses. Equals 1, equals to Souk El Had, CP 257 and above, then via Ait Krelifa, 2230 FT. Along the W spurs of the Chanacha MTS. And through the wild valley of the Beni-Ounif to the Lac de Tizi-Ouzou, one of the few mountain lakes in the Atlas. The lake lies at the foot of the pass, 5813 FT. Of that name, which separates the Ras Takagalt or Pic Fichur, P 254 from the Azruen Sened or Pic de Galand, 7002 FT. The westmost peak of Jebel Akukar. From the pass we descend to the SW through remains of a fine cedar forest to Bouira, P 250. Equals 2, equals from Fort National via Tauyurer Tamakran, P 257, to Ait Lawson, 2851 FT. The northwestmost village of the Beni-Ounif, P 257, then via Souk El Arba, 1221 FT. A market village in the valley of the Asif El Arba, to Ait Tauduit, 2271 FT. And Tegmoun, 3852 FT. On the S-slope of Jebel Kouriat, 5027 FT. One of the Chanacha MTS. See above, thence across 3 passes, the Col de Tegmoun 3681 FT. The Tizi Gesig on the east side of the Azru Gesig, one of the Akukar group, and the Tizi Balma 5532 FT. Between the Azruen Sened, see above, and the Ras Timedwine 7563 FT. The highest peak of Jebel Akukar, thence down to Bouira. Equals 3, equals via Souk El Arba, see above, to the village of Tirwal 2664 FT, on the spurs of the Azru O Gaugain 7080 FT, and Azru Thaltat next across the Tizi Eniswal 5683 FT. To answer Alakhul or answer Lekhul, about 2950 FT, and through the valley of the Oud Buid to Elajiba, P 251. The road to Michelet, 29.5 m, diligence, CP 256, starting from the S.E. Gate of Fort National, leads at first along the SW slope of the Massif de Fort National, soon affording a superb asterisk view of the Gergera MTS. From Jebel Heiser, P 254, on the W, and from Jebel Akukar, see above, to the Lalakhedija, P 259. To the right in the valley lies the village of Tauyurer Tamakran, P 257. Opposite us, beyond the deep ravine of the Oud Gemma, CP 257, rise the Beni-Ounif MTS. P 257. About 4.5 m beyond Fort National, a rough road diverges to the left to 20 min, the small hill village of Ikiridern, 3494 FT. And the monument d'Ikiridern, erected by the French in memory of the decisive battles of 1857 and 1871. Near the pyramid, we obtain a splendid distant asterisk view. We may descend to the highroad on the other side. For a short distance, the road skirts the margin of the hills and overlooks the hill country of the Ait Yahya. It then ascends in windings, passing near the villages of Azru Kelet and Taskenfout on the right, to a height where the road to 20 min Hospital Sti, Ugini and Menglet, P 257, branches off to the right. 29.5 m equals Michelet equals 3543 FT. Hut, des tourists or Calanchini R3 3.5 B, 1.5 Dage, 3 D 3.5 FR, clean and quite good, mule to the Tirurda Pass 4.5 to Tazmalt 6 FR. Pop. 200, chiefly French, the capital of the Canton du Gergera, one of the most thickly peopled districts in Algeria, is prettily situated on the partly vine-clad SW slope of the hills, with fine views all around. From a half HR, the crest of the hill, 4042 FT, to which a path ascends to the left from the Hotel des Tourists, we have an extensive asterisk panorama of the neighboring Gergera MTS, among which the Lalakhedija, see below, stands forth grandly, of the Massif Kabyle, the depression of the Sebeao Valley, and the distant coast hills. The view is peculiarly impressive in the early morning, when the snow-capped Gergera and the green lower hills, with their countless Kabylian villages, protrude like islands from the sea of mist in the valleys. The asterisk equals Lalakhedija equals 7572 FT, the highest of the Gergera MTS, may be ascended from Michelet by one of two different routes. One route is via Souk El Gemma, p. 257, the hill villages of Ain-Taya, 3055 ft. and Darna, 3314 ft. Night quarters, and the passes Tizi-Turkabin, 4587 ft. and Tizi-Ouzou, 5178 ft. near the sources of the Oud El Hammam. The other route is via the Tirurda Pass, p. 260, the village of Aitwabin, about 3380 ft. in the basin between the offshoots of the Azru Tiger, see below, and the Azru Madin, 6401 ft. and across the Tizi-Ouzou, where the mules are left behind. The ascent is, however, easier and shorter from Maillot, p. 251. A bridle path leads thence to the 4.5 HRS. Village of Talarana, 4508 ft. Night quarters, then 1 HR. Through Cedar Forest, CP 210, and lastly an ascent on foot over loose stones in 2 HRS. More to the top, where 3 ruinous stone huts afford some shelter. The imposing view embraces the whole mountain region of Great Kabylia, the main ranges of Little Kabylia, p. 266, the Sahel Valley, p. 266, the Chain des Bibin, p. 270, and the extensive Houts Plateau, p. 169. Early in the morning, in clear weather we may descry, with the aid of a telescope, the white houses of Algiers, while the sea is visible in the direction of Bougie. In the height of summer, on 7 Thursdays, hundreds of the neighboring cabals make this ascent. Beyond Michelet begins the finest part of the road, which now rapidly nears the Jurjura range. After a half HR, it skirts for a short time the E slope of the range, where a path to the left diverges to the village of Ait Melil. Then, returning to the W slope, it passes close below the villages of Tifferdout, 3927 ft. and Tazmalt, 3884 ft. The view is particularly grand at a bend near the 53rd kilometer stone, 33 m, whence we observe a road mender's house in the foreground, at the foot of the bare Azru Tiger, 5745 ft, which conceals the Lala Khedija. Opposite, on the hill beyond the head of the Oud Gemma Valley, p. 257, lie the 3 large villages of the Beni-Akbil. 35 m Mason Cantiniere, 4111 ft. Closed in winter. The road soon crosses 7 Min, the narrow saddle between the lower hills and the Azru Tiger, and is then carried along the abrupt east slope of the latter by means of numerous embankments, galleries, and 2 short tunnels. On the left lies the deep-set Tirurda Valley, enlivened by herds of cattle in summer, with the village of Tirurda, about 3,870 ft, via which the pass may sometimes be reached when the road is blocked with snow. Behind it rise the 4 bare peaks of Jebel Tizabert, 5754 ft, and the pointed cone of the Azru Entoher, p. 260. The road at length pierces the E-margin of the Azru Tirurda, 6437 ft, by means of a cutting called the Port civilly after its engineer, and ascends in a curve to the pass. 39.5 m equals Col de Tirurda equals 5775 ft. The most frequented pass in the Jurjura, where we have a striking view of the hills of the Sahel Valley, the Chain des Babers, p. 266, and Chain des Bibin, p. 270. Most travelers are satisfied with the ascent of the slight hill on the right of the road. The view is, however, much more extensive from the Azru Tirurda, CP 259 and above, and still more so from the Marabout on the Azru Entoher, 6181 ft, which may be scaled in a half HR. From the Piste de Chelada, the road to the Col de Chelada, 4806 ft, p. 251. The road descends from the pass in many windings into the valley of the Oud Agbalou, called Oud Tixeridin lower down, and beyond the 44.5 m. Mason Cantiniere d'Ain Zebda crosses to the right bank. The small villages of Seloum, about 2630 ft, and Tixeridin, about 1970 ft, lie a little to the right. Near the 94th kilometer stone, 58.5 m, we reach the road in the valley, above the left bank of the Sahel, about halfway between 65 m, Maillot, and 63.5 m, Tazmalt, p. 251. The direct descent to Tazmalt by the bridle path is preferable to the long drive round by the road. From Fort National via Azazga to Bougie, a half m road. From Fort National to Azazga 22 m, no diligence. From Azazga to Yakaran 7.5 m diligence at 10.3 am in 1.5 hr. From Yakaran via Tauyurer Tighil to Bougie about 48 m no conveyances. Car, from Hot. Lagarde P 254, at Tizi-Ouzou, via Fort National to Bougie 150-275 fr. From Tizi-Ouzou to the Tirerda Pass R 39, returning via Fort National to Bougie 175-300 fr. Car, hired from Og. Passicos Comp. P 257, and those also in the opposite direction from Bougie, P 262, when hired to Azazga or Fort National only are rather cheaper. The Azazga road between Fort National and the Sebiao Valley is hardly less attractive, especially in the reverse direction, than that between Tizi-Ouzou and Fort National, although lacking the mountain view. Between Azazga and Bougie, our route leads partly through the forests of the Algerian Tel Atlas, cork trees, evergreen oaks, etc., now sadly thinned. Fort National, CP 257. The Azazga Road branches to the left from the Michelet Road, R 39, a few hundred yards from the SC gate of the town, and leads through vineyards into the picturesque valley of the Oud Boué Moor, the deep incision between the hills inhabited by the Aumalou, on the E, and the Aitakerma MTS. On the W, on the crest of which stand a series of 5 villages. Behind us is a fine view of Fort National, which remains in sight as far as 6.25 m Fontainefraîche. The road now runs on the east slope of the hill, through fig gardens and olive groves, soon in full view of the beautiful wooded valley of the Oud Rapta to the right, and descends in short windings to the saddle between the Aumalou Hills and the Takorabt Buich Batsine, 981 ft. Crowned with a saint's tomb. Sweeping round to the W, our road next enters the featureless Sebeao Valley, P 254, where it joins that on the left bank coming from Tizi-Ouzou. A branch to Maillot diverges a half m farther on. About 5.5 m farther, we cross the Sebeao and then pass through a eucalyptus avenue to the Tizi-Ouzou and Azazga Road on the right bank, where we ascend rapidly through underwood and fields too. 22 m equals Azazga equals 1418 ft. Hot. Gebhardt R3 B1.5 Dage or D3 FR. Hot. Vassières plainer good cuisine, pop. Largely Alsatian, a large village on the NW spurs of the wooded Jebel Bouhini, 3327 ft. The road ascends, soon affording a pleasant view as we look back to the Sebeao Plain, through beautiful woods in the territory of the Beni Gabri, to the saddle between Jebel Bouhini on the right and Jebel Ziraib, 3061 ft. On the left. 29.5 m Yakaran, about 2460 ft. Tavern, a small French settlement near the Kabyle village of that name, as we ascend to the 35 m Col de Tagma, 3094 ft. We look back for the last time to a great part of the Massif Kabyle, P 257, and the Djurdjura MTS. Beyond the pass, we enter the province of Constantine and descend through oak forest and underwood, and then through fields and orchards, skirting for many miles the end slope of the hills of the Fort de Tizi-Ouzou, 4285 ft. The road runs high above the valley of the Oud El Hammam, where many Kabylian villages are perched on hills or ensconced among rocks. These and the small baths of Asif El Hammam lie on the left. Passing at some distance from the Fort Dakfidou, the most famous of the oak forests of Great Kabylia, the road next skirts the end slope of Jebel Taukra, 4806 ft. Then, affording a distant view of the fine hill region of the Oud Daz to the left, it passes close to the large village of Kabouch on a hill and approaches the neglected oak woods of the Fort de Tauyurer Tighil. 50.5 m Chalet de Tauyurer Tighil, about 2950 ft. Rustic but good R2 Dage, 34 fr. A resort of sportsmen. Beyond the hamlet of Tauyurer Tighil, the old road descends to the S.E. in wide curves, overlooking on the right the valley of the Fenaya and the hills of the Sahel Valley, P 266, to the 54 m Col de Tlemcen, 2703 ft. Roadmender's house. A little below the pass, we survey the upper valley of the Oud El Kaysor, P 262. In the distance rises Jebel Arbalou, P 262. Besides oak forest, we pass also through beautiful underwood, where the fragrant erica abounds, vying in spring with the macchia of Corsica. Next to the forest zone comes the fertile hill region above the Sahel Valley, beyond which are seen the mountains of Little Kabylia p. 266. Passing several Kabylian villages, the road descends in many windings to 64.5 m, the village of El Kaysor, 295 ft. Hot. De El Union, rustic. M El Kaysor Amazar, and thence to 80 m Bougie, CP 252. The new Bougie road reaches, on the S-slope of Jebel O Kiawan, 3,289 ft. The upper valley of the Oud El Kaysor, a dull, uninhabited forest region, and then nears the S-base of the bare Jebel Arbalu. Farther on, in the vale of the Oudrer, we cross the La Union and Tauja Road, P 252. Tauja equals 651,000 ft. Is a group of Kabylian villages in the abundantly watered upper valley of the Oudrer and on the SE slope of Jebel Tauja, 1998 ft. The E spur of Jebel Arbalu, 4,291 ft. The latter of which may be scaled in 3.5 HRS. Tauja is famed for its oranges. The modern Bougie, like the ancient Saldi, P 263, is supplied with water from the springs of Tauja. The Roman aqueduct was 13 m long. Remains of its pillars are still to be seen on the Col del Hanayet, about 1475 ft. A half HR, to the Eni of Tauja. Lastly, we descend into the vale of the Oudsrer, P 252, and reach 77.5 m Bougie, see below. Bougie. Railway station, PL. B3, in the plain to the W of the Old Town, not far from the Kasbah Hill. Arrival by sea. The steamers of the Comp. Général Transatlantique RR. 2022, office on the quay anchor close to the Jetée Abd el Kader, PL. D3, landing or embarkation 30, trunk 3060C, small articles free. Hotels Comp. P174. Hot. De France and Royal PL. A C2 Kemen de El Hospital Quiet R46 B1.5 Dage, 3.5 D4 Pens, 1214 1 FR. Hot. Dorient PL BC2 R36 B1 Dage, 3 D3.5 Pens, 10 a 13.5 a half FR. Hot. Des Voyageurs PL. C2, pour, these two in Rue Trezel with splendid view. Café, Richelieu with terrace, Rue Trezel. Post and Telegraph Office PL. 3B3, Place Gaidon, corner of Rue Trezel. Banks. Banque de l'Algérie next to the post office, Comp, Algerian, etc. Carriages let out by Spidery, Paxi, and Ali Ben Abdelkrim Freers. Arrangements should be made personally with these or the drivers. Motor cars let out by Vaujuith, Rue Jeanne d'Arc. Motor Omnibus, Messageries Automobiles Gigilians. Diligence offices, Place Gaidon and Rue Trezel. Sea baths in the Bay of Sidi Yahya, P 264. One day when time is limited. In the morning, visit to Cape Carbon, P 264. In the afternoon, walk round the town and the Bay of Sidi Yahya. Photographing and sketching in or around Bougie are prohibited. The quiet seaport town of Bougie Pop. 11,000, of whom 6,000 are Mohammedans and 600 Jews, defended by several forts, rises in terraces on the W shore of the bay of that name, at the S base of the steep Jebel Guria, P 265. The Ants de Bougie or Dabd el Kader, a small bay between two headlands, the Kasbah Hill to the W and the Bridja Hill to the E, forms the harbor. The so-called Darsana, CP 90, the ancient Roman and Moorish harbor adjoining the plain to the W of the Kasbah Hill, and near the industrial suburb close to the station, is now choked with the deposits of the Oud Sahel, P 251. The upper part of the Kasbah Hill to the N, above the new French quarters, is the Ville Indigene or Kabylian Quarter, PL. AB12, whose red-tiled stone huts resemble those of the villages of Great Kabylia, P. 252. A second native quarter, the Faubourg des Cinq Fontaines, PL. BC1, lies in the upper part of the valley, between the two hills. The environs of Bougie, owing to the copious winter rainfall, P 170, are remarkable for their luxuriant vegetation and their splendid timber. The town is most beautiful in spring, when the gardens don their freshest verdure and the terraces and slopes are gorgeously carpeted with bougainvilleas. In winter, the blue bay contrasts most picturesquely with the snow-clad mountains of Little Kabylia, P 266. under the Carthaginians Bougie, like Igil-Gili, was probably one of the chief seaports on this part of the coast, but its Punic name is unknown. In the Roman period, under the name of Saldi, it was the principal town on the bay. Its present name, Idil, and span. Bougie is derived from the Berber tribe of the Bajaya or Bougia, who settled in the vicinity in the 10th century. The town attained its brief prime in the Middle Ages and was one of the most flourishing of the minor Moorish principalities when under the sway of the Hamadites, 1091,152, fugitives from Cala des Beni Hamad, p. 270. The Pisans, the Genoese, and the Venetians had their factories here. Wax being the chief export, the French still call their wax candles bougies, originally, in Idil, candle de Bougie, from the 15th century. Down to the French occupation, save during the Spanish period, 1500–1055, when it afforded an asylum to Emp. Charles V on his retreat from Algeria, 1541. Comp. p. 221, it was a notorious haunt of the Barbarsk pirates. The recent improvement of the harbor is expected to revive the ancient prosperity of the place. The finest medieval building in the town is the dilapidated Port Saracine PL. c. 2. Arabic Bab el-Bahar, Sea Gate, probably a relic of the town walls erected by the governor Nasser in 1067, extending along the top of the two headlands, up to the Plateau des Ruins, p. 265. Since the 16th century, the bay has been commanded by the Kasbah PL. B3, a fortification of the Spanish period, and the ruinous, originally Turkish, Fort Abd el-Kader PL. D2-3 on the rocky summit of the Bridge Hill. Both are now barracks, no Adam. The harbor exposed to the infrequent N and NE winds only, one of the least bad in Algeria, and now 65 acres in area, was improved in 1905–9 by the extension of the Jetée Abd el-Kader, PL. D3, a fine point of view by the formation of a quay at the Point de la Kasbah, and by the construction of the Jetée du Large and outer breakwater 525 ids long. The town is entered from the harbor either by the Bowel des Cinq Fontaines PL, C2-1 or by the Rue de la Marine PL, C2 and Rue du Vivier, all ascending to the Rue Trazal. From the railway station we ascend to the Place de l'Arsenal by the ramp of that name, PL, A, B2. The Rue Trazal PL, BC2, which ascends to the SW from the lower ground to the Kasbah Hill, is the only fairly animated street in the town. On the left is the Hotel de Ville, PL. 2, C2, which contains a few antiquities, including a Roman mosaic, Oceanus and the Nereids, found near the hospital. The fountain in front of the Hotel de Ville has a hexagonal column with a Roman inscription in 3 parts recording the building of the aqueduct, p. 262. The Place Gaidon, PL. B2-3, the focus of traffic, named after Admiral Gaidon, governor of Algeria, 1873, and adorned with a monument, a genius in bronze, affords a splendid asterisk view of the bay from the parapet. From the Rue Trazal we cross the Place de l'Arsenal, PL. B2, and ascend the Rue Fatima to the booths of the Kabylian Market and to the Kabylian Quarter, the chief boast of which is the pretty mosque, PL. AB2, completed in 1902. Close by is the Port Fouca, PL. A2, the substructions of which are ancient. Fort Barrel, PL. B2, formerly Fort Moussa, to the E of the Rue du Guria, p. 265, dates from the Spanish period. Behind the Hospital Civil are the Citernes Romains, PL. B1, 509 ft, which have been frequently altered. These and a few fragments of the Roman town walls are the sole memorials of antiquity. The Ramp des Spahis, PL. B2, one descends to the Cinq Fontaines, PL. C1, a Moro-Turkish fountain in the valley, whence the Chemin de Bridge leads to the Port du Cimetière, PL. C1, the town gate on the Bridge Hill. A charming walk is afforded by the road from the gate just named, passing the Jewish burial ground, PL. D1, and descending in windings through olive and carob groves and ruins of old fortifications, to the beautiful Ants de Sidi Yahya . Thence, at the lime kiln and cement works, we may either turn to the right and go through the tunnel under Fort Abd el-Kader, p. 263, back to the harbor, or we may follow the coast road, p. 265, leading to the E to the Bay of Les Aiguades. The excursion to Cape Carbon there and back 3 of 4 HRS. Is best made on foot or by mule 3 FR, attendant 1 FR. We leave the town by the Porte du Cimetière and follow the rough road to the Eni, passing on the left the Catholic Cemetery, PL. C. D1, and ascending amidst rich vegetation on the east slope of Jebel Guria, P. 265. Passing the pleasant path which diverges to the Petit Fair, 482 ft. On Cape Bouac, we soon reach the Vallée des Singes, whence we look down on the peaceful Anse des Aiguades, P. 265, and the 1 HR. Pic des Singes, on whose steep rocky slopes we may often see monkeys disporting themselves, Comp. P. 171. Just beyond the short rock tunnel, where the road ends, we obtain a superb asterisk view of Cape Carbon 722 ft. Whose limestone precipices, descending sheer on every side, are crowned with a semaphore and the old lighthouse. We cross the low saddle between the Anse des Salines, sea below on the left, and the bay bounded by Cape Carbon and the Cape Noir, P. 130 on the right, and ascend past the old lighthouse to the 20-min semaphore, from whose flat roof we have a splendid survey of the bay and of the bold coast of Great Kabylia as far as the Isle Pisson, P. 130. From the saddle just mentioned a path descends to the new lighthouse at the foot of Cape Carbon. The beautiful new asterisk coast road leads round the Anse de Sidi Yahya, P. 264, passing the marabout of that name and the large quarries and skirting the abrupt slopes of Cape Bouac, P. 264. It pierces the point of the cape by means of a short tunnel and ends beyond the old pumping works at the asterisk equals Anse des Aiguades equals. Its extension to the new lighthouse at Cape Carbon is projected. When the sea is calm, we may row from the harbor of Bougie 45 FR. Bargain necessary, past Cape Bouac and through the Roche Percé at Cape Carbon to the Anse and the Point des Salines with the Grotte Sti. Anne. On the return, we may for variety land in the Anse des Aiguades and walk back to Bougie by the coast road. The ascent of Jebel Guria 2166 ft. Takes 2 a half HRS, on foot or 1 3/4 HR, by mule 3 FR and fee of 1 FR. We first follow the Rue du Guria and Chemin du Guria, or else a road on the bridge hill above the Faubourg des Cinq Fontaines to the Port du Grand Ravin, PL. B1. A steep road ascends thence in windings, through underwood, to the Plateau des Ruins, where there is a penitencier for military convicts. Hence a path leads in a half HR. To the small Fort du Guria, within which is the shrine of Lala Guria. We then ascend to the right, round the fort, to the cairn on the W Peak, where we are rewarded with a charming view of the bay, the lower Sahel Valley, the coast of Great Kabylia as far as Cape Sigli, P. 130, and Jebel Arbalou, P. 262. Excursion to Tauja Kar, 2030 FR, and drive via Taujurer Tighill to Azazga and Fort National, CPP, 262-261. From Bougie through the Chabot El Akra to Sétif, M Road, motor omnibus P262 from Bougie at 6 a.m. in 7.5 HRS, to Karata Dejeuner Station in 4 3/4 HRS, from Sétif at 7 a.m. in 6.5 HRS, fare 25 FR, 20 or 12 FR, 20C to Karata 11 or 4 FR, luggage at the rate of 10 FR. Per 100 kilos, 220 pounds. For every 100 kilometers, 62 m. Also a diligence to Karata, both from Bougie and from Sétif, from Bougie at 3.3 a.m. in 7.5 HRS, from Sétif at 5 a.m. in 6 HRS. Allowing an hour for lunch at Karata, 11:12, fare for the whole journey 15 FR. Interior 8 FR. Those who do not care for the unattractive drive from Karata to Sétif, where there is direct correspondence in the direction of Constantine and Biskra only, or who are bound for Jijeli, will return at once from Karata to Bougie. Private car. From one of the hirers at Bougie, P262, to Sétif about 100-140 FR, or to Karata and back 50-60 FR. Motor car at Vosges, P262, a half FR. Per kilometer car. From Sétif to Bougie 120, half open, Calaf, 100 FR. It is possible to drive all the way in one day, but in the reverse direction, Bougie to Sétif, it is best to spend a night at Oud Marsa or Karata. The road skirts the Gulf of Bougie, P130, all the way to the deep depression of the Agrion Valley. Between Bougie and Karata, it passes through the finest scenery of Little Kabylia or Petite Kabylie, a wooded hill region, thinly peopled by Berber tribes. The Chain des Babers, the higher mountains, unlike those of the Djurdjura, P258, rise but little over the intermediate hills. The Chabad el Akra is the grandest mountain defile in Algeria. Bougie, CP 262. The road leads through the suburb at the station and then to the SW across the plain of the Oud Srer, P 252. Passing through the featureless plain on the right bank of the Oud Sahel, P 251, we obtain retrospects, growing finer as we advance, of Bougie and Cape Bouac, and then of Cape Noir and Cape Carbon also. We soon reach the vine-clad coast plain on the verge of the wooded hills of Little Kabylia, where the corcoque abounds, and for a time turn away from the sea. Halfway between Bougie and Cape Ayacas, the coast plain narrows. High above the rocky shore, the road mounts a spur of the Beni-Ounif MTS, and then the 10.5 m, Point Titchai, an offshoot of the Beni-Amris Hills, beyond which it descends, in view of the picturesque Cape Ayacas and the coast as far as Cape Cavallo, P267, into the vine-clad valley of the Oud Gemma. At the 12.5 m, bridge over the stony bed of the stream, we observe up the valley the Beni Slimane MTS, 4,160 ft, and those of Beni Bou Aissi, with the lofty Jebel Emoulan Tower, 5715 ft. Beyond the Gemma Valley begins one of the finest parts of the coast. The hills again come down close to the shore. The road passes the handsome Villa Poisat, with its great wine cellars, and crosses the wild Oud Ziton. On the slope above the torrent is a pretty farm dwelling, nestling among eucalypti, bananas, and bamboos. We next round the Caned d'Ayacas, 1519 ft. Precipitous all round, and come to a bend in the road at 15 m Cape Ayacas, where we have a beautiful asterisk view of the whole bay. Just before the village of Oud Marsa, 6 min beyond the cape, is the prettily situated little hot. Du Cap Ayacas, R2 B1 Dage, or D3 FR, quite good. The road now enters the broad coast plain between the Oud Marsa and the Oud Agrion, lately brought under cultivation, overlooked by the Beni Hassan MTS, 4567 ft, and still showing a few vestiges of the primeval Fort Dekret, a swampy region notorious for malaria. We cross the Oud city Rayhain and pass the village of that name, with its kubba shaded by venerable trees. A double tunnel under the bed of the torrential Oud city, Riscoun next brings us to the broad mouth of the Oud Agrion. 22 m Souk et Tenin Hot, Des Voyageurs Dage, 1.5 fr. Poor, the Monday market of the Beni Hassan lies on a low hill at the entrance to the Agrion Valley. The road ascends on the left bank of the valley, flanked with cork trees and beautiful underwood. The road to Jijeli diverges at the 36th kilometer stone, 22.5 m, to the left from the Sétif road. The beautiful Jijeli road from Bougie 60 m, motor omnibus daily fare 14 fr, 30 or 10 fr, 30 c, diligence daily at 5 a.m. in the reverse direction at 4 a.m. in 12 HRS, fare 10 or 7 fr. Provisions should be taken for the journey continues to skirt the Bay of Bougie, passing at places through fine old forest of cork trees, pines, etc., thickly overgrown with creepers. It crosses the Oud Agrion beyond the 36th kilometer stone and the Oud Baalzazine, and then returns to the Eni, to the coast. Near the 42nd kilometer stone, 26 m, begin the Grands Falaises, a series of bold cliffs extending along the coast for 1/4 m, through which the road is tunneled at places. Fine view of the bay behind us as far as Jebel Guria. We next skirt two secluded bays, separated by Jebel Afowerer, 473 ft, pass the point Zayama, 450 ft, and cross the Oud Zayama. Zayama consists of a group of settlers' dwellings near the site of Choba, a Roman seaport, where there are still considerable remains of the Roman town walls, of baths dating from 196 AD, and of the Byzantine ramparts. Beyond the cliffs of Point Mensouria Hotel, off which rises the rocky islet of that name, we come to 37.5 m, the mouth of the Oud Gelil or Dar el Oud, near the stalactite grots de Mensouria or de Dar el Oud, discovered in 1901. The chief grotto, 165 ids, long and 16 ft. High, is lighted with acetylene Atom 1 Fr. Passing several caverns on the coast, we next skirt the small ants de Taza, at the mouth of the Ain-Taya, which farther up has carved out a grand defile through the S-margin of Jebel Tawanart, 2,546 ft. Partly through cuttings and tunnels, the road now leads to 47.5 m. The village of Cavallo, near Cape Cavallo, P130, the limit of the Bay of Bougie. Near it are large granite quarries. Off the rocky coast lie on the left the islets of Grand and Petit Cavallo, P131. 50.5 m. Montaigne or Agadi is the only European settlement on this part of the coast. A little beyond the Oud-Kissir, a road diverges to the left to the lighthouse on the Ras Afla, P131. Our road skirts the wooded flanks of Jebel Mezritain or Mesritain, 1294 ft. And at the Ants El Kala sweeps round to the S, inland. Lastly, passing the small Ants des Beni-Ounif, see below, it reaches the Port de Bougie, the W gate of M equals Jejeli equals, Café de France R2 FR, Dage or D2 FR. Quite good, pop. 6,400 Inkle, 5,000 Mohammedans, a poor seaport, consisting mainly of 2 streets planted with fine plane trees. This was the ancient Igilgili, once an important mart of the Carthaginians, which in the Middle Ages long retained its trade as the seat of a Genos factory, but after its occupation by Horuk Barbarossa, P221 became a mere den of pirates. The small harbor, open towards the E and inadequately sheltered on the N and NE sides, admits lighters and fishing boats only. On the adjacent Creek de El Ouest rise the citadel and the Poudrière, an old fort. At the Vigie, the clock tower on the neighboring aloe-clad hill, we enjoy a charming view of the hill region around, noted in spring for its gorgeous wealth of flowers, backed by Jebel Sedarts, 30,153 ft. To the E and by the inland hills of Little Kabylia. To the W of the town, particularly on the headland between the Ants des Beni-Ounif and the Ants El Kala, see above, are many Punic rock tombs, now empty. A high road leads from Jejeli to 42.5 m, Elmilia, 84.5 m Calo, P131, and 95.5 m Robertville, P303, motor omnibus in 10 HRS, fare 25 FR, 30 or 20 FR, 30 C, another via 66 m Mila Hot, Du Commerce R2 FR, Dage, or D2 FR, tolerable, the Roman Mausoleum, with an interesting, well-preserved Byzantine town wall, 102.5 m, Constantine, P297. Railway via Elmilia and Mila to Constantine projected. The Sétif road ascends gradually to the S, on the left bank of the wooded Agrion Valley, at the E-base of the hills of the Beni Hassan, P266. On the opposite bank, on the slope of the finely shaped Jebel Beni Bou Youssef, 3061 ft, runs the new mineral railway of Tattergount, see below, 25 m Aux Dieu Fontaines, about 410 ft. In. The road ascends more steeply, high above the riverbed. At a bend just before the 43rd kilometer stone, we have a splendid survey of the central Agrion Valley, enclosed in a semicircle by the lofty and barren crests of the chain des Babbers. The road then descends to the SW into the valley again. To the left, we look into the lateral valley of the Oud Turez, with the iron glance mines of Tattergount on the slope of Jebel Beni Felki, 4452 ft. Wild oleanders abound in the bed of the Agrion. On the wayside are several Kabylian huts with orange and fig gardens. Beyond the 49th kilometer stone we see, high above us on the right, Beni Ismail or Smail, a mission house of the White Fathers. P247, called after the tribe of that name, placed near a waterfall between Jebel Tower, P266, and Jebel Takukt, 6221 ft. Beyond the 50th kilometer stone, 31 m, 2 massive pillars of rock mark the lower end, about 590 ft. Of the asterisk equals Chabot El Akra equals, the Grand Ravine of Death, 4.5 m long, between the bold and partly bush-clad Jurassic rocks of Jebel Takukt, on the W, and Jebel Adrar Amilal, 5817 ft. And Kef Randek, on the E, an inscription on the rock to the right records the construction of the extremely costly road, 1,863.70. Monkeys, P171, are sometimes seen on the hillsides. Near the 54th kilometer stone, 33.5 m, the road crosses the stream, which dashes over huge rocks far below the bridge, whence we have a fine view down the valley. About a half-m farther, the valley again contracts to a narrow defile. An inscription on a slab of rock in the bed of the stream recalls the first march of French troops through the gorge, 1864. In the foreground rises a great rocky cone called the *Pain de Succor, Arabic Drakalawi, apparently closing the valley. Passing some strange rock dislocations, with vertical strata, we reach 35.5 m, the upper end of the gorge. 37.5 m equals Karata equals 1575 ft. Hot. Du Chabot R Dage, D each 2 of 4 fr. Very fair, hot. De Karata humble 2s. Market, a village of the Beni-Ounif tribe, lies in a bleak hill plain adjoining the stony slope of the chain des Babbers. From Karata via Ain-Taya to Sétif, 34 m, pleasanter by car, or cycle than the main road via Elawarisha, particularly in the reverse direction. This road leaves the highroad near 3¾ m, the mouth of the Ain-Taya, one of the sources of the Agrion, ascends its valley, and crosses a pass to 17.5 m Ain-Taya. Here to the right diverges the so-called route des Caravansérails to the little town of Ain-Roi, 3806 ft. At the foot of Jebel Anani, 5243 ft, noted for its mineral wealth, and to the sulfur baths of Hammam Gerger or Sidi El Joudi in the Massif de Gerger, which were already known to the Romans. From Ain-Taya our road turns to the SE and ascends past the 20.5 m village of Ain-Taya, 3616 ft. Hot, Kopel to the Saddle, 4019 ft. Between Jebel Megris, 5700 ft. and Jebel Matrona, 4679 ft. Descending to the Oud Bu Selim, p. 251, the road here rejoins, a little before 30 m Fermetu, see below, the main road to 34 m Sétif. The highroad ascends out of the Agrion Valley, soon offering a glimpse of Jebel Babber, 6575 ft. On the left, and mounts and windings to the S.E., through a once wooded hill region to the 48 m Tizi-Ouzou, 2910 ft. 1¼ m below the large Berber village of Takatout, 3448 ft. and 2 m to the W of Ain el Hamda, a village noted for its mineral water, known as Eau de Takatout. We descend from the pass to 52.5 m Amoucha Hot, Des Voyageurs Dage, 3.5 fr, in the upper valley of the Agrion. A road leads to the SE from Amoucha to 7.5 m equals Paragotville equals, the chief village in the canton de Takatout on the Oud Ain Kebira. It lies on the site of the small Roman town of Sadafis. The schoolyard contains a few antiquities. Diligence via Elawarisha, see below, to Sétif, p. 271. As the road ascends, we have another view of Jebel Babber. It winds up to the S to the 59.5 m, Teniat et Tyne, 3806 ft. A pass on the N, margin of the plateau of Sétif, p. 271, commanding fine views, and then descends to 64.5 m Elawarisha, 3543 ft. A village near the head of the Oud Bu Selim Valley, p. 251, with a few vineyards. 68 m Fermetu, at the mouth of the brook of that name. 72 m Sétif, CP 271. 43, from Algiers to Constantine via Beni-Ounif, Sétif and Algeria, a half-m railway comp, P 173. 2 express trains daily in 12 a 12 3/4 HRS. Fares 51 fr, 95 37 fr, 10 27 fr, 85 c, 1 in the morning with dining car, the other in the evening, sleeping berth 15 fr, extra. Algeria is the junction for Biskra, R44, Le Kayroub for Bona, R48, and Soukaras and Tunis, RR, 4951. Railway restaurants at Bouira, Beni-Ounif, Sétif, Algeria, and Le Kayroub. From Algiers to 107 m Beni-Ounif, CR37. The train now leaves the Sahel Valley, P251, enters to the S, the valley of the Oud Marir, and passes through a series of gorges flanked with blackish limestone rocks, between the hills of the Beni Abs on the left and the Beni-Ounif on the right, here almost uninhabited. To the left we have a final glimpse of the Cherchell range, P258, behind us. 115 m Les Ports de Fer, the first station in the province of Constantine, with a Sunday market, lies at the entrance of the 2 passes over the chain des Bibin, PL. of Bab, Gate, or Chabat-e Sétif. These are the Grand Port Arabic Bab el-Kebir, through which flows the Oud Cheba, the main branch of the Oud Marir, and the Petit Port Bab-e Sarir, the ravine of its tributary the Oud Bouketon. The train runs through the former of these passes, a grand defile where the rocks are curiously stratified. 125 mmz, 1811 ft. Lies in a bleak plain on the S-margin of the chain des Bibin. The train now ascends rapidly to the SE between Jebel Mzita, 4813 ft. On the left and Jebel Katyuf, 6109 ft. On the right to 130 m Mansoura, 2297 ft. A village of immigrant peasants with a sulfur spring. Leaving the Cheba Valley, we next pass to the E through a tunnel of 2,405 ids. 5 min into the Medjana, a lofty and unattractive plain on the end borders of the Monts du Hadna, see below. 149 m equals Borj Bouarerij equals 3002 ft. Hot. Des voyageurs unpretentious, pop. 3,500 Inkel, many Alsatian settlers, Wed Market, a small town adjoined by a large Berber village. This is the best starting point for the highly attractive tour to Busada, which vies in interest with the excursions to Figwig p. 204, Guardia p. 216, and Biskra p. 279. The road, 78 m diligence at 4.3 am in 17 HRS. Fare 10 FR. 10 or 6 FR. 60C, returning from Busada at 5 p.m., turns to the S into the valley of the Oud Kasab, flanked on the W and E by Jebel Gurin, 3,400 ft. And Jebel Mahdad, 6,112 ft. The stream, having forced a passage through the Monts du Hadna, the end borders of the lofty steppe, where phosphates abound, is afterwards called Oud Sila and falls into the Chat el Hadna, see below. In the east side valley of the Oud Ausagiat, 2 m off the road, and 8 m from Borj Bouarerij, lies Lekerb or Ouldegla, with scanty vestiges of the Roman Equisetum. On the S edge of Jebel Mahdad, about 9.5 m to the E. Of the road, or reached from Borj Bouarerij by diligence via 19 m. Borj Ardur, very poor in, lie the extensive ruins, palaces, minaret, etc. of the Berber town of Kala des Beni Hamad, the residence of the Hamadites in 1190 p. 263. At 36 m, the little town of Msila, 1539 ft. Hot. Duhu, hot, rare, both poor, we reach the plain du Hadna, a vast steppe, very hot in summer, notable for its abundance of game and the thousands of camels which browse on the extensive pastures. We cross several riverbeds, where curious rose-shaped crystals, roses of the desert, are often found, and descend gradually past several artesian wells to the SE to the Chat el Hadna, 1312 ft. A vast salt lake, 44 m. Long and 12.5 m broad at its widest part, whose swampy shores are enlivened by countless waterfowl. Between this lake and Busada we pass several shifting sandhills. M equals Busada equals 1903 ft. Cafés hotels, Bailey R2 a 3 B3 1 Dage, or D2 a 3 Pens, from 5 FR, all according to bargain, Aragonese, Pop. 7,000, mostly Arabs, Mazabites, as to whom CP 216, and Jews, the chief scene of the letters familières of Karl Baedeker, p. 175, and for ages a favorite resort of French painters of Oriental subjects, is most charmingly grouped round the Kasbah Hill, a fine point of view. The dates of its little asterisk palm oasis rival those of the Sahara, busy Monday and Tuesday markets. An important caravan route, 69.5 m, diligence every other day in 15 HRS, 12 or 10 FR. Provisions necessary, connects Busada with Jelfa, p. 215. To the E of the road, 9.5 m to the S of Busada, on the Oud Busada, lies the Zawiya of El Hamel, a famous seminary for priests where good quarters are obtainable. From Busada to Amel, CPP, 251-250. The train now turns to the SE, in view of the Hadna MTS. P270 to the right crosses several affluents of the Oud Kasab, P270, and passes unimportant stations. 164 m Ain-Taya, 3395 ft. Thence to the NE to 168 m Tixter Tocqueville, the station for Tocqueville Arabic Ras El Oud, 8½ m to the s, the ancient Roman Thamala, with remains of a Byzantine fortress and beds of phosphate near it. On the left farther on, we have a view of the Massif de Gerger, p. 269, usually snow-clad in winter. We then enter the valley of the Oud Bu Selim, p. 251. 176½ m Hammam, 184½ m Meslaug in the Plateau de Sétif, one of the granaries of Algeria, but often bitterly cold in winter. A half m equals Sétif, equals rail, restaurant, hotels, comp. p. 174, all in the Rue de Constantine. Hot de France R3A4 B1½ Dage, 3½ D, 4 1 FR, well spoken of hot. De Paris R from 2 Dage or D2 FR, plain but quite good, hot. D'Orient similar charges. Brasserie Gambrinus in the hot. De France. Motor omnibus via Carrata to Bougie comp. p. 265. Diligences to Bougie, to Hammam-Gerger, p. 269, via Ain-Roi, and to Paragotville p. 269. Sétif 3596 ft. Pop. 21,790, Inkel. 7,800 Mohammedans and 1,800 Jews, on one of the highest sites in Algeria, stands on a slight eminence to the NW of the station. It was the Sétifis of the Romans, which became the capital of the new province of Mauritania Sétifensis in 297, comp. p. 244, but after the eruption of the Arabs, it lost all importance. Horse breeding is one of the chief resources of the natives, and the horse races are famous. From the suburb near the station, we enter the town through the Porte de Constantine. Near the Porte d'Alger, in the Place Nationale, adorned with a fountain, rise the Hôtel de Ville and the new mosque. In the Jardin d'Orléans, outside the Porte d'Alger, are a few Roman antiquities, altars, tombstones, etc. The old Byzantine fortress with its 11 towers, to the end of the town, has been converted into the Quartier Militaire. Outside the Porte de Biskra, where the Marché Arab is held daily, lies a large Berber village with thatched houses. On the old Roman road to Saldi Bougie, which runs past the east side of the Jardin d'Orléans, see above, about 1 m to the NW of the town, rises the Mausolée de Sétif, popularly called Tombeau de Scipion, a rectangular edifice, 10 by 8 ids. On a basement with 2 steps, one of the best preserved Roman tombs in Algeria. From Sétif through the Chabot El Akra to Bougie, see R42. The region between Sétif and Algeria is one of the dreariest in Algeria. 200 m Chasselouplabet, 3445 ft. 210½ m Saint Arnaud, 3117 ft. Hot de la Guerre pour, a small town of 2,100 inhab, on the end border of the barren plain des Yulmas with its small salt lakes, continued to the Eni. By the Plateau des Esbacs, p. 274. The excursion to Jamila, 19 m to the N of Saint Arnaud, toilsome but very repaying, is best made in one day, as there are no good night quarters on the route. We start very early by mule carrying a supply of food. We follow the highroad to Sileg diligence in the aft. As far as the 12 m crossing of the bridle path from Sétif, and ride thence to the Eni in about 2 hrs. 2 equals Jamila equals, a poor Berber village on a narrow and lofty plateau amid barren mountains. This was once the Roman Cuicule, whose ruins, partially excavated of late, are the finest memorials in Algeria of the late Roman epoch. The W. Entrance to the forum was the Arch of Caracalla, a single gateway 40 ft. High, of the year 216, recently marred by a buttress for its support. On the SE side of the forum is a temple, of which part of the parabolos, 55 by 37 ids, and the walls of the cella alone survive. To the NW of the forum are remains of a fountain. In the SW, part of the ancient town are the ruins of Thermi. The theater, which originally had 24 tiers of seats, is remarkable for its well-preserved stage, 37 by 8 ids, and still 19 ft. In height, the front wall being similar to that of Timged, p. 293, or of Kamissa, etc. 220 m Navran 3170 ft. Arabic Bur El Ark, 228 m Sint, Donat, 2812 ft. On the Rumel, p. 297. 239 m Mechdeshadadun, station for Shadadun de Rumel, 2625 ft. A small town 5½ m to the N, on the Sétif and Constantine road, with a great Thursday cattle market. Near it are extensive pastures, enlivened in summer by thousands of Sahara nomads with their herds of camels. 250 a half m Oudtseguen Taillergma, 2480 ft. In the plain de Taillergma, where the neighboring garrisons have their summer training. It is the station for 5 a half m, the little town of Oudtseguen, 2474 ft. On the river of that name, a tributary of the Rummel, and for Oudathmania with the splendid thermae of the Roman villa of Pompianus, and Ain-Smara with its marble quarries, 2 villages on the Sétif and Constantine road. 265 a half m equals Algeria equals 2412 ft. Rail, restaurant, hot, de la Gare R3D, 3 a half fr, quite good. Junction of the line from Constantine to Batna and Biskra, R44, lies on the Gara or Gara, one of the sources of the Oud Bu Merzoug, see below. The station occupies an isolated site on a steppe enclosed by barren mountains. Extensive view to the S.W. towards Batna. The Constantine train descends to the Eni into the Oud Bu Merzoug Valley. 271 a half m Uldramon, 2264 ft. Rail, restaurant, plain, around which are many megalithic tombs. From Uldramon to Ain-Taya and Cherchell, 91 a half m, narrow gauge line in 536 a quarter HRS. Fares 15 fr, 80 11 fr, 75 8 fr, 85 c change at Ain-Taya. The line traverses a hilly steppe, ascending to the S.E. along the Oud Bu Merzoug, the main stream of which is called Oud Kleb farther up. 7 a half m Sigus, 2523 ft. On the site of the Roman town of that name, with scanty relics of a form basilica with 3 halls. Near it are a Roman and a contemporaneous Berber burial ground, the latter containing many dolmens, p. 324, and also remains of old quarries. Beyond, 20 a half m Ain Fakroun, 3032 ft. We ascend rapidly to the Kaldarkies, about 3480 ft, which crosses one of the offshoots of the Plateau des Esbacs, p. 274. 41 m Canrobert, 3041 ft. Arabic El Buaghi at the S-base of Jebel Sidi Arghais, 5341 ft, with argentiferous lead mines. The line runs to the E across an upland plain where ruins abound. M equals Ain-Taya equals 3307 ft. Hot, Dorient hot. De Paris both rustic, pop. 2400, in the territory of the Haraktas, a large Berber tribe differing but slightly from Arabs, is the starting point of a road diligence in 11 HRS. Railway under construction via 20 m Mesquiana to 52 a half m Tebessa, p. 315. The Jardin public contains several Roman inscriptions. From Ain-Taya the line turns to the SW towards the spurs of the Auras MTS. p. 278. Stations unimportant. 72 a half m Tarf, near the saltworks of the Great Salt Lake Garrett et Tarf, 2723 ft. Far to the left rises Jebel Tafrant, rich in phosphates. 83 m Baghay, 2914 ft. On the Oud Baghay, formerly Bagay, was one of the chief towns of the Donatists in the 4th cent. Thamugati being the other, p. 289, where in 394 a council of 310 Donatist bishops was held, but after the 12th cent. It fell to decay. The only memorial of its ancient importance is the ruinous Kaysar Baghay, a Byzantine fortress, built in the time of Justinian, after 539, 360 by 335 ids, with 25 towers. On the NW side is a castle dominated by a keep 84 ft. high. The line then winds up to a half m equals Cherchell equals 3730 ft. Hot, de France hot, du square both poor, a little town of 2900 inhab. Once the Roman Mascula, the key of the Auras passes, and still the starting point of important caravan routes to the Sahara. It carries on a thriving art industry, manufacture of trinkets, etc., and holds a busy Tuesday market. The Roman ruins were swept away when the present town was founded about 1860, but there is a small collection of antiquities, Conservator M. Catalone. Road to Timged, Lambes, and Batna, CP 286. From that road another diverges to the left to 4 a half m, Ain el Hammam, about 3940 ft. Prettily situated in the wooded valley of the brook of that name, with a hot chalybeate spring, 158 degrees far. This was the Aquae Flavianae of the Romans, whose thermae, probably erected under Vespasian, and restored under Septimius Severus in 208, the best preserved in Barbary, are now again in use. We note specially the round hall, once domed, with its circular piscina 26 ft in diameter, and the large open piscina 45 by 33 ft, with 2 vaulted lateral passages, flanked with side rooms and basins. A bridle path leads to the SW from Ain el Hammam to 12.5 m, the forester's house of Ain Mimon, 4,413 ft, amidst fine cedar woods, p. 210. Whence we may descend to the N.E. to Faum Tizerit on the Batna Road. 278.5 m equals Lakay Raub equals 2051 ft. Rail, restaurant, hot. Victoria near the station, hot. Dorient, pop. 9,700, all Mohammedans but 500. The next station on the Constantine Railway has an important cattle market. On a stony hill to the E of the town, 2527 ft. About 1 hr. From the railway rises the Mausolée du Quai Raub, called by the natives Sama Tower, the tomb of a Berber prince of pre-Roman times, built of huge blocks of stone in the Greco-Punic style. The square pedestal, resting on a basement in 3 steps, and part of the ground floor adorned with round shields still exist. The upper story, which consisted of a hall resting on 8 Doric columns with a grooved cornice, and the conical summit were probably destroyed by an earthquake. From Constantine Lakay Raub to Bona, cr 48, to Saqqaraz, Tebessa, Tunis, cr 49. Near 281.5 m, Oudhammamin, we sight the suburbs of Constantine to the left. To the left rises also Jebel Chataba, p. 297, 286 m, Hippodrome, station for the Constantine racecourse. 287 m Sidi Mabruk, a villa suburb of Constantine. To the left, on the Batna Road, are 5 arches of the Roman aqueduct, once extending from Ras El Ain Bu Merzoug, near Uldramon, p. 272, to the Kaudiatati, p. 297, a distance of 23 m. At the foot of the Plateau de Mansoura, 2303 ft. The train enters the Rumel Valley. On the left are the blue-washed houses of the native quarter of 280.5 m, Constantine, p. 297. From Constantine to Biskra via Algeria and Batna, M Railway, through train including a first-class saloon carriage 10 fr. Extra with wagon restaurant in winter in 7 HRS, ordinary train in 8 3/4 HRS. Fares 26 fr, 85 19 fr, 20 14 fr, 40 c, views to the right as far as Fontaine des Gazelles. Railway restaurants at Algeria, Batna, and Alcantara. Among the intermediate stations, Batna is important only as the starting point for Lambis and Timgad, R45. Alcantara deserves a stay of some days for the sake of its own scenery, and as a base for excursions to Tillatu, the Mafa Valley, etc. From Constantine to 23 m Algeria, see above and pp. 273-272, passing 31 m Ain em Lila, 2527 ft. We reach the Plateau des Esbacs, the great steppe of Algeria with its numerous salt lakes, dreary in the extreme, yet grand in its motionless repose, with tufts of gray-green alpha growing here and there on the salt soil, backed by the bold precipices and pinnacles of bare rocky mountains. Appropriate accessories are, however, furnished now and then by the huts or tents of nomadic tribes with their herds. On the right rises the bare Jebel Nifenser. Farther on we obtain, especially by morning light, a fine view of the salt lake of Tinsilt, backed by the spurs of the Sahara Atlas, p. 170. 42.5 m less lax, 2592 ft. On the neck of land between Lake Tinsilt and on the left, Chat Emzuri. We now traverse a long embankment crossing Lake Tinsilt, which is often enlivened by flamingos and wild duck. 53 m Ain Yagout, 2891 ft. 58 m Fontainebleau, about 2790 ft. With a few tents of nomads near the small Oud Mater. Just before the station, we observe on the left the equals Medrason equals Arabic Madgason, a pre-Roman royal tomb of Massinissa, the finest of the kind in Algeria after the Tomo de la Creation, p. 238. The huge monument, reached by a field road from the station in 1/4 hr. Stands in an ancient Berber burial ground on the flat saddle between 2 low, bare ranges of hills, about halfway between Fontainebleau and the 6M Sebka Gendeli, the ancient Lacus Regius. The Medracen, one of the few existing tumulus tombs in the Greco-Punic style, consists of a massive cylindrical basement, 64 ids, in diameter and only 14.5 ft high, on which rises a conical pyramid in 24 steps, crowned with a platform of 12.5 ids. In diameter, the total height being 60 ft. The 60 unfluted Doric half-columns recall the oldest Greek temples of Sicily, while the concave molding above the architrave is Egyptian in character. The rude engravings on the basement, as well as the Libyan and late Punic inscriptions, are ancient. Of the vestibule, 26 by 16 ids, but few vestiges are left. The straight passage leading to the two small tomb chambers in the center of the building collapsed in 1865. The two other shafts were bored by treasure-hunting natives. In the lofty valley of the Oud Mater, we now reach the N fringe of the Sahara Atlas, between the spurs of the Belisma MTS. On the W and Jebel Bou-Arif, 5728 ft. A range parallel on the N with the Oras MTS. P 278. 62.5 m El Mater Pastor, 2851 ft. Is the station for El Mater, the Roman Cassi, a village with a little Byzantine fortress, situated 5 m, to the SE at the foot of Jebel Bou-Arif. A road leads from this station also to 8 m Pastor and 19 m Zana. The village of Pastor 2 Inns, on the Oud Syriana, was the ancient Lamigiga. In the market are Roman and early Christian relics. Zana equals, no inn, the Roman Diana Veteranorum, a considerable colony of veterans, has several interesting ancient buildings. A triumphal arch of 165 AD is well preserved with the exception of the Attica. An arch of Macrinus, 217 AD, formed afterwards part of a small Byzantine fortress. The portal of a temple is still standing. The ruined Byzantine church in the Forum was built chiefly of materials from Roman ruins. The train mounts a steep gradient to 66.5 m Fesdes, 3032 ft. In a defile scantily overgrown with bushes between Jebel Azib, 4485 ft, on the left and the Belisma MTS. M equals Batna equals rail. Restaurant Dage, 3D3.5 fr, good. Hotels sometimes crowded in the season, hot. Desatrangers Rue de Sétif, R, 34 B1.5 Dage, 33.5 D3 31 fr, hot. De Paris, Rue de Constantine next the town hall, R2.5 B1.25 Dage. 2.5 D3 1/2 fr, plain but good. St. George's, Rue de Sétif, unpretending, attentive host. Batna, 3412 ft. Pop. 7500 Inkle. 2400 Mohammedans and 700 Jews, founded in 1844 as a military base for the advance upon Biskra, and now the chief military station in S. Constantine and the key to the important Sahara Pass of Alcantara, is a peaceful country town with regularly built streets, and offers no attractions save perhaps the village neger. Comp. P. 181, to the SE of the Quartier Militaire. It lies near the sources of the Oud Mater in a broad valley, often very cold in winter, between the wooded Belisma MTS. On the W, Jebel Azib, see above on the NE, and the spurs of the Oras MTS. P. 278 on the S. Though finest point of view is equals Jebel Tauger equals or Pic des Setters, 6,870 ft. To the W of Though town, a grand pyramid belonging to the Belisma group. A rough road, mule 45 fr. Leading close past the station ascends the valley to the W and then the Raven des Gardes between Jebel Tauger and Jebel Bou Merzoug, 5840 ft. To 7.5 m, the Mason Forestier Oud Hamla. Thence a bridle path on the richly wooded S-slope of Jebel Tauger. Lastly a climb, towards the NE through ancient but neglected cedar forest, P 210, to the 4 HRS. Summit. The immense panorama embraces Though Belisma Group and the distant Hodna MTS. P 270 to the W, the Plateau des Esbac and the Tel Atlas near Constantine to the NE, the long range of the Oras MTS, to the SC and S, and part of the Sahara to the SW. From Batna to Lambes and Timged, CR 45. Beyond Batna, the train crosses the watershed, 3543 ft. Between the Plateau des Esbac and the Sahara. Far away to the SW are seen Jebel Metlili and the depression of the Pass of Alcantara, see below. 80 m, Lamberti 3527 ft, near the scanty ruins of the Roman town of that name. We descend the broad valley of the Oud el Kaysour or Oud Ain-Taya, one of the sources of the Oud Biskra, p. 279, to 94 m Macmahon 3002 ft. Arabic Ain-Taya, a poplar-shaded oasis and alpha station, p. 171, originally founded by Alsatians. The next part of the line, through a steppe furrowed by the brook and the winter rains, is curious and interesting. 99 m Les Tamarins, about 2460 ft, is not far from the famous gorge of the stream, here called Oud Tillatu, Comp. p. 277. The train next threads tunnels and cuttings through the saddle between the Tillatu Valley and that of the Oud Fedhala or Gebli, the second feeder of the Oud Biskra, whence we descend in a wide bend to the E to 103 m Mafa, about 2130 ft. At the influx of the brook Mafa into the Fedhala, excursion to the Mafa Valley, CPP. 277-278. In the foreground we again sight the bold rocky slopes of Alcantara. We recross the Oud Gebli, which, below the mouth of the Tillatu, see above, is named Oud Alcantara, skirt the SC base of the Metlili, p. 277, and cross the stream to M equals Alcantara, equals, rail, restaurant. Hotel Comp, p. 174. Hot, Bertrand with view, R3 3.5 B1 Dage, 3 3.5 pens, 10 a half FR, post office opposite the hotel, carriage 2.5 FR, per hour, mule with English saddle per day 5 FR, with Arabian saddle 3.5 FR. In the villages of the oasis 2.5 FR, when not ordered through a guide. Alcantara, 1772 ft. The bridge, so named from its Roman bridge, the Roman Calcius Hercules, one of the most important caravan stations in Algeria prior to the opening of the railway, owes its fame to the grand gorge of the Oud Alcantara, called by the natives from East Sahara, mouth of the desert. The river here suddenly emerges from a wild alpine region, flanked by the red limestone rocks of Jebel Gayas and Jebel Esser, into a highly picturesque palm oasis, below which it skirts the spurs of the Oras MTS, p. 278, and careers rapidly down to the Sahara. From the station, the road on the left bank, overlooking the riverbed, with its profusion of wild oleanders, and the charming orchards on the floor of the valley, descends in 10 min to the Hotel Bertrand, situated at the finest and wildest point of the ravine, in a basin almost entirely shut in by gray rocky slopes. A few hundred paces farther, just before the mouth of the Asterisk Gorge, here barely 45 ids. Wide is the Roman Bridge, which was too thoroughly restored in 1862 under Napoleon Roman III. Carrying the old road, now partly destroyed by a landslip, from the right bank of the river to the left. From the bridge, we enjoy a peculiar and striking view across the Palm Oasis to the red, weather-worn rocks of the Montagne d'Albeder, p. 278. A similar view is offered by the Iron Bridge, 8 min lower down, whence we may look back also into the ravine with Jebel Metlili rising behind it. The neighboring Asterisk Oasis, Pop. 3500, with its 3 mud-built villages, inhabited exclusively by natives of Berber descent, is, next to Bou Sada, p. 270, the northmost palm oasis in Barbary. From the Iron Bridge, the road leads past Akaba and Cactus Gardens to 12 min Daryaya, the only village at the foot of the red rocks of the right bank of the stream, named also Village Rouge from the red mud walls of the houses at its W end, below the old burial ground. The flat roof of the lower mosque, situated on the steep bank of the stream, affords a splendid view of the village and of the oasis as far as the village Noir. See below. We now descend through luxuriant gardens to the right bank of the Alcantara, above which the village extends picturesquely, cross the stream 10 min lower down by mule, or wading or carried by a native, and then, from the generally dry bed of the Rivière Blanche, p. 278, mount to the right to Bur-Ibs or Village Noir. From the end of this village, we ascend the valley in 8 min to Guregra or Krekar, known also as the Village Blanc, the largest village in the oasis. We may walk through it and regain the hotel in 20-25 minutes. If the Alcantara is swollen, we must return from Daryaya to the Iron Bridge and visit Guregra and Burabes from the left bank. By carriage, 7.5 m in 1.5 hr. We drive via Daryaya to the S end of the oasis, and return on the left bank via Burabes and Guregra. In the villages themselves, we alight that we may better appreciate the novelty of the scene. The asterisk equals Jebel Metlili equals 4,900 ft. A range of hills to the NW of Alcantara, scantily overgrown with scrub and alpha grass, P 171, commands a splendid view of the steppe of Ain-Taya, P 278, and the Sahara, as well as of the fringes of the Sahara Atlas as far as Jebel Amerkadu, P 284. The clearness of the air and the wonderful effects of light and shade enhance the fascination of the scene. The mule track, too, a 3 HRS, leads to the W through the valley of the generally dry Oud Cheba and then winds up through a gorge and over the hillside to the summit. On the way are sometimes seen gazelles and aeudeds or maned sheep, Ovis tragelaphus, Arabic arwi, occasionally even at Alcantara. The excursion to the asterisk equals Gorges de Tillatu equals takes a whole day, or about 5-6 HRS. Only if we go by train to Les Tamarins, P 276, sending mules thither beforehand, provisions should be taken. Travelers from Biskra should go by the morning train to Alcantara and proceed thence on muleback to Les Tamarins, where they arrive in time for the afternoon train to Constantine. The very picturesque entrance to the Tillatu Valley is about 3 m to the NW of Alcantara. The grandest part of the gorge is at the Berber village, diaspora of Tillatu, with its curious, still partly inhabited rock dwellings. The village lies about halfway between the mouth of the river and the station of Les Tamarins. A visit to the Mafa Valley takes a whole day from Alcantara, or from the Mafa station, P 276, with the ride back to Alcantara 6-7 HRS. At least. The mule track leads past the S-base of Jebel Ground, 3905 ft. And the small mosque of Sidi Yahya to the rock villages of Fitacha and Amaradza, inhabited by the Kaoia, see below, at the entrance to the wildest parts of the ravine. Good riders may return to Alcantara via Benifera, see below. The equals auras MTS equals the Mons Aurasius of antiquity Arabic auras, inhabited almost exclusively by the Kaoia, shepherds, a Berber tribe not subdued by the French until 1845, rise to the E of Alcantara, culminating in Jebel Chelia, 7634 ft, and Kef Mamel, 7615 ft, the two highest peaks in Algeria. This grand mountain region, with the wild and interesting valleys of the Oud Abdi and the Oud El Abiad, is as yet almost inaccessible to tourists, no quarters being obtainable except by the courtesy of the French officials or of the natives. A tour here, especially in winter, necessitates almost as tedious and costly preparations as traveling in Morocco, comp. P 97. Better communication will, however, be provided by the new, still unfinished road from Marcouna, P 289, to Biskra, P 279, by way of Medina, 4780 ft, and Aris, 3842 ft, opening up the head of the Oud El Abiad Valley, thence following the line of the ancient Roman road through the grand ravine of Tiganamine, and descending from the zone of the cedar forests to Mchounech and Dro, the palm oases on the Amerkadu P. 284. A glance at the wild scenery of the auras MTS is obtained by riding past the Jebel Hayuja, see below, to 10 m Ain Zadout or Benifera, about 2950 ft, a picturesque hill village of the Benifera tribe. Strength permitting, we may ride thence to the S to 17.5 m Gemora, quarters at the Sheiks, and 29 m Brannies, 988 ft. Two palm oases in the lower Oud Abdi Valley, belonging to the Ould Zion, the only Arab tribe in the Auras, and to 42.5 m Biskra, P 279. After leaving Alcantara, the railway passes through 3 short tunnels into the gorge of Alcantara, P 276. Near the Roman bridge, we obtain a striking glimpse of the Palm Oasis, which farther on, beyond the bed of the Rivière Blanche, we survey in its full extent. Looking back, on the right, we have a fine view of the red rocks in the gorge. Running to the SW, generally close to the Oud Alcantara, the train skirts the slopes of the Montagny d'Albetter or Kef Ed Darsa, a spur of Jebel Hayuja or Jebel Katyuf, which are geologically interesting and have a splendid red glow in the sunshine. 125 m Fontaine des Gazelles, 1280 ft. Lies in a stony waste between Jebel Seloum, 2569 ft. The SW buttress of Jebel Hayouja, and the singular Jebel Kraubset. The small sulfur baths of Hammam City El Hajj, a half hr. To the SE of the station, used by the natives only, occupy the site of the Roman Aquae Hercules, an elliptical Roman piscina, 107 ids. In circumference, still serves as a bath. The spring 97 degrees far. Rises at the end base of Jebel El Mela or Garibou, 2057 ft. Noted for its rock salt. Nearing 131 m, Ain-Taya 905 ft. We survey on the right the extensive steppe of Ain-Taya, the plain, a kind of forecourt of the Sahara, bounded on the S by the chain de Sfa, P282, and Jebel Matraf. The soil is white with saltpeter in places. To the left, beyond the station, is a small palm grove. A little before 138 m Ferme Duferg, the station for a model farm 2.5 m. To the W, on the right bank of the stream, we sight on the left the hills of Amarkadu, P284, sometimes snow-clad in winter, the landmark of Biskra. We cross the plain de Darreus or Dar el Arousa, often enlivened by gazelles. It lies between the Oras streams Oud Bu Gadu and Oud Abdi, P278, which here fall into the El Kantara, now called Oud Biskra. Beyond the Col des Chines, a barren gorge at the foot of Jebel El Mlaga, P282, we observe on the left the barrage of the Oud Biskra, constructed in 1897 and guarded by a blockhouse. On the right lies the Catholic cemetery, and in the distance are the palm oases of M equals Biskra, equals the station PL. A 1 is at the NW end of the town, 812 min from most of the hotels. Sleeping car office at Bouillot and Simons, Rue Berthe. Equals hotels equals comp. P174, often crowded in Feb and March. Royal Hotel PL. A C3, Avenue de Lacroix at the S end of the town with garden court, terrace, belvedere, P281 and restaurant R420B. 1-2 Dage, 3-4 D57 pens. 1325 1 FR, closed May Oct. Palace Hotel PL, BBC4 next the casino C below, well situated with pretty garden R620 pens. 1625 FR, closed 16th April to 30th Nov. Grand Hotel Excelsior PL, GBC4 with garden R310 B1.5 Dage, 34 D45 pens. 12-25 FR. Closed 16th May 31st Oct, well spoken of. Asterisk hot. Victoria PL, C a 2 bowel, gambetta with small garden R36 B1.5 Dage, 3 D4 pens, 1115 3/4 FR, closed 16th May to 14th Oct. Hot. Du Sahara PL, EB2 Rue Berthe with restaurant and garden court R37 B1.25 Dage, 3.5 D4 pens, 910 3/4 FR. Hot. De Elocies PL DC2 Rue du Card. Lavigerie with restaurant R35 B1 Dage or D3 pens, 912 1 FR, patronized by the French open the whole year good hot. Des Zibbons PL, FC2 Rue du Card. Lavigerie R2 of 5B, 1 D2.5 pens, 8-10 FR, plain. Equals cafes, equals at the casino C below, Glacier, Rue du Card, Lavigerie. Equals carriages equals, stand in Square Duferg, PL, C3. From station to town with luggage 1.5, per hour 2.5, to Chetma or the dunes of Almesh 10, to Sidi Akba or Dro 20, to Almesh or Borj Sada 25 FR. The tariff is high, but a bargain may often be made for much less, if without the intervention of hotel porters or guides. Equals horse equals or equals mule equals, 3-6 FR, according to distance. Camel with a Tadach P174 for ladies 4 FR, per day, attendant a 1 FR. Equals tramway equals from the casino, C below, every a 1 HR. On the route to Taugert PL. C4 5 to Old Biskra in 12 min, 10 C, terminus near the Kasbah Hill, also 4 times daily via Beni-Moura to Hammam E Salihin in 50 min, 50 C. Diligence to Sidi Akba at 8:3 a.m. returning at 3 p.m., also to Taugert Comp. P284. Equals physicians, equals Dr. Quilad, Rue Malakoff 15-24 Okal. Dr. Dikwamer at the GR Hot, Excelsior. Chemist, G. Isaac Ruberth, Moorish Bath PL, C. 4 Route de Taugert. Photographs at Freychan S. Baugoltz and Moras, all in Ruberth. Equals Post and Telegraph Office equals PL. B2, Rue Sod 3. Equals English Church Service. Jan-April at the former Circle Civil PL. 1 BC2, Rue Greylet. Equals Amusements. Equals Casino Dardaïef PL. BC4 P281, Route de Taugert with theater and concert room. Varieties, dances of the Ould Nile, etc. Ould Nile dancing girls, originally of the nomadic tribe mentioned at P215, and other native artists perform at the small native cafes in the Rue Arcelin and Rue Leperouse, PL. BC3. Visitors pay 1 FR. Inkle, cup of Arabian tea or coffee. Equals festivals. Equals the courses de Biskra, held for 3 days between 1st and 20th Feb. Comprise camel races, courses Saharians de Mahara, horse races in the Hippodrome of Beni-Ounif, P283, Fantasia Arab, equestrian performances, P99. And processions of the natives. The Grand Prior on the Kasbah Hill at the end of the fasting month of Ramadan attracts many spectators. To join the falcon hunts of an Agha, see below, special permission is required. Equals guides equals P Roman 26, 45 FR. A day, 2 FR. For an evening only, like hawkers and beggars are a local pest, but their services are entirely superfluous, even for drives or rides in the environs, where the drivers or attendants give information. Equals climate, equals the season is Nov, April. Lying at the S-base of the Sahara Atlas and on the margin of the desert, Biskra has all the characteristics of the Sahara climate, pp. 170-171. The great fluctuations of temperature, mean winter maximum 65 degrees Fahr, mean minimum 45 degrees, are comparatively little felt, even by invalids, owing to the remarkable dryness of the air. The rainfall is very slight and sunless days are quite the exception. The dust, however, is sometimes troublesome, even in winter, and sandstorms, especially during the Sirocco SE wind, may occur at any season, when a cold N or NW wind blows from the Sahara Atlas. The Palm Oasis alone affords some shelter. As yet, no special arrangements for invalids exist at Biskra. Equals sites equals when time is limited. On arrival, view from the Belvedere of the Royal Hotel, P281. First day, visit to market, P281 early, then Villa de Bénévent and Old Biskra, P281. In the afternoon, ride or drive to the Col de SFA, P282. Second day, excursion to Sidi Akba, P283. The little town of Biskra, 400 FT. Pop. 7,400, of whom 6,300 are Mohammedans. Inkle. Old Biskra lies at the S-base of the low chain de SFA, P282, on the right bank of the Oud Biskra, generally a very poor stream below the barrage, P279. Owing to its convenient situation at the end of the Algerian Sahara Railway, and to its fine climate, it has grown into great favor of late as a winter resort and the nice of Algeria. The present town, with streets regularly built as in all the modern Algerian towns, has sprung up only since the French occupation of 1844. The medieval Biskra, named after the small Roman settlement of Basura, lay in the midst of the Palm Oasis, P281, on the top and on the slopes of a low hill, where, after the destruction of the town by Saleh Reis, 1553, a Turkish fort, Kasbah, was built. The natives then settled anew in the still existing 7 villages of the oasis. Biskra is the capital and administrative center of the Zab, Oasis, PL. Zibin, the extensive girdle of oases on the S-fringes of the Monts du Zab, P170, and the Oras MTS. In accordance with their sites, these oases are named Zab Daryaoui and Zab, on the margin of the Monts du Zab, Zab Gebli S Zab, on the Oud Jetty P284, and Zab Churgui E Zab, between the Oras MTS, and the Chat Melrir P284. The natives of the Zab, who are under an Agha or chief, are mostly Berbers with a large infusion of Arabian and in some cases Turkish blood. Many of them, under the name of Biskris, are met with in the coast towns as small traders. The only business street is the Rue Berthe, PL. B.C. 13, in the S, part of which there are a few small European shops. It intersects the whole town and connects the railway station with the Strangers' Quarter on the S-side. Between the Rue Berthe and Fort Saint-Germain, PL. B.C. 1-2, the nucleus of the town, built in 1849-51, runs the Grand Allée past the Jardin Public, which, on its any side, is adjoined by the Jardins de la Garnison. The Rue Berthe leads to the Avenue de la Croix, PL. C3, the favorite haunt of guides and hawkers, where, at its junction with the Square du Ferg, rises a bronze statue of Card. Lavigerie, PL. 2 C3, P. 346, the benefactor of Biskra. The Belvedere of the Royal Hotel, P. 279, 92 ft. High, resembling a minaret visitors kindly admitted, commands an excellent asterisk panorama of the town and its environs, finest in the early morning or towards sunset, when the Amercado rosy cheek. P. 284 is bathed in a ruddy glow. The Casino d'Ardaïef, PL. B.C. 4. House of the Guests, built by A. Ballou, P. 289, in the Nemours style in 1892-3, is the fashionable evening resort. The Mairie, PL. B2, the small mosque, PL. B3, and other public buildings are situated between the Rue Berthe and the Quiet Bowl. Carnot, PL. AB2-3, which joins the Avenue de la Croix at the casino. The Marché, PL. B3, presents a busy and picturesque scene, especially in the early morning, which will interest newcomers. The motley throng of traders, many of them Mozabites, P216, offer the art-industrial products of the Berber tribes of the Ouras and the Sahara, besides Moroccan wares and Oriental articles made in Europe, at unduly high prices. The fruit and vegetable market affords evidence of the fertility of the oases. The Marché aux Bêchioux is held in the Baul, Carnot on Mondays. Camel caravans from the Sahara may be seen at the Fondoux, PL. A3, the inns of the natives on the Route des Sibins. The quite modern village Neger, PL. C4, Comp. P181 is very dirty and uninteresting. A few hundred yards to the S of the town, between the Route de Taugert and the Route de Sidi Akba, is the Villa de Beni-Ounif or Jardin Landin, PL. C5, Adam 2 FR. A creation of Count Landin, P. 305, the beautiful asterisk grounds of which are stocked with a marvelous profusion of tropical and subtropical plants, and afford a delightful shady retreat in hot weather. The great attraction in the nearer environs is *=Old Biskra via Biskra. See inset map at P279 with its clay-built oasis villages, Kaysar, PL Kaysur, inhabited by Biskras, P280, and its oasis 3m long by 110-550 ids. Wide, with some 150,000 date palms and 6,000 fruit trees, apricots, figs, oranges, besides cornfields and small kitchen gardens. The palms, being well watered from the barrage P279, are well grown and beautifully green. The dates, however, have less flavor than those of the Oudrer P285, the Jared P386, and particularly those of the Souf P285. The traveler may induce a native 2030C to show him one of the palm gardens, or he may be satisfied with a glimpse at them over the low mud walls or through gaps. From the Villa de Beni-Ounif, P281 walkers follow the right bank of the Oud Biskra, in the bed of which stands the Kubba of Sidi Zerzer, to the 20-min village of Msid, the eastmost in the oasis, with its tall cypress, 130 ft. high, and its pertinacious beggars. The lofty minaret of the small mosque of Sidi Moussa or Sidi Malik, Muezzin, 3050C, affords a fine survey of the oasis, backed on the Eni. By the distant and usually snow-clad Jebel Chelia, P278, and extending to the SE to Sidi Akba, P283. About a quarter HR. To the SW of Msid is the picturesque village of Bab el-Diharb, infested by begging children, where, at the great lotus tree near the two conduits, we enjoy a charming view of the palm gardens. Close by is the mosque of Sidi Abd el-Moumen, whose minaret is another famous point of view, ascent Tlemcen. Between Bab el-Diharb and the tramway terminus, P279, Café Petit Robinson, rises the Kasbah Hill, crowned with the old mud-built Turkish fort, now partly washed away by rain, where the first French garrison was massacred by the natives in 1844. View limited. The village of Bab Fath to the SW of the Kasbah Hill has a picturesque shrine, the Marabout of Sidi Lawson. We return to Biskra by tramway on the route de Taugert, passing the poor Mohammedan cemetery on the left and the Hospital Levigerie on the right, or we may choose the road, a half HR. Through the village of Ras El Ghouaria, noted for the gaily colored costumes of its inhabitants. For carriages tariff, CP 279, the route prescribed for avoiding the narrow roads is via Emsid to Bab el Diharb, and back by the route de Taugert or via Ras El Ghouaria. With this excursion may be combined a drive to the small oasis of Kora, with most characteristic Sahara surroundings, and to 6¼ m from Biskra, the dunes d'Almesh, or even to the 10 m Os Almesh, where the Caesar, defended by ancient moats, contains many remains of Roman buildings. Fine view at the Marabout. The excursion to Almash takes at least half a day. Provisions should be taken. The 5M equals Col de Sfa equals, which has long been famed for its view, is a depression in the chain de Sfa between Jebel Bou Rezel 1322 ft and Jebel El Emlaga 1302 ft. On the shadeless road to Alcantara and Batna. We drive by the hour CP 279 or preferable ride to the pass. In the latter case, we may extend our trip from the pass to the Quarter HR. Ruinous post optique, whence we survey the steppe of Ain-Taya P. 278 to the N, and to the S the endless undulating expanse of the Yellow Sahara, spotted like a panther's hide, as Strabo has described it with its green oases, Chetma, Biskra, Sidi Akba, etc. Finest light towards sunset. The 5M equals Hammam-e Salihin equals 443 ft. Bath of the Saints, or Fontainebleau, the Roman ad Pisanum, is most conveniently reached by tramway P 279. The car runs through the whole of the bowel. Carnot, P 281, turns to the W past a hill crowned with a disused optic telegraph, PL. A3, and then passes the small oasis of Beni-Ounif and crosses the streamlet Oud Zemmer. The bathhouse Pens, with baths 10 fr, attracts many visitors from Biskra, especially in summer. It lies in a most dreary region between Jebel Bou Rezel, P 282, and the sandy Jebel Maouya, the quadrangle where the surprisingly copious salt and sulfur spring, 115 degrees far, bursts forth, is enclosed by cells for Europeans, 1½ fr, and men's and women's baths for the natives. The roof terrace affords a good view of the environs. About 1 m to the N is a small mountain lake of volcanic origin. Jebel Maouya, the east spur of Jebel Matraf, is a good standpoint for surveying the girdle of oases formed by the Zab Daryaoui and Zab Gebli, P 280, stretching to the distant Oud Jetty, P 284. The S base of this range, where the building and paving stones of Biskra are now quarried, is skirted by the Route des Sibans, much used by caravans. The excursion to Sidi Akba, 13 m, diligence, CP 279, car, tariff CP 279 but 1215 fr, is usually accepted is the favorite among the longer trips from Biskra. The route to Sidi Akba, PL, C45 fords the Biskra, sometimes dangerous after winter rains, and skirts the small oases of Lalia and Filiach. Between these is the necropole, once a Berber burial ground. For the long drive through the dreary steppe at the S-foot of the Auras MTS. Enlivened only by the begging children of the nomads, we are repaid by the verdant palm oasis of Sidi Akba, the most fertile of the Zab Chergui group, P 280, watered by a network of conduits from the Oud El Abiad, P 278. The small town of Sidi Akba equals 144 ft. Restaurant at the entrance to the town, Pop. 4900, the religious center of the Zab, owes its origin and its fame as a resort of pilgrims to the tomb of Sidi Akba, P 322, who ended his victorious career in the adjacent oasis of Thouda. The now poor town, with its mud-built fortifications and houses, and its beggars, lepers, and importunate guides, vividly recalls a medieval Sahara town. On alighting, we walk straight on, then bear to the left, and soon reach a small square with the Maison du Caid and other picturesque houses. Turning here to the left, we come to a second place, where on the left, preceded by a colonnade, rises the plain mosque of Sidi Akba, the oldest in Algeria, containing the tomb of the saint, which is shown on Fridays only. The main entrance to the court of the mosque consists of a carved asterisk door in the so-called Berber style, Tlemcen. the minaret should be ascended for the sake of the excellent survey it affords of the town and the oasis, custodian 50C. Adjoining the mosque is the Zawiya, with a Mohammedan law school. Passing through the gateway, we now follow the first street on the right to the market, with its quaint and busy crowd. The step adjoining Ain-Naga, 14.5 m to the E of Sidi Akba, on the caravan route to Negrin, which in late Roman times was an important military road, is a favorite resort in winter of gazelle stalkers from Biskra. Mirages, Fata Morgana, are often witnessed here. The excursion to Mchounich, which is much grander than the last named, is very fatiguing, but will be greatly facilitated by the opening of the new road through the Oras MTS. P 278. We ride to the E across the Biskra ford to 5M Chetma, a small palm oasis on the outskirts of the Oras, where the road at present ends. After a short rest in the village Kaysar, with its mud-built houses, or beside the adjoining springs, we proceed via 10.5 m Dro to 14 m El Habel 778 ft, where we reach the deep-set valley of the Oud El Abiad, P 278. We then ascend on the right bank of the stream to 19 m equals Mchounich equals 1083 ft. Quarters at the Sheikhs, a beautiful palm oasis with 1,300 inhab. At the foot of the Amr Kadu, 6315 ft. The hill on which the Kaysar stands affords a very curious and striking view of the neighboring ravines, accessible in dry weather only, and the upper course of the stream with its oases, as far as Beni-Ounif. But we may obtain a still grander view by riding to the 24 m post optique, 3691 ft. On the S margin of the Amr Kadu, whence the most impressive desert panorama stretches as far as the Chat Melrir, see below. The summit of the mountain may be gained in 4-5 HRS. More, but few travelers will care to face the toilsome ascent. From Biskra to Branis, Gemora, Benifera, and Alcantara, CP 278, to the gorges de Tillatu, CP 277. Hardy and well-equipped, PP 173-174 travelers will be repaid by the interesting Sahara route to Taugert, 127 m, courier postal, open omnibus with awning on Moan, Wed, and Frid, at 3 a.m. in 28 HRS, Excal, 10 HRS. Halt for the night at Emrayer, fare 40 FR. Car. From the hirers Violard or Tourank, 300-400 FR. A driver that speaks French should be asked for. A railway from Biskra to Taugert is now under construction. The route to Taugert leads to the SE from Old Biskra, P 281, through the steppe to 19 m Borj Sada 85 ft. In the plain of the Oud Jetty, Comp. P 215, and thence to the S. To 32.5 m Borj Chega to the W of the Chat Melrir 95 ft. Below the sea level, the largest salt lake in Algeria. 45.5 m Bur Sethel on the Oud Idil, across the bed of which, generally dry, the road is carried by an embankment over 100 ids. Long, built of blocks of gypsum. 50 m Kef Eddor, 374 ft. A plateau affording fine views, with a post optique communicating with Amr Kadu, see above, and said to be the southmost point reached by Sidi Akba p. 322 in the course of his campaigns. 63.5 m Arir, a small oasis near the Chat Merwan, the S-arm of Chat Melrir, contains the Kubba of Sidi Makfi, a favorite resort of pilgrims. M equals Emrayer equals or Merrier, 13 ft. Below sea level, caravanserai R, 23 B1/2 D3.5 FR. Pop. 1700, a thriving but fever-haunted village with a luxuriant palm oasis watered by artesian wells. We next come to the region of the equals Oud Rur equals, also malarious, with the largest girdle of oases in Algeria. These oases, artificially irrigated under the French regime by the sinking of numerous very costly artesian wells, have gained immensely in fertility, and their palms, about 950,000, supply the European markets with dates of the clear or pale variety, Deglet and Newer. Passing the posting stations of Sidi Khalil and El Bird, we come to Arlana, 69 ft. Pop. 4,000, on the so-called Sea of Arlana, a chain of lakes where the water of the Oud Rur comes to the surface. 109.5 m Gemma caravanserai R, 3 B3/4 D3 FR, quite good, lies near the oasis of Tigadidin with its pretty lake in a palm grove. then Tamerna with 1600 in Hab and Sidi Ratched. The swarthy complexion of the natives, mostly Ruaras akin to the Haritan P94, now indicates that we are nearing the Sudan. M equals Taugert equals or Taugert, 259 ft. Hot. De Elosi's Grand Place near the Bureau Arab R3 D3 pens, 12.5 fr. Mule and attendant 5 fr. Per day, pop. 7100. A rapidly increasing little town with a great Friday market is important as the junction of the caravan routes to the Mzab, P216, Wagla or Wargla, and the Souf Sea below. New Taugert T El Jedida lies at the foot of a hill crowned with the ruins of old Taugert T El Kedema. The distinguishing features of the town are 2 tall square towers, a minaret, and the clock tower of the Kasbah. The new gypsum-built houses, some of them in several stories, produce a striking effect. The inhabitants, Ruaras, many Mozabites, P216, and Jews and Negroes who have embraced Islam, live in separate quarters, zigzag, and in large suburbs. Their home industries, especially weaving and carpet making, are thriving. It is very interesting to ride through the asterisk oasis, or to make an excursion to the S to the little oasis town of 8M, Tlemcen, and the 9.5M, Zawiya of Tazmalt, one of the most influential monasteries in the Sahara, with a superb asterisk mosque. In order to avoid the long route back to Biskra, and at the same time to see more of the Sahara, we may ride from Taugert via El Oud to the Ne in 4-5 days direct to Nefta P387, trotting camel to El Oud 10, and for the Saharian a fee of 3 fr. Per day, comp. Also P. 174. The caravan route, marked only by pyramidal signals, crosses the great dunes of the Souf equals, where desert roses, P270 abound, one of the N offshoots of the Erg Oriental, as the Great Desert of the Sahara is called. The only houses of call are 12.5 Borj M Gitla, 24 Borj Muyat Ferjana, and 44.5 Borj Muyat El Qaid. The first village in the Souf is 53 Armez, a half M equals El Oud equals 263 ft. Good quarters at the house of the merchant Sagnier, R3 Dage, or D4 a quarter fr. Pop. 7400, the interesting capital of the Souf, with windowless houses covered with barrel vaulting and small domes, is best viewed from the minaret or from the dune on the N side. El Oud, and particularly the neighboring oasis of Guimarar, famed for their weaving. Their wares are sent by the caravan route to the Se via Bir Resaf, Barasof, to Gadams in Tripolitania. The oases of the Souf, containing about 180,000 palm trees, have quite a different system of cultivation from all others in Barbary. The remarkably thick and long-leaved palms stand in funnel-shaped hollows and tanwars, Arabic written, and are protected against sand drift by palisades of palm twigs. The irrigation is provided by surface water collected in wells, from which the water is raised by means of long drawbeams. The dates, owing to the peculiar mode of culture and the great heat of the sun, are noted for their sweetness and fine flavor. They are usually exported to Europe by way of Tunis. Beyond 74.5 M Dibilla, where the high dunes end, we ride to the Tunisian frontier across the pastures of the nomadic tribes, watered by artesian wells. A delightful scene is presented by the watering of the cattle, driven in from every direction and indefatigably supplied by the swarthy herdsmen. Beyond Choukt El Ahoudi and Bur Ellisli, the first stages in Tunisia, we traverse the dreary steppe to the NW end of the Chott Jared, P386, through which we ride for a short way on the Trik Dwaria. 137 M Nefta, P387, where we must announce our arrival at the custom house. From Nefta via Tozer to Metlayaoui and Gafsa, CPP. 387, 386.